Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Oops. Sorry about that, folks. I didn't know there was music in this. Let's see here.
So, and lifestyle, particularly about work and tech. That's what I like talking about. So today we did our first meetup as Toffee Tribe. Toffee Tribe is a startup that converts restaurants to drop-in workspaces in Africa. So basically just providing affordable workspaces for remote workers and freelancers. So today we did our first meetup with remote workers and freelancers in Nairobi. And I've been hanging out with them the whole morning. So of course we get here, we have work to do, and we jump right into getting things done or ticking things off our to-do list for the day. But now it's in the afternoon, people are chilling, they're eating, they're drinking, they're catching up, networking. And the turnout has been amazing, as you'll see and later find out. So I want to hang out with these people and ask them a few questions about what they do. Where do they work as freelancers or remote workers, and how did they get these roles? Just a few things here and there to, motivate you as a job seeker who is out there, or who thinks that, these jobs are not found and all that. Of course, they're not easily found. The competition is crazy. And I'm dealing with a really bad flu. I've been, I'm sick, but of course I had to show up for my peeps. We hang out, we laugh, we talk about life, we talk about politics, we talk about work. We've discussed the inclusion, diversity, and equity policy that was scrapped off by the US government. How does that affect hiring in Africa? And being that we will have the biggest workforce in the world, whether you like it or not, you're going to hire in Africa, because this is where the talent and this is where the workforce is. And you're excited about that. So I'm going to share a few things here and there with them and ask them questions. And I'm excited about it. Let's see how it goes, yeah? Hi, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you
What's
doing?
your name? I'm good, thank you. What's your name?
FH, Francis Huria.
Okay, and what do you do, Francis?
I'm a software engineer, a Ruby software engineer.
How did you get your current role? How did you get your current job?
I think it kind of took a while and went through a few sites just to see which are the best jobs and the best details. Eventually, I went with the Otter. That's where I found the role. I applied for it, submitted my resume, and went through like 3 interview steps and finally got the job.
How were the interview steps? Were they tough? Were they stressful?
Honestly, I think it's always really tough. They were tough, but I expected that maybe with just a bit of help from Codility. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today and for being a member.
Thank you. Thank you.
Imagine.
Cherono. I'm a software engineer, and this is also my first time here, and I'm loving it. Yeah.
Thank you for being here with us today. I guess you're next.
Hi guys. My name is KyleeCTCross. I'm a software engineer. I'm a ERP Next consultant, so ERP staff. I'm also a lead for Ruby Community Nairobi. So he's also one of the organizers. That's where we met, and this is my second time actually. It looks like I've been here forever, but this is my second time. I came like in 2023 and then I disappeared, so I'm back and I'm loving it.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Flora Josephine. I don't have a short.
Josie. Oh, Flojo.
I work in HR and payroll as a client in customer management. I'm just assisting with onboarding and the likes. This is my first time to join Coffee Tribe, and I love it. I love it a lot. My friend sent me this yesterday, and here I am. So I'm so happy to meet everybody. It's been really nice.
Thank you.
Conversation.
Thank you.
And this is my second time to Coffee Tribe, and I like it here.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Manager. I work for an agency based in the US. We make systems for small companies and startups basically. And this is my first time here, and I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Well, I am sorry for getting a late start. I got up early and wound up falling back to sleep. This is why old men should not do shift work. And consequently, starting late, I'm going to seem a little bit more disorganized than usual. That last video, I can't remember the name of these places. They're like rental office spaces where freelance, like people who work remote, can get together. It's almost like a coffee shop. Some space where people who work remote can get together and network and all that stuff. My only comment is it doesn't look like there's much work getting done there. And personally, you give me a desk in an empty room and maybe a couple snacks and a computer, and I'm perfectly fine without all the disturbances. Oddly enough, I'm not that big in working with teams. When I was in college and high school, I never did study groups because I think I kind of don't need a lot of input. I'll learn it my own way. And if I need you, I'll come find you or call you or something. Having 5 people studying the same thing, where you take a part of a chapter and another part of a chapter, and you all get together and tell everybody what you learned and all that stuff. The thing is to me, learning is an individual sport, and team learning just doesn't do it for me. So next is Keith Olbermann. I have not really kept up with him over the years, but John Galt actually told me he had a like a YouTube presence, and I've always been a fan of Keith Olbermann. So this is a little short where it'll pretty much speak for itself, as Keith Olbermann always does. Uh, he's got some words that I found funny anyway.
Now on the all-new Thursday Countdown podcast, the attempt to make criticizing Donald Trump illegal. He has dropped 2 hints in the last 3 days about actually trying to make this happen. The first was in this bid to make campus protests illegal. It sounds like it's a bid to make anti-Middle East protests illegal, but he never says Middle East. He's threatening to cut off federal funding to any college that allows illegal protests. Who gets to decide what's an illegal protest? What would be the first thing Trump would make illegal? Criticism of Trump. And then in that speech, that telethon that he gave in front of the House and the Senate on Tuesday night, there was the little question of deep fakes and prosecuting, using them and proliferating them. What if he simply says that any video of himself he does not like is a deep fake and must be prosecuted? Who will stop him from doing that? And then lastly, the attempt to censure Representative Al Green, the only Democrat who, at that speech on Tuesday night, proved that he is still breathing, has a pulse, and is ready to put something, anything on the line to save our democracy. Al Green for president in 2028. Why didn't any Democrats march out with him? All that and more in the brand new Thursday Countdown podcast, along with the story of Joni Ernst and what she really meant by going to Washington to make them all squeal. Now live wherever you podcast.
Well, I guess I'll catch that. I'll catch that podcast on YouTube, I guess. Speaking of Democrats and Al Green and his little temper tantrum there, it appears Democrats are a little bit divided on how to resist him, Trump. So I definitely have thoughts on it, but this particular news article, it's in a news analysis. It says, party leaders opted for a soberly delivered centrist counter to the president's speech, but the dominant image of Democrat pushback was a liberal congressman waving his cane in protest. And it was interesting to watch. It wasn't much of a protest, and I hear that the Republicans are going to censure him for interrupting their dear leader's rally speech. This reads, to counter President Trump's first major address of his second term, Democrats in Congress selected a middle-aged woman senator with a background in national security to deliver a simple centrist message devoid of partisan animus aimed at voters across the political spectrum. But the lasting image of Democratic pushback to Mr. Trump on Tuesday night may have come instead in the form of a liberal 77-year-old congressman waving his cane as he shouted at the president in protest that got him ejected from the House chamber. The contrast reflected a clash within the Democratic Party as it tries to find an effective message to counter an unbound president who is defying laws and norms while dominating the public's attention. Under pressure from a restive progressive base, some want to position themselves as part of a party of aggressive resistance to Mr. Trump. Others see a political center that can be peeled away through a sober appeal to center-leaning voters feeling adverse impacts from the president's policies. The competing strategies were on display as congressional Democrats face critical decisions in the coming days over how how much to obstruct Mr. Trump's agenda as he tramples over the power of the legislative branch. Most immediately, with government funding set to expire on March 14th, Democrats must decide whether they will vote for legislation to avert a shutdown or refuse to do so at a moment when Mr. Trump is defunding and dismantling federal programs all on his own. The range of responses on Tuesday night was also a reminder that Democrats, locked out of power at every level of the federal government, cannot do much of anything right now to stand in Mr. Trump's way. Representative Al Green, a Texas Democrat who has a history of defying party leaders to lodge a one-man resistance against Mr. Trump, repeatedly shouted no mandate at the president and refused to take his seat before being removed from the chamber. That was his plan, he told reporters after leaving, simply to let people know that there's some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. The move frustrated some of his colleagues who thought it did little to actually change Mr. Trump. It said privately that performative actions like Mr. Green's simply provided Republicans with a rich target. On Wednesday morning, as if on cue, the hard-right House Freedom Caucus announced it would be introducing a resolution to censure him, and Mr. Trump sent out a fundraising appeal referring to Mr. Green and claiming the Democrats hate putting America first. Opting for a quieter form of protest, some Democrats wore hot pink to signify female power, or held up paddles with the words "Musk steals" and "Save Medicaid" to register silent opposition. Those slogans, selected by the Congressional Progressive Caucus, were carefully chosen to highlight liberal priorities that vulnerable Democratic members representing red districts would also have no problem defending. Others punctuated Mr. Trump's speech with their own commentary. "That's such a lie," some yelled when Mr. Trump cited debunked claims of people with impossible ages still collecting Social Security checks. "January 6th, they cried out as he praised the police and hailed virtues of law and order. Excuse me. More than a dozen progressive Democrats walked out of the speech early, while others didn't attend at all, and Democratic leaders sat through the whole thing stone-faced, determined not to become the story themselves. I think we pretty much get the gist of this. I think it's right to say that Democrats are in disarray in front of the Trump train. Personally, I kind of go with the, let Trump hang himself. I disagree that he has a popular mandate, but, the public, the voters basically gave him three branches of government. Let the Republicans govern. I really don't see, I laud the old man, Al Green, for waving his cane at the president, but in the end, it comes to nothing. It's pretty much just a little bump in the road. Let the Republicans govern if they can. If they can, great. Let the democratic process work, and trying to subvert it. I think the worst problem right now is Congress is cowed. The Republicans in Congress are cowed, and they will pay for this at the ballot box if they don't, assert their constitutional power and right to appropriate funds, have them spent by the executive as they see fit, not as Trump sees fit. And, the chips will fall where they may. So let's see. The next thing I wanted to look at, and unfortunately I didn't get to watch this live. We'll watch a little bit of John's video called what is it called? Blacks are Democrat first. So those who assert, those who assert that John Galt is not political, let them stand corrected. He is political. He's just not, he's just not strongly political or assertively political, but he is political and has thoughts.
State of the Union. See if I can get my screen up here. Let me maximize my screen. Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Outlandish laughter.
Oh, yeah.
Poking at
Oh, yeah.
utility bill that he is on.
So he's 12 years old. They appear to be much older than.
No, I'm not shut. No, I'm not shut. No, I'm not shut.
Outlandish laughter.
And I'm going to skip through the anti-black stuff.
I know I remember that long ago.
So he's 12 years old. They appear to be much older than he is.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts when
24 last year? Houston's pint-sized police officer, a 12-year-old battling cancer, who's an honorary police officer at over 800 agencies, is used to having all the eyes on him. However, one video he's in is getting a lot of attention for all the wrong reasons. He appears to be being bullied. The video is absolutely disheartening. We heard his dad, the outlandish laughter. The boy's only 12 years old. The girl's towering over him, twerking on him. Just outright disrespecting the guy's disability. And you saw it yesterday again when the Democrats had the opportunity to stand for the young man to see all that he's overcome. They couldn't even be so bothered as to stand there. So that was my thoughts on this State of the Union. I thought Trump gave a high energy speech, pretty good speech, very high energy. But that is the one takeaway, more or less, that I have from the Democrat. From the State of the Union. I guess the other thing is that Al Green being thrown out. I actually didn't see what he did, but it'd be curious to know what exactly he did. And let's go to Al Green. What did you guys think of Al Green, State of the Union being dismissed there? I'm not sure what he did. Let's see what he did here. Let me put it on the screen here. So this is Al Green escorted out. It said, oh, he interrupts Trump. All right, let's see exactly what he did.
The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business
I'm still waiting to see when he's going to be put out.
optimism, so it's
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue.
Was that JD Vance? Get him out of here.
Seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption or
Am I missing? Am I missing again? Did he say get out of, get him out of here?
Take your seat.
Yeah, he did. And JD Vance is getting a spine. They like, get him out of here.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of
JD
proper decorum,
Vance
the chair
getting
now
a
directs the
spine.
Sergeant at Arms to restore
Oh
order.
boy.
Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
White man sticking his spine a little bit. You watch the man flick his fingers. The white man flicks his fingers. It was this man. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Indeed. And you know, it's kind of law on. It's going to be necessary because if you don't do it, this is what happens. They end up doing things like this, and this is what they really in the office to do. Party and bullshit. And this is Jasmine Crockett, or whatever her last name is, and she's doing her rendition of the Not Like Us in the Capitol. She shot her a video, guys. Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. Get her to say, "Hey, minor." Oh man, and that's Black governance. Black run America. You look at her again. Look at it.
40 acres in a mule.
Oh man, this is truly fucking amazing. Yeah, it's in the halls of the Capitol. Tongue out. And who are these two make work job sisters? What are they not doing anything? There's 3 Black women with make work jobs.
Well, the only thing I can say is at least Jasmine Crockett's not smearing shit on the walls. So if dancing is all she's doing, at least they don't have to clean up after her.
In the halls of the Congress, just raising hell. No ideas, no legislation, just raise hell like they do in their communities.
Can't fake influence.
Truly fucking amazing. Truly amazing. Look at this shit. The halls of the Congress. Just imagine. And you think about it, this is the same black. She was one of the blacks that refused to stand up for that young boy. While she's
one of the blacks
herself dancing to "They Not Like Us." They not like us. Really kind of amazing. You know, here's something interesting. I just saw this. I haven't heard it, so I'm curious to know what Charleston White is going to say about G Ronnie, G dollar sign Ronnie, or something. Here's G dollar sign Ronnie. This is the guy that was killed with his daughter the other day. Let's see what Charleston White is going to say here.
Let's not.
Say, well, thank you, Simone.
Can we talk about it?
The bingo signs were killing me. I don't know who thought of the bingo signs, but they should be fired.
Michael, this is an indictment, in my opinion, on the Democratic leadership. I talked to a lot of members during they were texting. The staff were on my phones and they were calling. And I think the best way to describe it is the Democratic leadership said they didn't want disruptions and they wanted people to attend and bring a guest, and they wanted, little business as usual, and we're fighting back in other ways. There is a palpable disgust, as Claire said, from not just the members, but their constituents. And it's like a pot, that someone described it to me, that's boiling, and it's about to bubble over. If you do not allow the members a space to release valve, it's going to bubble over. And this was the visuals are not taking back the House in 2026. Not these visuals. Where's the signs? Put the signs up, folks,
The dry erase board with different messages.
My gosh,
You
it
don't
was
think
crazy. Put the paddles up, y'all. Do we have something of the paddles?
But here's the thing. Here the thing about the moment for me, that for folks, if you really want to understand the difference between Republican control and Democratic acquiescence, it's in how two things happened in that chamber and how they were handled. When Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert stood up and showed their behinds on the House floor, all right? When they just act a fool, shouting and talking and being loud and disruptive, what happened?
They stayed.
They stayed. Democrats didn't threaten them. Democrats didn't tell them to sit your behind down and shut up, right? Order in the House.
Well,
what happened?
What should the Democrats have done?
But what happened? What happened tonight?
Well, what should have happened tonight?
What happened then is what happened tonight, because the Republicans weren't coming to play. They weren't going to give the Democrats the quarter. They knew what they were going to do. They knew they were going to try to be disruptive in some form. And their goal was to shut it down in one of two ways. And both of them worked. USA, as if they own that, that moniker, and throw them out.
I guess
But
you mean
what should have the Democrats done instead of what
Throw
they
them
did?
out.
No, I'm talking about tonight. What should the Democrats have done tonight instead of what
some
they
of
did?
us believe they shouldn't have shown up. Or,
this is the thing, this guy used to be a Republican out of Maryland, and he says, well, what should they have done? He's asked, what should they have done? The only really option they have is to not show up. I mean, what policies are they going to put forth? They couldn't even stand for an American child fighting cancer. It would have been better had they not shown up. That's true. That's the only play they had there.
if they showed up at a certain point, here's the deal. When the congressman was kicked out, half that room should have left with him, because that was the point. He was the only one to stand up and say, I'm not going to sit here and let you lie in this chamber. I'm not going to let you get away with this because you're lying right now. And instead of calling the man a lie, like they did to Barack Obama.
Right. I remember, I was there.
Right?
And nothing happened.
And what happened then?
Didn't he got a pat on the wrist after?
I think
They're not even going to mention their child and their behavior about their child. And they can't. They have to act like they don't know things or act like it didn't happen. Yet they run around here telling these blacks that they're also important and things like this. Black Lives Matter. Which leads me to Mira Bowser and the Black Lives Matter. Let me see if I have that up. Black Lives Matter is suddenly melting away here in Washington, D.C. I'll see if I can pull that up for you. Let's see. Mira Bowser, I think they're telling her she has to take it all down if she wants to continue to suck off the government teeth, and I'm pretty sure she will. Let's see what's coming up here. It was all bullshit all the time. They never believe this Black Lives Matter shit. It was about the money. And when you threaten their money, they get that shit up. It didn't matter to them. Mira Bowser, Mayor Mira Bowser signals DC will paint that shit over. I remember when people were going to jail. Didn't they put a black woman in jail for that shit? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they put a black woman in jail for painting over the Black Lives Matter mural. I'm pretty sure they did. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But here they are now. They're going to paint over it. Mira Bowser said she will paint over the Black Lives Matter right here in D.C. and see if there's any video for that. I know there was some protests out there. There it is.
Tonight, the days are numbered for DC's Black Lives Matter Plaza. Supporters say it inspired and raised awareness about racial injustice and inequality. But after pressure from Republicans in Congress, DC Mayor Muriel Bowser says it will be changed. Fox 5's Shamari Stone is in Northwest tonight with the details.
Tonight, there are dozens of protesters here at Black Lives Matter Plaza. Many of them walked up to me and said that they are upset about D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser's announcement. You see them right over here. And
I want to make a point that Muriel Bowser doesn't seem to be doing this voluntarily. I thought I heard them say under Republican pressure. Let's see if that gets noted. Muriel Bowser is not like, oh, hey, I need to go out and do this. She's being pressured to do it.
Black Lives Matter Plaza has become a landmark here in the district.
Notice there are no blacks out there. Very few.
As you can see, we are just...
I can't tell if there are blacks out there or not. But I'm assuming there's some I'm assuming there's some evidence for that statement.
Right by the White House, and it has been here since the summer.
And part of the reason why no blacks are there because they can't afford to live anywhere near them.
Of 2020 after protest over racial injustice and police brutality. Tonight, Mayor Bowser saying it will be replaced as part of DC's America 250 mural project involving students and artists from across all 8 wards in the district. Black Lives Matter Plaza was created after protests and unrest broke out nationwide following the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, becoming a place for people protesting against racism, police brutality, and the justice system. Now, there have recently been efforts in Congress to force the mayor to make the change or lose federal funding. No word.
Yep. Force the mayor to change it or lose federal funding. So she's being bullied into removing it. Let's see if that gets noted.
On when the change will take place. In a statement, Mayor Bowser saying in part, quote, "The mural inspired millions of people and helped our city through a very painful period. But now we can't afford to be distracted by meaningless congressional interference," end quote.
This is tragic. You know, this really meant a lot to us as a community when we were.
How many blacks been killed since they paint that shit on the street?
We're really dealing with and struggling with the murder of George Floyd, and to see it just be erased really strikes at the heart of our community.
I think it's very shameful.
I wonder any of these blacks, I wonder how these blacks feel about them Democrats not standing up for that sick little boy last night. They march for George Floyd, and here they are sick and distraught. That a statue, that a mural or whatever, painted on the street, worthless letters on the ground is being painted over.
Because the attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the attack on protests such as Black Lives Matter, I think it's an attempt to erase us and our struggle and our history.
They never talk about their progress, their achievements. Struggles, my struggle. God damn, don't you get tired of talking about your struggle? Talk about some achievements.
And it's wrong, and I'm just sorry that the mayor felt that she had to give in to that extortion.
And Mayor Bowser says that federal job cuts must be...
Here's the thing. Niggas, you can paint this in your neighborhood. You can go in any other ghetto neighborhood and paint all kind of murals. I've shown you murals of dead children. Nobody's going to stop them from going in their ghetto and painting Black Lives Matter. Nobody's going to stop them. No federal funding is going to be threatened if they paint that shit all over. Replace all the dead arbitrary murals with Black Lives
It
Matter.
is painful to hear
Nothing will be
this nonsense.
But you can't put it on federal space here.
It's not
government
federal
land,
space.
Just gonna paint this here and then turn around and demand money from the government. Do it on your own personal property. I ain't seen one black. I'm in the ghetto right here. I haven't seen one black put up a Black Lives Matter sign or flag. But when I go to the white neighborhood on the other side of town, I see all the Black Lives Matter flags and signs and shit. And so then you see this little weak ass man and his weak ass woman talking about
They're
how
black though.
it's gonna hurt him, and he looks like he's in front of it. Like that, this looks like the Conrad Hotel downtown. He's not over in the ghetto.
So here's the deal. It's painful to watch, and you know what? The problem, dirty dude, is politicians, right, wrong, or indifferent, sometimes have to bend the knee. DC is unique in that they Congress basically runs DC. There's a mayor, there's a city council, but basically the money comes from Congress directly. So DC's unique as a city in that way. And, she pretty much has to do it if Congress tells her to do it. To resist it would hurt all kinds of people. So
Expressing his sadness about Black lives that really should matter, and it ended up losing their lives. He probably never shed a tear. No one's gonna ask him about what about the Democrats that you vote for that didn't even stand for that child? Won't say a word.
End quote.
This is tragic. This really meant
tragic.
a lot to us as a community when we were really dealing with and struggling with the murder.
A fucking mural that was not even in the black community.
DC's a black city. Chocolate City, remember?
To him in his community. He didn't even live in this community.
George Floyd, and to see it just be erased really strikes at the heart of our community.
I think it's very shameful because the attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
I talk about a lot about business and stuff like that, and we've talked about this. And I strictly saw it as one of the reasons the black community has so much trouble doing business. This was a young girl who had opened up a nice little shop here. I'm not sure if it's her shop or not, but let's take a look, and we're going to get into this here.
I'm going to skip over that part too. Oh, and just to note, I didn't watch it today. I had better things to do, like sleep. So someone told me a few days ago that John Galt isn't political. So I saw, blacks are Democrat first, and said, well, gee, that sounds political. So I figured I'd go back and review parts of this. Does the supremacy? No, DC's not a state, DiCapriono. So this is where this is Al Green, the guy who Al Green is the guy who walked out of the Trump speech. Was it yesterday? Last night?
Because,
night before last?
He could very well uncover a lot of this fraud here. And I'm sending some more pics of myself.
He could very well uncover fraud, but he hasn't so far.
And that is why I suspect I've been saying it quite a bit on the stream, that the fraud is probably like unbelievable. And Elon Musk, has the access to uncover all of this. So it'll be interesting to see how it all turns out. Who was collecting all these Social Security checks? When we find that out, somebody's going to jail, I would suspect. And so Al Green, after being thrown out of Congress to save the union, here's Al Green.
I have people who are very fearful. These are poor people, and they have only Medicaid in their lives when it comes to their health care. And I want them to know that his budget calls for deep cuts in Medicaid. He needs to save Medicaid, protect it. We need to raise the cap on Social Security. There's a possibility that it's going to be hurt, and we got to protect Medicare. These are the safety net programs that people in my congressional district depend on. And this president seems to care less about them and more about the number of people that he can remove from the various programs that have been so helpful so many people. It is the best way to get to the cost.
Now, to me, that seems a cogent that seems a cogent message. You know, he has specific concerns, and the mandate to cut Social Security. As a matter of fact, Trump said he would not touch Social Security. He said that for years. So all of a sudden, this budget wants to talk about Medicaid and Social Security, etc., and that's concerning. But let's finish this out.
Who uses his instability against our civility. He is a person who has civility against civility.
You can't hear that. Okay, let me check. Damn, what the fuck happened here? It should be good. You can't hear it. You can't hear.
And I also want to add. I think John's using OBS here. OBS is volume issues. I run into the same thing when I do video essays. My volume will be way low, but it sounds okay on my computer. But once it gets to uploaded to YouTube, the volumes just don't sound like what they sound like on your computer. And I haven't been able to figure out that magic yet.
I hear the audio. No audio. Let's see. No audio. You can't hear the audio? Okay, well, fuck Al Green. Let's move on from Al Green. Here's something interesting coming out of DC here. I guess it'll be nationwide in that case. Let me know if you're able to hear me. How's my audio, by the way? You know, I've talked about this a bit. This was a hot topic during Trump's initial election here. HUD's affirmatively furthering fair housing rule. Many of you may not have ever heard of this, but it really affects the suburbs and more affluent neighborhoods. It is a real estate thing, but somewhat, but it affects everyone here. I want you to take a look at this. We can hear you, but we can't hear the video you're playing. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I'll go back to Al Green. Okay, so here's something interesting, and it really, this really caught my eye when Trump was running the first time, and there was this talk about this AFFH in Westchester, New York, and so now they're terminating it. This started out with Obama, and then Biden reinstated it. A press release issued by HUD noted this action would cut costly red tape imposed on localities and return decision-making power to local and state governments. By terminating the AFH rule, localities will no longer be required to complete ownership paperwork and drain their budgets to comply with the extreme and restrictive demands made up by the federal government. This action also returns decisions on zoning, home building, transportation, and more to local leaders. The HUD press release added that as the agency returns to the original understanding and enforcement of the law without onerous compliance requirements, it can better serve communities that need access to fair and affordable housing. And so what this action did was it induced poor people to go live in nicer neighborhoods. This is to put it kind. One of the ways they did that was by like supersizing the Section 8 vouchers. Another way it accomplished that was by zoning, and you'll see it here, where suburbs that didn't want to build apartments. You've heard people like Ryan come on the stream say he doesn't want apartments. And
well, when we start getting into housing in apartments and HUD, not my strong suit and frankly not my interest. I just kind of scanned through the rest of the video. It looks like it's going to go into more anti-black stuff. Well, you know what? Let's at least look at this part.
Club in Black America. And I'm gonna pause it. Let me know if you can hear the volume here. It's a fight club.
Move, y'all. Let them rock it out.
Go, Richie. Do your big one. All right, let's see what you do, Big Six. Let me what I'm doing. You ain't doing nothing with us. I told you. She thought she could handle this. What you saying here for? Well. Take her back. That's how we do it. That's why I'm really casual phase. Yeah, fall in. Fall in.
And that is a TV show. It looks like it's called Mean Girls. And there's a video show that is highlighting Honey versus Zanaya fighting. I mean, this is really kind of amazing, where things have kind of devolved to here. Someone said this is fucking pathetic. These type of bullshit shows showing black girls acting like animals doing nothing but fighting, and black people are supporting this bullshit. What the fuck? Yeah. What do you guys think about that? You think that's degrading of black women to have a video about them, a TV show about them fighting? Do you think that's degrading? Yeah, we have call-ins. Wale, this morning when I'm on OBS.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the call-ins, but all I have to say is UFC. Anybody? What's the difference? I've seen clips of UFC matches. I've never really watched like a card, like a live on TV or pay-per-view. But I don't know that this is any worse than UFC. Women fight in UFC in a cage all the time and beat the shit out of each other. So I don't know why that would be any worse than anything else. So just my thoughts. So we'll move on from this stuff. And anyone is free to comment. I just think that I don't necessarily approve of. Hell, I didn't. A lot of the things that I don't approve of, I just chalk it up to, hey, I don't approve of it. I try not to make larger points or make exceptions into rules. And I find that a lot in MAGA spaces. They will take, this happened to me, therefore it happens to everybody. And, that to me is just weird. And basically, it shows me lack of critical thought. So that's my personal opinion. I'm not going to make it a universal and make it a rule that everybody thinks this way. So anyway, I want to go over some quick news stories, and then I do have a new Pop the Balloon, and then we'll go back into news stories. But I've been keeping up, because it's almost hard not to if you keep up with news. The scorecard that the New York Times and the Washington Post are keeping on Trump's executive orders. This says Trump administration told to reinstate nearly 6,000 agriculture department workers. Just so you know, there have been instances where, they would cut a bunch of people and then they go, oh shit, we need to hire a few back to do this vital job. This is what happened at Twitter. Elon had to hire back a bunch of people that he had originally fired. And there is a, take action, ask forgiveness later sort of style. And that seems to be what Elon does. He'll just rip it all out and then replace what needs to be replaced. The problem is a company is one thing. Doing it to a country, doing it in a political environment, it just looks chaotic. It looks a mess. And perception is everything in politics. And I fear that this is going to come back and burn some folks because it's not my style of doing things. You basically study it, make the changes, and then come back and patch up whatever got broke by accident. Just breaking it, then fixing it, just to me doesn't seem like especially when people are involved. When you're talking jobs, these are people who have kids and responsibilities and stuff. And this jerking them back and forth style of doing things, it's a mess and it affects people. We're not talking cars or machines or, apps. We're talking people. And I'm not confident that Elon knows the difference. I think he sees people as systems. So anyway, let's listen to this story right quick.
Trump administration told to reinstate nearly 6,000 Agriculture Department workers. This article is by Eileen Sullivan and read by an automated voice. Thousands of Agriculture Department employees who were fired last month must be reinstated in their old positions for at least 45 days, a board that handles federal worker disputes ordered on Wednesday. The fired employees were on probationary status and relatively new in their positions, swept up in the Trump administration's push to rapidly reduce the size of the federal workforce, in part by targeting those types of workers. Probationary employees have fewer civil service protections than other government workers who have been in their jobs longer, and have been seen by President Trump and Elon Musk, the tech billionaire leading the downsizing effort, as the easiest to fire. Even so, there are rules that agencies must follow when firing probationary employees, including a requirement that managers document details when alleging poor performance. Kathy Harris, the chair of the Merit Systems Protection Board, the administrative body where employees can appeal adverse actions, said in her order on Wednesday that she had reasonable grounds to believe that agencies that had fired probationary workers violated a law that dictates proper personnel practices. Currently, the board's decision applies only to probationary employees at the Agriculture Department who were fired on February 13th, estimated to be 5,000 to 6,000 people. The department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The order signals that the board could rule in favor of other fired probationary employees if the Office of Special Counsel, which brought the Agriculture Department case forward, produces similar evidence that other agencies violated personnel laws as well. Based on the evidence I've seen so far, there is nothing unique or singular or atypical about the firing of the USDA employees, the special counsel, Hampton Dellinger, said in an interview with the New York Times. Fired employees took their case to Mr. Dellinger's office, an independent agency within the government that investigates whistleblower complaints and allegations of wrongful dismissal. Mr. Dellinger brought the case of the Agriculture Department terminations to the Merit Systems Protection Board and asked the board to pause the firings so that he could further investigate what had happened. As Mr. Dellinger and Ms. Harris scrutinize and wind back some aspects of Mr. Trump's mass firings, they are fighting to keep their own positions. Mr. Trump fired them both, and after successfully challenging the decisions in federal court, they were temporarily reinstated. The Trump administration is appealing judges' orders that they be allowed to keep their jobs. Later on Wednesday, a panel of appellate judges lifted the pause on Mr. Dellinger's firing and effectively sidelined him until the appeals court can hear the case and make a decision. It was not immediately clear what this meant for the continuation of the investigations he was pursuing. Agencies interpreted Mr. Trump's order guiding the implementation of Elon Musk's government gutting initiative as a directive to fire probationary employees who have mostly been in their jobs for less than 1 year. As a result, more than 20,000 probationary workers, including veterans, were fired, according to a Times count. The Merit Board's order bodes well for fired probationary employees from other agencies that the Office of Special Counsel is investigating, said Michelle Bercovici, a lawyer with the Alden Law Group, which initially filed a complaint about the firings to the office on February 14th. Jacob Bushnell of Illinois was among the Agriculture Department employees fired last month, even though he had received a positive work evaluation and had only 7 days left until he would have been in his position with the Forest Service for a year. Mr. Bushnell reached out to his former supervisor on Wednesday after he learned about the board's order. He said his former supervisor had no information about the order or what would happen next. The Trump administration's targeting of probationary employees in its job-cutting pursuits was going after low-hanging fruit, said Max Steyer, the president of the Partnership for Public Service, a nonprofit that works to promote excellence and best practices in the federal government. They've done it in a clumsy way, Mr. Steyer said on Wednesday, and therefore they've made a lot of mistakes.
Clumsy is a nice way of putting it. Kelvin, look, I tend not to like to do those type of hypotheticals. I don't know whether they would have stood. If Trump had highlighted a trans child, I doubt they would have stood. But let me ask you a hypothetical. Would Trump have asked a trans child to stand and be applauded by Republicans? Hypotheticals do not work. I don't even know why people resort to them. So anyway, when Trump highlights a trans child, we'll see if Democrats stand or not. Better question would be, would Trump highlight a trans child with cancer? I don't think Trump would highlight a trans child with cancer either. So would Democrats stand if Trump highlighted a trans child with cancer? Who knows? The hypotheticals can grow and grow and grow. Hypotheticals do not work that well. Now, answering a hypothetical with a hypothetical actually works, but something real that actually happened with a hypothetical, they call it alternate history or alternative history. They write whole novels about alternative history, alternative histories. So there you go. That's the best answer I can give. So anyway, the next story, federal grant program opens door to Elon Musk's Starlink. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Under new rules from President Trump's Commerce Department, a $42 billion high-speed internet effort will no longer favor fiber optic cable. Elon Musk is going to control the internet also eventually. We'll rename the internet TrumpNet. Well, let's see what John has to say here. Stanley said, part is the Dems showed as much compassion for that child as the most virulent racist. John, I don't even know what the fuck that means. The most virulent racist. Do racists stand for cancer? Do racists stand for children with cancer? Can you answer that hypothetical, John? Another hypothetical. I don't entertain them because they don't work as alternative history. Novels are written using alternative histories. Hypotheticals don't work that great. Not if they're black. So anyway, let's read. I got to read. Let's see what the future of the internet is. The Trump administration said on Wednesday that it would overhaul a $42 billion federal grant program aimed at expanding high-speed internet to the nation, including easing some rules that could benefit Elon Musk's satellite internet service Starlink. The program will be revamped to take a tech-neutral approach in its distribution of funds to states. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said in a statement, the program's rules, which were created during the Biden administration, previously favored broadband lines made of fiber optic cables attached to homes. The department is ripping out the Biden administration's pointless requirements, Mr. Lutnick said. The Commerce Department will also remove regulatory and other barriers that slow down construction and connection to households. Congress created the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program in 2021 to extend broadband to the most remote areas of the nation. Commerce Department came up with standards and rules for states and territories applying for the funds, including preference for fiber optic broadband, which provides the fastest internet service speeds. Mr. Musk, who is a close advisor to President Trump and helping to lead a government, he is leading it, a government efficiency initiative, is chief executive of SpaceX, the rocket company that makes Starlink. Starlink uses low-altitude satellites to beam internet service, 2 dishes anywhere on the planet, and then 2 devices. It serves nearly 5 million subscribers, that's all, worldwide, and has been used by emergency responders. This is not all bad. The interesting thing is fiber optic versus satellite. There are pluses and minuses on either side. It's not a bad idea to have satellite internet to remote areas. It takes a whole lot less effort. But again, there are pluses and minuses. The fiber optic, is easily replaced. In my opinion, it's more reliable in bad weather, for instance. And I've experienced, if anyone's ever had a dish, like the AT&T satellite, sometimes lightning storms and snow and bad weather and stuff like that. And then a lot of times these satellites are line of sight. So you got to chop down trees, or if a building is in the way, your internet, you have problems getting internet. However, it's not a bad idea. It's just a bad look. Elon Musk benefiting a person who is nominally a special employee of the government, possibly benefiting by government contract. It's just a bad look. Not a bad idea, but a bad look. Let's see. John says, I might really come in dragging the blacks this morning. Well, John, if you do a good job of it, maybe tomorrow morning I'll have a look at it. But, while you're in there, let no one ever say John Galt is not political. I just reviewed, your review of Trump's speech, Al Green, and Jasmine Crockett. So, in the title of the show, that seems kind of political to me. So, anyway, like I said, this Elon Starlink replacing fiber optic, it's a mixed bag. I'm not going to complain about it too much. Just a bad look is all. So next, something near and dear to my heart, Veterans Affairs Department plans to eliminate more than 80,000 workers. Oh, let's see here. What is in this? The cuts would be a major escalation of the downsizing that has already occurred in that department, which provides health care and many other services to veterans. Um, the Department of Veterans Affairs is planning to reduce its workforce by more than 80,000 people, according to a memo seen by the New York Times, outlining part of President Trump's escalating efforts to slash the federal bureaucracy. The memo, first reported by the trade publication Government Executive, calls for the department's workforce to go from more than 482,000 workers as of late last year to 399,957. Some of those cuts could be made by offering early retirement or severance payments, but earlier efforts to entice employees to quit their jobs voluntarily fell short of the Trump administration's stated goal to drastically reduce the size of the federal workforce. Administration officials then fired tens of thousands of workers across the federal government. Let's see. Doug Collins, former Georgia congressman, by the way, Secretary of Veterans Affairs, released a video statement on Wednesday announcing the cuts, saying, as he has previously, the health care services and benefits would not be cut under the Trump administration, and that 300,000 positions at the department had been labeled mission critical to ensure that services would not be interrupted. If that mission critical designation remains, the cuts would have to come from a pool of about 182,000 workers, eliminating more than 40% of the non-critical workforce at the department. There are many people complaining about the changes we're making at the VA, Mr. Collins said, but what most of them are really saying is let's just keep going. Let's just keep doing the same thing that the VA has always done. He added later, we'll be making major changes, so get used to it. Oh, wow. Well, I use those services. I'm a member of the VA, the healthcare part of it. And to be honest, sometimes for specialist appointments, you've got to wait a few months, but that's not much different than the civilian world. So I'm going to wait and see. But it's funny, I just like to see who gets cut, what type of jobs get cut. They're not very specific in this article. I'm sure there's fat there. But I do currently think that at least in the Atlanta VA system, doctors, MDs have to travel to the satellite clinics. They're clinics out in the metro area, so everybody doesn't have to come to the main medical center downtown. So, you already have doctors having to hop in cars and travel out to the clinics. That's pretty threadbare. In my opinion, anyway. But we better get used to it. Let's see. Supreme Court says judge can force Trump administration to pay foreign aid. This is the Supreme Court, and I read Alito has a blistering dissent. But one other thing, I couldn't find the story. I glanced at it and forgot to save it. But apparently, Trump is going to be making some major cuts to the judicial branch also. So the Supreme Court is going to feel some pressure too. No one's going to be safe when Elon comes after the courts. All is going to be lost. Let's see. Let's read a little bit of the story. A sharply divided Supreme Court on Wednesday denied the Trump administration's request to block a lower court order on foreign aid funding, clearing the way for the State Department and the U.S. agencies. Excuse me. Let me get some water here. clearing the way for the State Department and the U.S. Agency for International Development to restart nearly $2 billion in payments for work already done. Chief Justice John G. Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joined the court's 3 liberal justices in the 5-4 order, which was the High Court's first significant move on lawsuits related to President Donald Trump's initiatives. As is customary in emergency orders, the majority did not explain the reasoning for its decision. It directed the lower court to clarify the obligations the government must fulfill to global health groups with consideration of the feasibility of any compliance timelines. Soon after the ruling, U.S. District Court Amir H. Ali ordered the government to develop a schedule for restarting payments. Let's see. I'm going to scan through the rest to see if there's anything interesting here. Alito said the majority should not put the enforcement order on hold until the government could petition the Supreme Court to consider the case more fully, signaling that could be the opening chapter in a longer fight over whether the administration can freeze such payments. The High Court's conservative majority, including Alito, has taken steps in recent years to expand presidential power, most notably in its 2024 ruling to shield Trump from criminal prosecution for his official actions. Last month, when the court refused to immediately allow Trump to fire the head of an independent government watchdog agency, Alito and Gorsuch dissented, saying the court should have intervened to consider the issue. And I have a video, speaking of what they're alluding to here, the president having more power. Conservatives, or at least MAGA, is into a unitary executive theory. And that is actually the subject of this next video. Unitary executive theory, basically the president is kind of the tip of the spear when it comes to the U.S. government. And, the president basically sets the tone for the rest, for the other 2 branches. The president basically has more power than the other branches, which is directly, if you ever go back and read the Constitutional Convention and, Madison and all those guys, they did not want a king. The Article 1 of the Constitution concerns the legislature. The president, the executive branch, is Article 2. And a lot of people think that when they wrote the Constitution, they basically, that Article 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they wrote it in order of what they felt was most important. And if you go by that theory, then the legislature should be the premier branch because it's closest to the people. Now, you can make an argument that the people, vote popularly for the president, and then they go through the electoral college. You can make that argument, but I don't know. Having one person focus the government in a country that's divided 50-50, I would much rather let the Congress do their job. And if Congress is inefficient, as they are, that's a problem that needs to be dealt with, not patched with the unitary executive theory. But again, that's just my opinion. Many people don't share it.
Strange or the controversy on social media. But if there's one social media post that can help you understand what's happening right now, it's probably this one. He who saves the country does not violate any law.
It's been attributed to Napoleon.
No champion of the...
Oh, by the way, Napoleon was an emperor. So now we got Trump quoting emperors. I'm just saying.
Democracy or the rule of law.
What guardrails are going to be standing when the president actually does something that is not okay?
But the idea that the president is above the law isn't just some random assertion. And if you've been paying attention to the news in the last month, mass firings, the Department of Government Efficiency, even this tweet, you can probably see a pattern. The deliberate expansion of presidential power. And at its heart, these 4 words. The unitary executive theory, an obscure legal theory that's key to understanding President Trump's second term and could soon find its way to the Supreme Court. So let's lay this out Schoolhouse Rock style. The United States Constitution establishes 3 branches of government: the legislative, or Congress, judicial, or the courts, and the executive, which is led by the president. And all 3 of these branches have their own powers, but they're also supposed to check one another. And a core tenet of American government has been that idea of checks and balances. The founders, having just fought a revolution against a king, did not want to create a new one. So throughout American history, whenever a president got a little too king-like, Congress and the courts imposed some limits on their power, like curbing the ability to hire and fire civil servants, or creating agencies in the executive that were shielded from the president's control, like the SEC or the Federal Reserve. But the unitary executive theory says no, that the Constitution intended to make the president all-powerful over the executive branch, and that limiting that power is actually going against the Constitution. But only the courts can determine whether this theory is valid. And that's long been a goal of the conservative movement.
It's part of a project that starts in the Reagan administration. It's taken a long time for this to really accelerate.
How central is this theory to understanding Trump's actions? Should we see his moves over the last couple weeks as deliberate?
Oh, he is for sure setting up test cases. He knows exactly what he's doing. One of these cases has already made it to the Supreme Court. It's involving an agency you've probably never heard of. It's called the Office of Special Counsel. It's not the kind of special counsel prosecutors we think of. It's a government agency that protects federal whistleblowers. And it's headed by someone who the president can fire, but only for good reason. And you could see why Congress might want to protect from political influence someone whose job it is to protect whistleblowers. Because without that kind of protection, the job is meaningless. Nonetheless, the Trump administration fired the official in a 1 or 2 line email. He sues, and it's already sitting at the Supreme Court.
What happened in this case?
So President Trump sustained a short-term loss. The court said that it wouldn't immediately intervene. It would let this official continue to have his job, but it's a provisional ruling. They're going to get back to the larger issue in the case in a more deliberate fashion. And even in the face of this setback for Trump, his chances that the court is going to go along with the larger project of a unitary executive are very good.
Recently, President Trump signed another executive order, this one declaring control over those independent agencies Congress had created. And with dozens of lawsuits already in place, there will be plenty more opportunities for this issue to come up at the Supreme Court, which by all accounts is exactly what the White House wants. Conservatives are intentionally picking a legal fight they think they can win.
Any thoughts on that, John?
Germany has a likely new chancellor, Friedrich Merz. He doesn't have a lot of executive experience.
Oh, I just joined. I didn't get a chance to hear much of it today.
Oh, they're talking about unitary executive theory. Basically, it's the theory that it's the president who's most directly, well, he is the person who is more directly in line with what the people want. There are all kinds of problems with that theory because, you know, for instance, if you're not elected, you can be elected president and not have a majority. You can win by plurality. So that's not necessarily, you know, you're not necessarily representing a majority of the people. So there are problems. The problem is the conservatives on the court are pretty much pro-unitary executive. And, you know, there are a couple rulings over the past few years that, you know, you could probably use to confirm that. But I think basically the Constitution was set up. The first 5 articles of the Constitution, I think, and people think that the framers of the Constitution set up the articles in order of what they considered importance.
Yeah.
And Article 1 is the legislature. Article 2 is the president. Article 3 is the judiciary. And the thing about the judiciary is the power they have now technically wasn't spelled out in the Constitution. John Marshall just kind of took it upon himself, this power to judge what's constitutional or not. It's not specified in the Constitution. It was usurped, and willingly so. I guess somebody had to do it. But anyway, I'm not a fan of unitary executive power. In the wrong hands, it can set up all kinds of crises. So having a president who comes into office willing to set up test cases instead of actually doing his job, I don't think the president's job is to set up test cases. But again, my opinion.
You mean test cases you get before the Supreme Court?
Yes.
Yeah, I've read so much about that over the years. Like, they really put a lot of effort into finding the correct case,
Oh, yeah.
Instead of, there's the venue shopping or forum shopping, they shop for their clients just as well. Even Loving in Virginia, I mean, they had to make sure that those people were going to stay married the entire time it wound through the court system. So it's just the nature of the beast, I guess. That's kind of the way I look at it,
Well, it's the nature of the beast. It's just the beast never tells us his nature.
Yeah. I mean, how many people knew Loving Virginia was kind of, astroturfed in a way,
If you've ever read it, it wasn't astroturfed as much as it was a case in Virginia. And
they have to choose the right case. You know what I'm saying? It's not an argument against or for it. It's just in reality that if you want to pursue these cases, you better pursue a case where,
I watched a documentary on Loving v. Virginia.
Yeah.
It didn't come to me. It didn't seem that astroturfed.
Well, maybe astroturfed. It's just like it's not organic. Well, I ain't gonna say
they didn't go through and find a bunch of couples to pick. Loving v. Virginia, the Lovings were actually the case.
I mean, it had to be, if my memory serves me correctly, it had to be the right couple.
No. Well, I suppose so, but I watched the documentary. It's been a while since I watched the documentary, but it doesn't document couple shopping.
Yeah, I mean, that documented, but yeah, if I remember correctly, they wanted a stable couple.
I remember it. I remember it a different way.
Yeah, and Rosa Parks.
By the time they got to court, they'd already had like 2 kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
As a matter of fact, not only had they left, but they had to leave the state. They were mandated to leave the state. So I think DC they came to live in.
Yeah.
So here you are. They were living with her relatives, if I recall, with 2 kids. So I don't know how much more stable you can get.
Well, imagine if they had broken up, getting divorced.
Imagine again, like I told Kelvin, I don't do well with counterfactuals.
No, what I'm saying is that the people.
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Imagine if they had broken up. There's no need to imagine it. They didn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's only that you have to choose right. You got to choose cases where this couple seems very stable.
Okay. I'm saying maybe your memory is a little fuzzy. They didn't go and couple shop.
Okay.
They didn't choose the couple. They chose to take their case to the court. Now, there might have been other cases, yeah.
Right.
But
Rosa Parks. You will agree, Rosa Parks.
Okay, it's not like Rosa Parks.
It's not. I mean, she was a test case. She wasn't.
It is not like Rosa Parks.
Okay, fair enough. I ain't gonna argue down that hill.
Well, there's no reason to argue it. The 2 cases are not even similar.
It's all history at the end of the day.
And I know some of it.
Look forward, not backwards.
Look forward, but there's a rear view mirror for a reason when you're driving your car forward.
That's true. You don't want to turn around and look behind. You want to check the
So
mirror.
I reviewed your video this morning. You probably saw some of that. Any comments? I saw you in the chat.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Someone commented a few days ago that John Galt is not political, and I chuckled.
I'm not.
I think you said, actually, it was you who said you weren't political.
No, I don't care who wins. I don't care who loses.
Okay, well, I saw Democrat and blacks. That sounded political to me.
Yeah, it is. I saw that little boy a year ago, being ridiculed by blacks, and then to be more or less
all blacks or specific blacks.
It was all black. Well, it was all black people ridiculing him, specifically a few blacks, and then to see in the Democrat Party walk up out of and not have much to say about the young man. Like they really are Democrats first. Like a religion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like MAGA is MAGA first.
Yeah, but MAGA can be across races and things like that.
Democrats can be cross races.
Well, but the blacks have had this thing where they've been telling us Black Lives Matter and this and that and this and that, and black is beautiful, blah, blah, blah. We all solidarity. And then, they couldn't show the compassion for that young boy. I think that's fair to say.
Okay, I have no clue. Do you have a video to show us?
No, I'm not going to show the video. You've seen the video of the little boy where, they
No, I don't think I have.
Okay. Well, if you go back and watch the stadium, you'll see the little boy. And,
okay. No, I think they weren't going to stand for the little boy. Trump highlighted him.
I think they handled it very poorly, and I think for the blacks that are looking, they can be honest. It wasn't a good look. Maybe it was a mistake. And they rectified it later, but it wasn't a good look. And then and just be so strident, all this cursing the next couple of days, making rap videos. It's just not a good look.
Okay. Well, I will agree that, and I read a story about the party being divided on how you counter Trump. I don't think he can be at this stage, not until he starts fucking up, and he will. Yeah, bad look, but that's about it. Politics is full of bad looks.
I think the thing
it's a bad look to be up giving a speech to Congress and not have your facts straight.
Yeah, I think that for many people though, where you see these politicians of all stripes, they get rich and they put out all these platitudes, and then you see where something should have been, across the aisle, and it couldn't be, and by the fact that race was brought into it, and this is one group that is sung the praises of this group, and they couldn't even stand up for a child. Then they, the Republican Democrat lady gets on MSNBC and kind of mocks him a bit. I don't know. It just, is a coming apart moment in that sense. Yeah.
Well, and I don't like doing whataboutisms, but I've seen individual Republican, MAGA. I won't even give them the dignity of calling them Republicans. I've seen individuals get on Fox News and mock dead people. So, the one thing we won't call American politics currently is civil.
But usually children. A child is like that, man. I mean, that's just, there's a
all I have to say is everything gets politicized. Was it cruel to politicize this child?
I think he highlighted.
I have a different opinion than you do. Is basically where it stands.
Yeah. I don't think it really matters at this point. People are going to come away thinking one way or the other.
Right.
And I think the irony of it is, the one Democrat woman that stood was a white woman. That struck me as interesting. Very interesting.
The one white woman stood. I
Yeah,
see.
you know, that is interesting when you figure in that you hear a lot of the criticism of the black men dating black men. When I'm talking about men that are out dating and stuff like that. And you say, well, damn, you know, Jasmine Crockett's pretty educated. Would an educated black man doing pretty well for himself on a Jasmine Crockett? Probably not. A Maxine Waters type. And these are the same women that, you know, should have their maternal instinct where that child's health should have trumped their politics in that one instance. And then if you add in race to the element, you should have trumped
I understand. I understand your position.
Yeah,
Is
it's, you know,
all
it's
I
a woman
can
without
respond.
compassion. You know, a woman without a compassion. You know, I think it dovetails into some of these fight videos that we see these young black women in.
Okay, I commented on that. I saw that part of your video.
Yeah.
UFC is my response.
I don't
I
understand.
see. I don't tend. I don't really watch UFC. I see a clip every now and again. But women getting into a cage and beating the shit out of each other,
I mean, you do it for money. You know, I don't necessarily agree with it. It's not something.
for all I know, they were doing it for money.
But you see all these young blacks out here fighting in the street, many of them women.
Was
And-
your argument that they should join the UFC and do it there?
No, my argument is that it's unseemly to see women fighting. HB suggested maybe it would be a good release of, you know, energy and shit like that, maybe. But I think, you know, if you got women, your women are fighting.
Well, what do you think of women UFC fights?
It's not appealing to me. I don't like to see women fighting. I don't like seeing women boxing. It just, you know, it's not appealing to me. For the people that like it, you know, hey, you know, do what you do. But I think if you have, you know, a culture of women fighting, particularly unorganized street fighting, or hell, if they even organized street fighting, you know, there has to be a hardness there, a coarseness there that I think would, you know, extend down to child rearing and whatever, you know, how you treat the elderly. You know, you want to pretend a softness in a woman, and if they hard out here fighting like men, then well, they're probably going to treat disabled people poorly, or, you know, like the little boy. And so when you saw the young girls twerking in front of him and making fun of him, you know, that didn't come from nowhere, you know.
I see.
It's my thoughts. Yeah.
So, well, you're just in time. This is an old Houston Pop the Balloon.
I like Houston. You might see Paradise on there again.
Yeah. And then there's a new one, Arlette, dropped. And then after that, well, probably after this one, I haven't looked at today's headlines.
Wait a minute. So these are all like spinoffs of Arlette's?
I don't even know that Arlette's is original. There's just Pop the Balloons everywhere. As a matter of fact, we were watching a Pop the Balloon Indianapolis, I guess it was yesterday, where they talked about Arlette.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. So let's. Tom, Arlette has stepped up her game. She has gone. She's got like UCC or whatever. She's got like professional Hollywood. They're like in one of those Hollywood agencies. And hers is definitely the most polished because her husband is a fairly famous Afro. I want to say Afrobeat. He's a fairly famous musician.
Yeah.
So they've got their stuff together. If it goes to TV or something like that, it'll probably be hers, and it's definitely still the most polished.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Though I don't know, the thing Indianapolis does is they get the audience involved. They charge for their events, and they serve liquor. they have gone beyond. They picking people out of the audience to come up. So theirs is a little bit more live.
Man, I don't see that one.
Theirs is more lively. I'll put it that way.
I look fly. I look good. And they all look good.
Pop the balloon or find love.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love, Love Mountain Edition. I'm your host, Deshae Shelton. And with me, I have a nice lineup of single ladies. Hi, ladies. How are y'all doing? All right, y'all ready? Okay. Let's bring out our single gentlemen. Hello.
How you doing?
Good, good.
How y'all doing?
Okay, let's start by you telling them your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Marcus Taylor. I'm 34. I'm a mortgage loan originator.
Repeat the last part.
Mortgage loan originator.
Mortgage loan originator?
Estate, basically. Real estate finances, basically.
Okay.
What does the originator mean? He's not cold calling, is he?
No, is he the one that takes the original loan application?
Okay. Well, that's originator. He says he's a mortgage loan originator.
Yeah, he
that sounds like he's going out and drumming up business.
No, that would be sales.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong though.
Real estate. Okay. You have no pop balloons. You may ask the ladies a question.
All right. What's your favorite turn up song? Yeah. Like your song that turn you up. Like what's the song you like? Your favorite song right now?
Yeah.
When you get in the car right now, what you gonna put on first?
A podcast.
Okay, let's start with your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Courtney. I'm 32 years old, and I am a mental health counselor. And my favorite turn-up song is, what is it? What's that? My Mama's Soul. Now it's time to say congratulations. Work so hard, forgot to vacation.
See if they sent some rap songs, Stanley.
Your name, your age, your occupation.
My name is Ashley. I'm 35 and I'm in tech support. My turn up song is always something boosie. Anything boosie.
What's boosie?
Boosie badass.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Ashley as well. I'm 31 and I'm an esthetician. I'm from Cali, so my turn up song is always Nipsey.
Rap.
I love Nipsey Hussle.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Tracy. I'm 25. I work in safety and compliance, and I'm in my Boss Man D-Lo era right now. So I'm gonna go with Mo Chicken by Boss Man D-Lo.
Rap.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I am 26. I'm from Houston, Texas,
Ooh,
and my favorite turn-up song has to be "Wanna Be" with Megan Thee Stallion and Glorilla.
Rap.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
Hi, I'm Venetia, and I'm 35, and my, favorite turn-up song, anything R&B, anything 80s, 90s, Escape, Total, and my occupation, I'm in real estate as well.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
Liam, I'm 28, and I don't have a favorite song. I'm from Honduras, and I listen to Spanish music, English music, anything.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm a hairstylist, and I'm 31. I don't have a turn-up song. I'm an R&B girl, so I don't have one.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Anaya. I'm 25. I work in nonprofit doing youth advocacy for youth in the child welfare system. My favorite turn-up song, I'm not really a turn-up person, but anything Chris Brown always puts me in a good mood, so that's my go-to.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Natalia. I'm an officer of compliance as well as her. My turn up song I would choose is On My Mama, On My Hood. I look fly, I look good, and they
Rap,
all look
rap
good.
again.
So
Now, one
that's my
country.
turn up song.
Okay.
You were expecting someone.
Okay. Now you have.
You were expecting country.
No, well, I think it
Wait, hold it. You have to explain this.
Yeah, I think it points out, like, if you ask black people, like, they want to say we control rap, country, rock, all this shit, but down on the level where they're trying to date, they don't listen to that shit. There's nothing wrong with that. Listen to what you like. They just express pretty much a monolithic view of the world in terms of what they listen to. Music, language, food, that's the culture. By and large, they all listen to the same music that he listened to. That's why they did. What would you like to turn up with? Turn up is a cultural term. But yet they just want a country Grammy. They think they created Grammy, but they don't listen to that shit. It's fine. You just be cool with who you are,
Well, I'm imagining they are cool with who they are.
Right, but
no reason to think they're not.
But if you ask any one of them blacks before they ask that question,
them blacks,
all them blacks are there, except for the Honduran woman who created country music, but we did. Why don't any of y'all listen to it? I don't know. I just found it to be interesting. They really like rap music, but they think they create everything else, but no one listens to it. That's odd.
I guess if I gotta do it, let me see.
I go for the Honduran girl right now.
Damn, it's hard.
Number 2 from the left.
You see. I do. That's the
Let's start right here. And why'd you pop her balloon?
I'm not sure. I just had to. I had to. All y'all beautiful. I don't think. I just had to.
Okay. Now, is she your type?
I mean, I don't know. I think you probably could be. I'm not sure.
Is he your type?
He's cool. Yeah.
What makes him your type?
I mean, he's not
She's
ugly.
wearing biker shorts.
I don't know.
She's wearing a unitard.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And why'd you pop this lady's balloon?
Just cause the real estate thing, my
You don't
whole
want no
life,
competition?
my whole life I be having to do the real estate thing. So
I got you.
it's just gonna be too much, both of us.
Okay. Now, is she your type, though?
Yeah, for sure.
What makes her your type?
I like her swag, like her vibe. She cool.
Okay.
Like the locks, the earring. Don't touch the locks.
Pepsi.
Okay. Now, is he your type?
Yeah. I mean, I like your feel, but yeah, it's all good.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to give the ladies an opportunity to ask you a question. Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Courtney Prudham. I am 32 and I'm a mental health counselor. And my question for you, are you a high value man? And if so, what makes you a high value man?
I think what makes me a high value man is my morals. Like basically, my daughters, they bring me all the value. They bring all the value to me. So basically, with that being said, what like elaborate on what you mean by high value.
What makes you valuable, worthy, worthwhile, worth selecting, worth choosing?
Yeah, my values, my morals. If I rock with you, gonna know it. You ain't gonna have to question it for sure.
Okay.
Okay, your question.
My name.
Let me bring this up. DiCapriono makes an excellent point here. People tend to affirm representations of themselves, even in musical art forms. What do you say to that?
I think these same women, if they were on a job interview and asked this question, would have a totally different answer. And that is what I'm referring to. They're embarrassed of the music that they listen to in polite company, in dating, social aspects where they can feel comfortable saying what type of music they like. They tell you, I like Boosie. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, but the point is, this isn't a job interview.
Right. But
it's called code switching.
And that's what I'm saying.
You're not going to tell the boss you're into gangster rap.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. You know, if you are, you know, a white woman and you like Taylor Swift, you say, fuck, I like Taylor Swift. And that'll be true. But if these women were to go into work, they probably say, I like all kinds of music. But in reality, they don't. They like rap, right?
So you're saying if they were white, they wouldn't be embarrassed to tell the boss or the interviewer what their musical choices are?
Well, they could be honest and say, you know, I like, you know.
Well, what if they like rap? I mean, plenty of white people like rap.
Then they probably wouldn't be embarrassed to say it the way that black people, because I think, and it's just my experience. I don't know what white people would say, but I know that black people, right, if they still saw a job interview, they couldn't be honest, or they wouldn't feel comfortable being honest in expressing their music.
Let me ask you. Let me propose this. I've never been asked that in a job interview. If anyone ever asked, I would probably say pick the day.
Okay, that's what you would say.
Now, I think that's an unprofessional. I think that's an unprofessional question to ask. It would be a weird question in a serious job interview.
Yeah, take it away from a job
unless you're interviewing for a radio job.
Well, take it away from a job interview, and oftentimes, you know, you have outings and things like that, right? Where you know you may go to lunch, and you know you just having casual conversation. And, you know, just the things that people watch on TV outside of sports often differ widely. If you go out to lunch with an Indian person, he's probably not going to be talking American TV or American pop culture, typically. And so some things, you know, you may have these conversations just in casual. And so it does, you know, you may bump into the music conversation. It could even turn to sports, what type of team you like. A lot of these things become, you know, almost like indicators of who you are, what type of person you are.
Right. Per DiCaprio's point, representations of themselves.
Right. And just imagine if you couldn't be honest about what type of music you like.
John, I think, like you said, that's your opinion. This is the first time I've ever heard about people having to lie about, you know, what music they listen to.
It's just out in public, you know, look at Tom's. He said universal safe answers, Motown, oldies, classic rock. But a 25-year-old person is not going to say, "Ooh, I like Motown." And so, what kind of music do you like? Then it's going to be music that is probably, you know.
So, if they said rap, what would you as a boss think? Don't hire them?
If it were me personally, and someone, you know, we just started talking and. You know, before the interview, because usually that third interview is the one where you kind of get to know what type of person he is. You assume he has technical skills. And then if he's like, man, you know, because you get around, what do you like doing on your off time? That's a question that often comes up in interviews, first interview. What do you do on your off time? What do you like to do for fun? You listen to music, you know, stuff like that. They will ask you these questions. And
so my question to you was, if you were that third interviewer, if someone said, I like rap, would you not hire them?
It depends. It depends. How old is he? What type of job is it? You know, I would consider it. You know, I would definitely say,
So you would consider not hiring someone based on the music they listen to? Gotcha.
Well, I would definitely consider it depending on who he listened to, right?
So if he said, I like rap, you're going to get specific.
Man, who you like? Like, you see me do it on this stream. You know, this is housing. Man, who you like? You like that King Von, bro? You know.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about this show. I'm talking about a third interview. Say you're working for Google, and you get that third interview, and you ask them a musical choice. They say, I like rap. Are you actually going to ask, okay, which rappers do you like?
Yeah, but man, who you like? Yeah, I don't care rappers out here. Who you like? I might ask them that. What you like doing?
Okay, and then you're hiring for Google, third interview. You are the last hurdle.
Yeah.
Would you consider not hiring this person
Yeah, I would.
based on
I
their
probably,
musical
to
preference?
be honest, yeah, I probably would. To be honest with you, you know what I'm saying? And,
Okay.
you know, and that could be a reflection of me. You
It
know,
could be.
right? You know, I'm not saying it's not. But, yeah.
Good morning, HB.
Good morning, gentlemen.
So
Good morning. What's
now, the
going
younger
on?
the better, though. And if you're 21, but if you're 28 and you don't even have the awareness to not tell me that shit, then I don't want you around.
Okay, you know what? I guess you and I are definitely different because I would never even bother to ask because I don't really care. You know, I don't see how your choice of music is going to impact how you code.
Well, you know, what you find out here today, Stanley, is by and large, you know, if you have the skill set, you know, you got the skill set. So oftentimes what they're looking for is like fit. Do you fit within the organization? Can you work well with others and shit like that? I mean, the skills are more or less a given once you get past your first interview, the second interview. They're going to assume that you know what you can do. But it's about, can you get along with others?
Well, there is no musical DEI with you, apparently. Just as an aside, years ago, I worked in a warehouse where it was a diverse, group of people, mostly black, white, Hispanic. And we had on the PA system the ability to play radio. I can't remember. It wasn't radio per se. It was maybe piped in music, but there was a choice,
Mm-hmm.
and we played a different type of music every day. Because some people like country, etc. So
Mm-hmm.
we just alternated. So I don't remember ever asking anybody, when I was hiring, what kind of music do you like?
Today they would just put on elevator music. Fuck it.
Okay, and I just don't. In
You know what I mean?
today's workplace, I
Yeah.
would never think to ask about musical choice. There are people who like rap that I would never believe like rap. So I think personal things like that,
Mm-hmm.
I'd never ask the question, would never think of it.
You see what Tom Gully says? He says that
I
today.
saw what Tom Gully says.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure music determines how you fit how you fit into a workspace.
Yeah.
Makes no sense to me.
I mean,
Stanley,
just like
Stanley, have you ever heard of Sexy Red?
No. Well, no, I've heard of her. I've never listened to her. But how does that play into this conversation?
Yeah.
Well, I would, I'm just imagining, Stanley's on a date with a woman, and let's say you asked this question, and she said,
I've never asked a woman that I've dated what your favorite music was.
Really? You never asked a woman what music she likes listening to?
Nope.
Wow. I always ask that question. Always.
I mean, it's not
maybe
a coincidence.
Maybe it's been 20 some years since I've dated. Maybe music's more a thing now, but I mean, there's some things that come out in the wash. I'm a lot more patient to let a person reveal themselves.
Yeah. But
Go mining for it. Let them reveal themselves.
These days, especially, like let's say you're driving in the car with a girl. Tom, you got a little. Yeah, you got a little echo. Tom Gully. There we go.
Well, I just muted him. He'll unmute once he solves it.
Okay, let's say you're driving.
I'm more a person. You reveal yourself. I'm not asking a bunch of questions on the first date. I want to ask.
No. It comes up though. Let's say I'm just driving a girl home. I'm gonna ask her like, what kind of music you like listening to? What you want me to put in the playlist? What you know?
Hey, HB, how about this? Where do most, I'm just gonna say black because that's what I know. Where do most young black men meet women?
Oh, at the club. At the
And what's
club, at the
playing in the
bar.
club? And what's
At the
playing in the
bar.
club? What's
It,
playing in the
dep-
club?
it depends
Music.
yes, it
Is what?
depends. But
Okay,
yeah,
well,
the
I don't
music.
know where y'all grew up.
Yeah.
Most, yeah, I've met women at the club, but most of the women I've met weren't in clubs. Not,
Or at the
I
bar
would
too.
not even 50% of the women I've dated I met in clubs.
Well,
A
most
lot of it's been through
Bars too.
friends. Sometimes it's been work. Sometimes it's just been like at a library or something. But I wasn't much of a club goer, so
yeah,
that might
well,
have something to do with it.
yeah. I mean, most of the people are meeting in bars, clubs, lounges, nightclubs, shit like that. And the typical draw would be the commonality that they all like a certain type of music. They can go there and listen to the music.
Right.
People that like rock are gonna go to rock bars, so on and so forth. And,
Okay, so if that's the case, then you don't have to ask them.
well, if you assuming you didn't meet her in the club, you still y'all might want to go dancing. Well, where are we gonna go?
Oh,
Music
that's
bar?
definitely something I didn't do. So y'all got me there.
Yeah, if you want to go out,
I have literally never asked someone out to go dancing.
they may want to go. They may let's go to this place tonight, and you get there and it's or you already know what
Hey,
kind of
John, especially like when I was living in Chicago, man, like there
Yeah.
would be electronic
Yeah.
clubs you could go to. There
House.
house, Afrobeat, hip hop,
Yeah.
like
EDM.
EDM, yeah, bro. It's like, and especially at the EDM, man, there's like the most like diverse group of women at EDM. So like if
Yeah.
you're into that stuff, you're gonna meet tons of women at those types of places.
And I was gonna say this, HB, like, and you correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I'm gonna ask you the question better yet, since you're younger than me. The women are different. It seems. Would you
Okay,
say?
I don't want to get knee deep in this.
No, I'm talking about race.
We were talking about hiring. I thought it was, you know what? Gee,
Well,
this is
that's
strange.
That's why I came on, because my new job, my job that I have now is, it's okay, but I'm over it. So I'm looking around a little bit while I'm still working for them and on. And so I'm talking to a lot of companies, and they don't say what are your interests anymore. They say, what are you passionate about? That's what they say. And I had a very highly placed HR person saying, because I asked her, I said, well, did you look at my portfolio at work? No, I didn't look at it. I said, well, for what I do, that's kind of important. She says, let me get this straight with you. People in HR aren't worried about hiring somebody incompetent. They're worried about hiring somebody who doesn't fit in.
Yep. Yeah.
And they ask you questions. I mean, hell, man, they ask you your sexual preference.
Really?
Gay, straight, homosexual.
Okay,
Isn't that
well,
illegal? Isn't that illegal, Tom?
Nope.
I'm just going to go ahead and disqualify myself and say, never mind.
But as far as the music, they might ask you the music. They might ask you the music question. Now, I never know whether that's just in an effort to try to get personal, to try to establish a rapport. But they might say, so tell me a little about yourself. What kind of music do you like? What do you do in your spare time?
Yeah.
Do you have family? But they ask you a lot more personal questions than I've ever been asked before. And that, frankly, I'm with you, Stanley. It's just, what's that matter?
No, it does matter.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm just going to step out of the conversation because honestly, it's been a while since I've had a job, I guess, and that has totally changed. Then I have literally,
Stanley, you know why it matters to me?
Generally, when I interviewed for jobs, they would just ask, like, the experience, what was the hardest problem you ever had to solve?
That's in the first
Your biggest success that you ever had. What do you like? Do you like starting a project, leading a project? What's your favorite part of what you do? Everything now is about one word, and the word is culture.
Oh my Lord.
It's all about culture. Go to any website, and we have a culture, and I'm always like, man, the Greeks and the Romans had a culture. You have a business. Don't act like you have a culture, because you don't. You have a bunch of people. Now, some workplaces may be more lax, some may be more strict, some may be more forward thinking, some might not. But anyway, yeah, so it's all about culture.
You know what I think it's about, honestly? Not getting sued. That's what I really think it,
Well, now that DEI is gone, there's probably less to worry about that.
Now, it could be anything, Stanley. You can sue for any myriad of reasons pre-DEI. And that's what I think a lot of it is. And, it's one of the reasons why I talk about when I place people in rooms, I'm thinking like, who's going to be here? Who's there? Can this person get along with that person?
Yeah.
And that's very important. Hell yeah, it's very important.
Yeah, John, I think that's why the music thing is so important, because it shows you, like, let's say you do like hip hop, but let's say you like EDM and rock music, and you like John, I listen to a lady named Shreya Golson. She's big in India. That to me, that just shows a person that is kind of well-rounded culturally, where they can kind of meld into the culture of the company.
Right. Like
any company I run is doomed to fail because I don't really care. And you can't do the job, and if you can't get along, you're gone.
My professional experience has been in creative. You have lots of people don't get along, lots of them, and lots of back and forth and this and that. Eventually, those people learn to get along with anybody. I don't want people that you have to be in this lane because we all get together in this lane. I want people that say, I don't care what lane you put me in, I'm going to get along with people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the music is really that's why I do I always ask women that question. Let them pick what music they want to play. Because if they put on some Sexy Red, I already know what type of woman she is. I already know. Like, okay. But she put on some Neo Soul or something, or, some Angie Stone or Jill Scott. All right. I see where her head's at,
I think even if she likes the music, say if you met a woman, she likes Sexy Red, she's probably not going to put that shit on for you.
No, exactly.
Know that's going to send a sign that, I'm a ratchet type girl. Even if she's not ratchet, it sends that sign,
Yo, John, I used to like T. She would have on her channel. She used to you could send in a Cash App and she'll play a song. So I would always play Sexy Red, and she would have to pretend like she didn't like it, but I knew she liked it. But she would pretend like she didn't, and I think that's the same thing. Like,
same thing. Yeah.
She might like it, but she's not about to, let y'all know she like it. She's too smart for that.
Well, I've always been described by the women I've dated as you don't talk much, believe that or not. Now I know why, because I don't ask questions. I kind of let things develop, and the onion will peel itself. Unless it comes up, I would never think to ask, what's your favorite music?
I still got 800 CDs. I listen to everything. You name it, I'm listening to it. I like all music. I love a troll here. I take it none of you have danced till dawn, then hit up the after party. Dude, have you not seen me in here at 11 o'clock and then got up in the morning at 8? Me and Stanley are still on, and we're old now. When we were young, I was all about the after parties 10 times better than the party.
Yep. Nah, absolutely.
Back when I used to party, there were no after parties. There was just
it was just one big party. It never stopped.
That's right. Now it might go on for a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good point too. Like those after parties, a lot of times that's the house music, is the EDM is the after parties. So you better like that shit. I'm still trying to party. What you on?
Two Live Crew. I like Mama Lopenga. Is my favorite Two Live Crew song.
Yeah, it did seem kind of like a stupid question at first, but now it is a little tactical.
You know what's interesting, HB? Probably the most attractive woman up there doesn't. She was like, I don't really listen. I'm Spanish. I listen to Spanish music.
Yeah.
That would be, an adjustment, right? If she likes Spanish music, merengue, and you want to hear some rap.
She probably like that reggaeton.
She wasn't a turn-up person.
Yeah, she said she likes Spanish music or something, though. Right?
Oh, all the Spanish ladies, they listen to that reggaeton.
Because turn up is a type of music. Would you say it's like a genre? It's like that upbeat rap, like Lil Jon, turn up.
Yeah.
It ain't like West Coast music. That's why the other ladies say I like West Coast music. Nipsey Hussle, it's different. It's a different music.
Yeah, she probably a weed smoker. She probably smoke a lot of weed. She like that West Coast music.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well let's get back to it.
My name is Ashley. I'm 31 and I'm an esthetician. My question for you is, what do you bring to the table for your woman?
Undeniable support, dedication. Like,
Why are you looking down?
because I'm just thinking about the question. I'm just thinking about the question. Just undeniable support, dedication, love, whatever you really need me to be.
Her and pop her balloon now.
I know y'all women, y'all need a lot.
She's confrontational.
You got like size triple G boobs. I'm trying not to look at them. That's why.
Okay.
Be that for a woman. Ain't no telling what y'all need at the time.
All right.
Okay, your question.
What's the most important relationship in your life right now?
My daughters. Yeah, my daughters.
Okay.
Just being there for them.
Okay. Your question.
I'm Jasmine, and my question is, do you believe in polygamy?
Oh.
You sure?
Whoa.
You positive?
Yeah, I'm positive.
You have to think about it. You hesitating.
Nah, because I'm
hesitating.
It depends on who I talk to. Like, if we talk about it and we come up on something, we, I ain't closed-minded, but I haven't.
A simple no will do, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Your question.
My name's Liam. My question is, how's your relationship with your baby mama?
We do good. We very good co-parents. Ain't no problems. Like, basically, we was friends before we was even. We tried something that didn't work.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Your question.
Did I say my name again? Okay, I'm Jasmine. Do you have a relationship with God?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. I'm more spiritual than religious.
Okay.
I do have a relationship.
You go to church every Sunday?
No, I don't go to church every Sunday.
Okay.
But I do go to church.
Okay.
She needs to walk to church.
Your question.
Excuse me. My question is, how do you handle conflict with a partner?
Communication and trying to be understanding. Basically, like, if I try to look from your point of view and you try to look from mine, as long as we trying to do that, it ain't nothing you think.
Okay.
So you said you were spiritual, right? Do you have an experience that actually supports that, to where you got to a place where you had a spiritual experience with God?
I think, to me, every
Tell us
day
about that immaculate
living
conception
is
you're
a
working on.
spiritual experience with God. No matter, even if you just laid in the bed today, that was just a day that God gave you. So any day you living is really gonna be a learning factor. Whatever even if you ain't do nothing, you just learn something that day.
Okay. Okay, here's the hard part. You're gonna have to pop 3 balloons.
Uh-oh.
Let me see.
Number 3.
Yeah, I got Sorry. Let me see. Sorry.
In jumpsuit.
Let me see.
Yeah,
oh,
Pink
wow.
Gotta go.
Nope, Smurfette. Smurfette got it.
And why'd you pop this?
Wow, he's gonna go with
just because I had the pop a balloon and the piercing in the face thing, it's not bad. It's just
not me.
Okay. Other than that, is she your type?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
What makes her your type?
Beautiful black woman. That's it.
Thank you.
Is she your type?
I don't know. I don't know him well.
I mean, as far as how he's looking.
It takes more than the outward appearance to attract me.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, and why did you pop this lady's balloon?
Same thing. Had to pop the balloon. And, you know, all my aunties, my grandma was light skinned, so I think I'm more attracted to a lighter skin.
Light skin.
I think I'm more attracted to a lighter skin.
That
Okay,
red
so
ball.
she's not your type.
I mean, she
Damn.
would be, but it's,
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
is he your type?
Not really. Just to be honest.
Okay, fair enough.
Levi
Why'd you
Strauss
pop yours?
popped her balloon.
I popped mine because you said that you're mainly attracted to light-skinned women, and I have a big thing about the colorism thing with dating.
Yeah,
so
me too.
That's my
Me
thing.
I mean, it
too.
wasn't really colorism. It was just
Nah,
I
it's
grew up
that's
out
exactly what it is.
Colorism.
Yeah, it's clearly
But I
colorism.
appreciate you. I wish you the best.
for sure, for sure.
I don't understand though. If she
Okay.
if he likes her type, what the fuck she mad about it for?
Well, I think what it is though, John, it's like he's not smart enough. Cause listen, man, there's dark skinned girls that are gorgeous. So like to even say it, it's kind of like I don't know. It does come off as kind of ignorant to a certain extent.
Well, no, it's simply ignorant is one thing. I'm assuming he's not ignorant about what colorism is. So the bottom line is there.
Well, he said it's not
discretion
colorism
is the
though.
better part of valor. Knowing when to say something and knowing when not to say something.
Yeah, he didn't.
That's his flaw. And you know what? She's right to pop the balloon. This motherfucker doesn't know when to say and when not to say.
Yeah. He probably
Yeah,
shouldn't
you
say
don't say that. I don't like dark skinned girls. Like you just don't like
It's
that
a
dark
it's a
skinned
lack
girl.
of judgment.
that. Mm-hmm.
You just don't like that dark skinned girl. Like early 2000s Gabrielle Union. Yeah, she dark skinned. She was gorgeous back in the day. Telling me you're not gonna pick her because she dark skinned? Like, get out of here, man.
There's nothing wrong with having a preference, but I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to that. He lost some opportunities there, but to be honest, there's no way he can lose if they all pop their balloons.
Yes, ma'am.
My answer, yeah, I think he was cool, but he's not my type. The trail off is not giving.
Okay, is she your type?
Not really.
That's okay.
Okay, and why did you pop?
I think everyone has a type, so I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But as a Black woman from Kenya, I am a light-skinned woman, but I'm also Kenyan. And I think we should try to hold us in a place of light-skinned, dark-skinned, but you have a type, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I respect you in that. I'm just a Kenyan queen, and I love all shades of black.
God, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Okay, now is he your type?
Very handsome.
King and queen.
Yes.
Is she your type?
Yeah, she's my type.
What makes her your type?
Like I said,
Because I'm light-skinned.
skinned.
So I'm light-skinned.
I give anybody a chance. I just had to pop a balloon.
So what makes me your type then, outside of that?
So she popped her balloon. She popped her own balloon.
I said, beautiful black woman.
Yeah.
Like, basically, I love all my black women. I just had to pop a balloon.
Okay, King. May I shake your hand, King?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. I'm going to give the ladies the opportunity to ask you a question.
I'm guessing
Your
Jasmine
name and
is
your age and
handsome for these
occupation.
women.
My name is Ashley. I'm 31. I'm an esthetician.
Wow.
My question is, I'm sorry, I just got lost track. My question for you is, are you a romantic type of guy?
Yeah, I like to be romantic for sure.
Can I
like
ask you a
safety.
question? I'm so sorry. Do you like dogs?
Yeah, I got 2 Frenchies.
Do you have dogs?
Yeah, I do.
What kind?
What's the most romantic thing you've done for somebody?
Giving them a dog.
Let me think. Most romantic thing I ever done for
Graded
somebody.
their skin tone.
Okay, so when I was working in Atlanta, a girl I was dating, she came out to
She's got a
Atlanta.
chocolate lab.
We went out on a nature walk. When she got there, it was her birthday, so like when she got to the room, I made sure like candy was set out for her favorite candy
Oh
and her name,
God.
and stuff like that.
Oh
So,
God.
and she wanted to go out nature walk, so that's what we did. Whatever she wanted
Just
to do.
nature walks?
I mean, that's what she chose to do. We went out. We went to an Atlanta game. We went to basically out to eat to a nice
Okay.
restaurant. That's just what she liked the most. It was the nature walk.
What would you do for me?
Oh.
I would have to get to know you first, because I can't. Like I said, women is complicated, so you can't think just because one woman
Subject
likes
verb
something that the
agreement.
next one gonna like the same thing. So
Are you a good communicator? Are you consistent?
I try to be, because I know I could work better at communication, but it's communication two-way street. Can I communicate to you so I can be a good communicator? So
Let's give them an opportunity to ask. Okay, your question.
Can you tell me your biggest red flag?
Thunder thighs.
I guess trying to get to know my pockets and instead of trying to get to know me.
Trying to get to know your pockets?
Yeah, like I
Like
kind
you
of don't
chase
like.
money?
Girl with
Nah,
thighs
I
that
don't-
start a
I don't
fire
like
when she
women
walks.
put like stipulations on like dates.
That's a
or,
red flag.
Like, oh well, you got to take me to a steakhouse, or you got to do this
That's a
to
fire
date
warning.
me. Like,
Okay.
if I'm getting to know you,
Were you asking
it
him
don't matter.
his red flags?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to know your red flags.
Oh, that I.
About you. Yeah.
Oh, my red flags.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Um,
They just asked him
my
about
red
communication.
flags. I feel like I get irritated. At like non-communication. Like, if I said like, all right, let's go somewhere, and then you gotta do something, communicate that to me. Don't just ghost me. Don't just
Okay.
not answering the phone.
I don't think that's a red flag. I think you just get annoyed because the communication is not there. Like, what's something you feel like you're working on for yourself about you that you want to improve on?
He gets to ask
A
you
little bit
back.
more self-discipline.
Self-discipline.
Yeah, a little
On
bit more
what?
self-discipline.
Anything
On
specific?
like working out, eating better,
Okay.
slowing down on stuff
That's
that I
right,
know I'm
working
supposed to slow
out.
down on.
Okay. You have kids?
Yeah, I got 2,
How old are they?
6 and 4.
Okay. Okay, I'm at the bottom. I'm sorry.
Man.
Kids are a deal breaker?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have kids?
No, I don't have any.
Man, you look like it.
Your question?
Well, one, I wanted to ask because I didn't hear in the beginning your name or your age.
Marcus, 34.
Okay. Dang, I forgot my question.
Man, she an airhead.
What's your
You
sign?
know
I'm
what?
curious to know.
I have to ask John this question. What's worse? Black girls fighting or this lineup?
I take that little one right there.
Yeah,
I would
it's
not.
about
Tattoos,
it's
the
about 3
nose
I would
ring
take.
is about my limit.
Oh, she got a
But
nose
the
ring?
tattoo, I'm sorry?
She has a nose ring?
Yes.
I take that shit out. And Pinky
Oh,
over there.
yeah, you can always take it out. But I said that's my limit. I'll take the nose ring. Tattoos, nope. I
These
won't
girls
even look
aren't
at
that bad, Stanley. They really
Well,
not that bad.
a tattoo is bad. And she's got a big ass spider on her arm.
Yeah.
I'm not dating
I'm a
that.
Virgo too.
You see
What's
the
your birthday?
spider?
September 2nd.
Okay. August 31st.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Look at that shit.
Okay.
Where is it?
Who popped?
Let me put this shit on my other monitor. I ain't seen no fucking
And why'd
spider
you
on
pop?
there.
Oh, she got a
Big
big spider.
spider on her
He's
arm,
so
a tattoo.
handsome. I was like,
This one
for
has
him,
a
but
neck and
I
chest
don't have
tattoo.
kids. I
She'd be
love
gone
kids,
too.
but
Nah, I ain't fucking with that though.
yeah, I think it was just that. I mean,
Bet
I
he's
really don't have a
gonna
problem
go.
with kids. I have 2 dogs, but
She got one on her leg.
it's kind of hard to deal with,
I think
coming
all
in
of them
someone's
have
life and they have
tattoos.
kids. I don't know. How many baby mothers do you have?
Just one.
Okay, yeah.
Just one.
That was it.
It's understandable, yeah. Okay.
I ain't gonna lie.
Pink Balloon doesn't have tattoos that I can see.
Okay, do you have any questions for him?
You see this tattoo on her arm, John?
What
Oh
is
yeah,
your
yeah, yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
one on her
No,
forearm too.
no.
Yeah.
on women
She got
getting
one on her
sweet?
chest too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh
see
yeah.
that one. That one, that
It's a okay. So I feel
depends.
like
But that arm
every
tattoo,
woman is gonna be
no
submissive
way.
to any man, but is it the right man? You know, like does he guide you in the right ways? You know what I'm saying? Like don't be because I'm gonna tell my
She's got
daughters
a
the
cute
same thing.
face.
Like you know,
I fuck
you're
with that for a
supposed
little
to.
bit.
You know, you can
A
like a
little
man,
tad
but what
with
are
it.
you doing to help him out?
She's the
Are you being
she's the
informed?
furthest from
Like
maximum
what is being
density up
submissive?
there.
Is it him being controlling, or is it you know, doing what he needs you to do at the time? Like you know, just not creating problems. I guess.
Got little hips on.
Yeah.
A bit.
Yep. That
When was your longest relationship? How long was your
spider
longest
tattoo
relationship?
negates it all.
If I'm completely honest, I don't think I've ever had a real relationship as
Oh
far
yeah, I'm
as on
talking
the
about that.
receiving end. I feel like
Yeah,
I've put myself in a lot of
yeah, yeah.
situationships where I was giving more than what I was
Oh.
receiving. So
Yeah.
like
Oh.
I've been
Oh.
in some
Give it
long
to me, baby.
situationships, but I don't think I've ever gotten
Give
to
it
really
to me.
experience a real relationship to have that answer. So
So you come to pop the
Okay,
balloon.
one more question. So, any of those situations,
That's
was
a
they
red
toxic,
flag.
and
That's a
when
red
was the
flag.
last recent?
um yeah, they were always toxic because I wasn't, receiving what I deserved out of it. But obviously, being young, having trauma, not knowing myself yet,
Oh
having
yeah,
to
she's
learn
toxic.
lessons
Yeah,
the
she's
Oh
hard
toxic.
boy.
way.
Yeah.
But
I deal with that.
You
as
deal with it, John.
far
The
as
trauma.
how recent, it's a hard question to answer because it's like obviously I'm young, I'm single, I date, I try to get to
Yeah,
know people. But
yeah.
the last like serious situationship it's probably been a year.
Didn't
It's
work
not
out.
bad. It's not bad.
You don't want her around daughters, though.
Okay. Any more questions?
Nah, I just have her around.
I forgot it. It's okay. Oh
She
no, I
forgot.
remembered.
Yeah, she's
How
an
do
airhead, man.
you take criticism from your partner if it's constructive? Because we both
Oh,
Virgos, so you know how we can be.
she's just digging her
Are
own
you able
hole.
to
What the
receive
hell's
that
that supposed to mean?
Yeah,
well?
I think I'm able to receive that. You know, as long as I feel like it's with anybody, as long as it's in a good manner and it come from a good place. Like, you know, don't be arguing and then you be like, you know, that's why you do this shit, and then it's like, all right, you know, like, all right.
I got one more question. Do you want more kids?
I do want a little boy. I do want a little boy.
Now, what if you have a girl? What you gonna do?
Pull
I
my
don't.
hair out.
I don't have any kids, so
I don't need no more bullies.
and I'm looking for to have children at some point. So
Okay,
that's
okay, that's a good
very
sign.
very important to me that
That's a
somebody
good
want to have
sign.
children.
Yeah, I do want a little boy. I do want a little boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't
Well, do
answer
we have
what
a
happens
match?
if it's a girl.
Okay, we have a
He's gonna
match.
do a Henry VIII.
Hey. Sexy lady.
Yeah, well, her you got to just keep trying. I would.
Man, that's the regs right there. That is a very weak match.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't
Okay,
even
let's bring
think,
out our next
to
single
be
gentleman.
honest, I don't even think she looks that good. She's okay.
Yeah, she's alright.
Yeah, but
Yeah, compared to the
I
rest
mean,
of those
okay,
vegetables,
but
she's
with the
alright.
tattoo, that's off the table. But um, he's taking a risk. If I were single and I were him, maybe.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
You got to
I'm
think about
worried
it from
about
that way.
having two daughters around someone who has a background that's, I think she said it was abusive or not great or something like that.
Oh yeah.
You worried
Trauma,
about
trauma.
introducing that.
She said trauma, Stanley. She's got a lot of trauma.
Right.
We got.
Well, I would be the other question I would have asked is, are you in therapy?
Yeah.
compared to the Della Reese lookalike contest they got going on up there, she was the prize. But
Oh.
Well, that's
What,
in comparison.
yeah,
what about denim jumpsuit? You wouldn't
no,
take that
she's
take
just
that
no.
out?
You got to look at the back of the back of the house. There's pretty extensive.
Well,
Oh.
denim
That's
jumpsuit, the front of the house is it's sloppy. You got to rein those puppies in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can
I've
have
never.
some fun with
It's a
those.
little. She's well endowed, and she doesn't seem to understand that. What was the old Playtex commercial? It needs to be shaped and lifted.
Yeah, shave, lift, protect. The first girl actually is probably in some pretty good shape, but yeah, denim jumpsuits, looking for a Harley Davidson.
I like number 3.
She's the one who asked about polygamy.
Yep.
Yeah. She's a real freak. Yeah, she's a freak.
Now, short time, good time, not a long time. Yeah, I might check it out, but I'd have my ejection seat prepared. Yeah, I don't know what pink balloon here. I don't know what the fuck she's thinking.
She's got a pretty face though, but yeah.
Oh yeah, but you know what? She needs to lengthen that dress. Let's do below the knees and leave it a surprise. And I'm going to say probably the only anti-woman thing that I might have. Women today do not seem to know. I don't know whether they don't have mirrors or whether they don't have mothers, but they wear clothes that do not complement their bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, if it looks cute, they hold it off the rack up to them and go, "Oh, this is cute. I'm going to buy it." It's like a woman who doesn't know how to dress or compliment her body type, and everyone has one, is a turnoff to me.
Damn.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How's everybody doing?
Damn, Garyon's not going to get no one.
Okay, let's start by you telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Eddie. I'm 32. I work in IT
Oh,
for
it's Eddie.
healthcare.
Okay, Eddie, and you do have some pop balloons. Let's find out why the ladies popped.
Okay.
Man, if you asked me to
name, your
guess
age,
what
and
he did, I'd say
My name's
IT for
Ashley, I'm
healthcare.
35 and I'm in tech.
Why'd you pop?
Just, I don't know, I wasn't feeling it.
Okay.
Okay, is he
okay, it's crazy.
Okay.
Okay, is she your type?
Not really. I'm sorry.
Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name's Tracy. I'm 25. I work in safety and compliance. And I just popped just because you're not my type. You have a beautiful smile, though. Just
Thank you.
Not my type, though.
Thank you.
Okay, now
I would have guessed Walmart overnight stock.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
I'm Jasmine. I'm 26 years old and I'm a government worker.
Oh my Lord!
And why'd you pop, Jazz?
You're just not my type, but I don't want you to get misconstrued. I want you to find the best person
She
out there
is
for
a
you.
mess.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This the government workers, ladies
Can I
and
get your name,
gentlemen.
your age, and your occupation?
I'm travel CNA, and I don't think you're my type.
Thank you.
Yeah, you look good though. But
Thank you.
Okay, now is she your type?
No.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Jasmine. I'm 31, and I'm a hairstylist. And the attraction just wasn't there. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, is she your type?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You like them a little thick. All right.
Okay,
A
now I'm going to
little
give you the
thick?
opportunity to
A
ask the
little
ladies a
thick.
question.
That's
Well,
double
I'd say-
stuff.
She
What
got
do you
her
like
own
to do?
Double
zip
stuff
code.
Oreo
man.
right there.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Courtney. I'm 32. I'm a mental health counselor and a doctoral student.
The minute she says doctoral,
And
I'm
for
out.
fun, I just like to spend time in the house and relax when I'm not working. And I like to go get my nails and toes done and get my hair done. That's what I do. Self-care.
That sounds
Self-care
great. I like
curtsy.
that.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
Hi, my name is Ashley. I'm 31. I'm an esthetician. For fun, I have 2 dogs. I like to be with my dogs. I like to cook. I like to bake. I
No
like to
kidding.
make dog treats actually.
Wow.
She
I like
knew
to
enough to
go
rein them
get type
in.
of food. I like to drink. It's nice lounges and stuff. Yeah, I'm really like an introvert, so I'll be inside for real. But yeah.
Can I ask a question?
hmm
Do you like cats?
I like all type of animals. I just have 2 dogs.
Okay.
But I don't mind a cat. I
Jesus,
just
buddy.
don't have one. When I was
Wow.
younger, I grew up with cats. So,
Now, see,
but I don't have one now.
it would have been better had he asked, "Do you like felines?"
I grew up with birds.
Okay.
Like cockatiels, birds.
Okay.
Do you
Having
like
an owl in the
hot
house,
chocolate?
I didn't know they could be in the house.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
You have an owl?
As a pet.
I was thinking of eventually having one.
Getting an owl?
Yes.
Oh, that's
An
different.
owl?
I've never
owl?
heard of someone having an owl as a pet.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
There's a YouTube show with a lady who's got like a snowy white owl. She's weird, but she's also rich, and it's a big ass house. You better, yeah. I hope he knows what he's getting into if his dreams come true.
He's going to ask him if they like scrapbooking in a second.
Owl is
Oh
crazy.
my God, he does need someone who cooks.
What I like to do for fun, I like to cook. I'm very good at it. And hang out with friends and explore different things, like as far as traveling or things like that. But I love to cook.
What is your favorite dish to cook?
Chicken tikka masala.
Okay.
Oh,
I know.
More than
Yeah.
Indian?
Okay.
Oh,
That
yeah,
sounds
that's
good.
Indian food.
Okay.
Tikka masala
waiting
is
on that.
not a complicated dish.
And why did you pop?
I was really just trying not to like go off his appearance. You know, I was trying to just like let him speak and see what he had to say. I popped my balloon because I just never heard someone saying they wanted an owl as a pet. I love animals. You know, I have my dog face tattooed on me. Like I love animals. I just never heard of a owl as a pet. But he seems so sweet, and I don't want to judge him off because how he looks or his appearance. Like I'm a lover girl for real. So he seems so sweet, but like it's just like the owl was throwing me off. You know.
Now, come on. What if it said raven?
why did you
What's a raven?
So initially, I wanted to give it a try, but it just wasn't giving confidence to me. When you ask the question and you walk back, you just don't have confidence to me. So that was all.
Oh, my
but
Lord.
no, you're still
Wow.
very handsome. Just didn't give confidence.
Thank you.
He's really flat.
Okay, we're going to give the ladies an opportunity to ask you a question.
Okay.
What are your 3 strengths and your 3 weaknesses?
Strengths?
3 strengths would be communication, funny, and
Funny. So the owl was a joke.
And the ability to pronounce the
and
word
my
strength.
weaknesses.
Yeah. Strength. What's your strengths? What's your 3 strengths?
in between
Strength.
introvert, extrovert, and
Ambivert.
a little bit too quiet. A third one would be kind of maybe working too much. How about that?
Okay.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, kid.
What are your 3 biggest turnoffs in a woman?
I don't know. I've never dated one.
Yeah.
The 3 biggest turnoffs that I wouldn't like in a woman is, I guess, in the beginning, maybe a change, because in the beginning things might be great. We have great communication. There's laughter. There's smile, but then eventually it just kind of changes up, and it's as if we don't really talk no more.
So
or
consistency.
We don't really hang out as
Communication.
much. So a change.
Them getting to know me.
Yeah, so you just don't like women. That's what it sounds like.
Things are going to change, son.
Yeah.
First, we're getting along, and then after that first date, you don't call
your
me
question?
back ever. You change your phone
How
number.
old are you?
32.
32. Okay. Have you ever dated a woman with kids?
No.
I have 2 beautiful
Wow.
boys.
You didn't say it was a deal breaker.
First
Yeah.
time
You
for
need someone who's
everything.
actually had experience with children.
Yeah, that's a big thing for me.
I have experience with children. I'm a good, how would I say,
Uh-oh. This might get ugly.
I'm a good guidance. I love them.
Yeah.
In a way, like
Uh-oh.
farming.
She needs to borrow the denim girl's tits a little bit. To get a little loan.
When I look at you, you remind me of someone I know that was very, very brilliant.
She needs to
Still
know.
very
She needs to
brilliant.
do
So
some
that's why I kept
crunches.
the balloon. But my kids are important to me, and I just had to. That's why.
Okay.
I think you're wonderful.
Thank you.
So wonderful. I don't want you around my kids.
Okay, Eddie. Unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped, and this is your second time back.
Poor Eddie.
Yes.
Oh my God!
Well,
This
thank you
is
for
the
coming
second
back.
time.
Thank you.
God is telling you something, son.
Once again, we'll send you to the land of HIPAA security.
Oh wow.
I
Poor Eddie.
hope he's Catholic. Try the priesthood, son.
Yeah. I see a
Novitiate.
future.
Novice is your next step.
No, he's got to go to that owl lovers convention or something.
Yeah. I'm not sure if an owl as a pet is a good or a bad thing. I'm kind of on the fence
Well,
about it.
there's some people who are into raptors. Their
Yeah.
YouTube shows, falconing was a thing.
Yeah.
There are people on YouTube. I've seen at least one who has a snowy owl as a pet. It seems to do just fine. But I think she had it since it was a chick. She calls it Owlie.
Wow.
Well, he started off with "Do you like cats?" which was not great for his
the
personality.
thing is owls and cats may not get along.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
There are
Probably trying to
owls,
hunt each
depending
other.
on the size of the cat. They get plucked right off the ground.
Yeah, because owls are kind of cool, Stanley. They are kind of
Okay, let's bring out our next single gentleman.
You know they're the only bird
Hello?
that when they flap their wings, they don't make any noise.
Yeah. First, they're night hunters.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing.
And they can turn their heads around almost.
Okay, can you start by telling them your name, your age, and your
360.
occupation?
My name is Dante. I'm a psychiatric technician at the VA. I'm 33. I'm a barber.
Your job
I
is
make
in
beats.
danger, son.
You have one pop balloon. Let's find out why she popped.
This is like gar animals.
Can you tell us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Natalia Jackson, and I do compliance. I'm 36. I think you're very handsome. The reason why I popped is because I already been with a barber and musician, and that's why. That's the only reason why.
I'm a psychiatric technician first. That's like my career.
That's dope as hell.
Yeah.
That's dope as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the only reason. And I'm not gonna lie, my feet hurt so bad.
The fuck?
Hey, I got on boots. I understand. I get it. I understand.
It's hot. My feet hurt. Her feet hurt. Her feet hurt. Girl, your
Oh
feet
my
hurt.
God.
It's about that time.
We're hurting.
She popped because her
Okay,
feet
now
hurt?
is he your type?
Yeah, he's very, very, very. Yeah.
Is she your type?
Yeah, she's.
Thank you.
Oh, she's beautiful. Yeah, you look good.
I know that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay. All right.
Half those girls, my feet hurt too if I weighed as much as you and being wearing
I'm
that.
gonna give you the opportunity.
I don't know what is her problem. I mean, everybody has a side gig.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, man. That is kind of weird.
Musician you can do at home. Barber. Fuck everybody. Everybody's a barber these days. Have you ever been to college? So
Yeah, Kelvin, that's kind of what you noticed. Yeah, you kind of.
That's a weird word for.
No. I've noticed that about the African girls. They're usually either very eclectic, just like you said, or they're like really down.
Well, he's misusing the word, is my point.
Yeah, she seems a little quirky. Maybe quirky is the better word to use.
She said she was in compliance, so it was too much for him to do three things.
What?
Her job, she said she was in compliance.
What is compliance? That's like financial, right?
It can be. It can also be just regulation. It can be facility regulation, healthcare compliance. You have to follow certain procedures, state regs, and all that. So she's probably very, very structured, and it just overloaded her circuitry when she said 3 things.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, quirky is the word then.
Yeah.
Opportunity to ask the ladies a question.
Probably what she meant is he'd be too busy. He'd be too busy to deal with her kids.
I've been asking this
He
same
really needs a
thing. Like, what's
babysitter.
y'all's love languages? If y'all can pick 3, what would it be?
Oh God,
There's
not
only
the love
5 or
language.
4.
My name is Courtney. I'm 32. I am a licensed professional counselor and currently a doctoral student. And my love language includes
Stop saying that.
primarily quality
You know
time
they got
and
to,
gifts,
Stanley.
receiving gifts. And then my third would be words of affirmation.
Doctorial is the problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name
I
is
have a
Ashley. I'm
PhD.
35 and I'm
No,
tech.
doctoral is the
It's
word.
doctoral, yeah.
Or doctoral. I've heard people pronounce it that way.
Yeah.
For me, quality time, that's a big one. Time spent, time is money. So if you're willing to spend time with me, that shows you care. And words of affirmation, because every time I won't be feeling my
Words
best.
of
and
affirmation?
Not that I need
Really?
somebody to pick me up, but it's nice to have my man, get me back right.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Your name, your age, and occupation.
My name is Ashley. I'm 31. I'm an esthetician. I'm very affectionate, so I kind of just like to
I
cater
bet.
to my man, cooking, massages, I don't know, just spend time.
For sure.
Okay. Your name, your age, and occupation.
My name's Tracy. I'm 25. I'm in safety and compliance. I would say
She looks
quality
35.
time, words of affirmation, and physical touch. I can be touchy-feely sometimes. So
It's
Okay.
the
Your name,
word.
your age, and occupation.
My name is Jasmine. I'm 26. I'm a government worker. My love languages are going to be quality time, words of affirmation, and physical touch.
One thing I do have to say about Jumpsuit, she's got a really pretty face.
Yeah.
She could put the rest of herself together.
Your name, your
Yeah.
age, and your occupation.
My name is Venetia. I'm 35. Occupation is real estate. My love language is acts of service. How you show up for
Stop
me, how
chewing
you
like a
support
cow.
me.
Yeah.
Quality time and touch.
So,
Your name, your age, and occupation.
My name is Leah, and I do travel CNA. And my love language will be quality time. I like to spend time.
okay. So,
Your name, your age, and occupation.
Jasmine, I'm a hairstylist, and I'm 31. I would have to say acts of service, quality time, and physical touch.
for sure.
I'm so used to going to you. Okay. Do you have a?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay. So the hard part,
Man,
you have to pop 2 balloons.
y'all are all gorgeous. I promise.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Nah. They are decent.
I'm sorry.
$100. $100 to that guy if he
Okay, and why
said,
did
"Well,
you
you
pop
said
the
doctorial."
Just like, you look good. Just like the physical. That's all. Yeah, but you look good.
Okay.
Okay. Now, is he your type?
I don't know.
Ah,
For
shut
sure, for sure.
up.
Oh,
And why'd you pop her balloon?
she's pissed.
Just like the physical. But you look good too. I
The
promise.
physical, it's her
Now, is he your
outfit.
type?
He's the one. I'm just kidding. But yeah, he's my type.
Okay.
It's a process of elimination. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give the ladies an opportunity to ask you a question.
All right, for sure.
Ashley.
My name is Ashley. I'm 31. I'm an esthetician. Do you have children?
Yeah, I
Okay.
got 2 boys.
What is her?
Sorry. Lord.
You want
Ma'am,
another
there's-
agent?
Her eyes.
Yeah, there's other.
How old are you?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm 33.
Okay. What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a
Oh,
Capricorn.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Are you like an affectionate person?
Very affectionate.
Okay. How do you handle your woman when she's down or emotional?
I talk to him. Not trying to put my job in a psych tech. I got to talk to patients all day. I got to calm them down. Then, stress situation, PTSD.
Hold the
I
microphone.
don't need to
whatever
come
the
home to
situation
one.
is, I gotta
Treat her
calm
like
him
a
down, so
patient.
I'm used to it. My girl, I know how to talk to him.
Okay.
My question is, how do you take care of yourself? Like, what is your self-care looking like? How do you make sure you're good?
I wear a lot of
I cut
pockets.
hair. I cut my own hair. I cut my hair every week. It makes me feel better. I can be having a bad day, but if I got a haircut, I'm like, I can accomplish anything. I make beats. Music make me feel good. I play basketball.
Okay. Do you go to the gym?
I try to, but the most I do is hoop. Like if I go to the gym, I'm hooping, and I'll do a little bit there, but that's about it.
Okay.
Okay.
My question is, what is one of your biggest accomplishments?
I would say probably my job. Probably my job, yeah.
I hope you're not one of the 80,000.
Where'd you go to school?
I went to Barber College. I didn't go to school for what I do. I did it off experience. Yeah.
Okay, your question.
What is the relationship and the women with your family like?
Yeah, the two women I got is my BM say something. Yeah, it's
Like your mom, you have sisters?
no, I don't have no sisters.
Are you an only child?
I'm only child. Yeah.
Okay. That's special.
Yeah.
What's your relationship like with your mom?
Man, we cool. We cool. We could talk more, but she's just as busy as I am. She got her own clinic. She a nurse practitioner. I kind of followed her a little bit. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Your question.
Can you tell me a red flag and a green flag of yours, not anyone else's? Yeah.
Red flag. Probably I care too much. Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the green one?
Humble brag.
Spontaneous, goofy, like to have fun. Shoot.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I was
Okay.
expecting what's your favorite food?
All right, you had 2 pop balloons while the ladies were asking you a question. Let's find out why they popped.
Just because I go to the gym a lot, I'm a fitness influencer, so I'm there like 5 days out the week. So I just need somebody that understands, that part of life for me. And I don't have kids either, so just the kids thing too. But you're very handsome.
Not for sure.
Yeah.
I respect
Is she your type?
Yeah, for sure. She look good.
Thank
you.
Okay. And why did you pop?
The reason why I popped your balloon is because I don't like your piercing on your nose.
Oh.
I appreciate
What?
it.
Okay, now she your type?
Yeah.
Hey, orange hair. You got no right.
Orange hair in a
I'm
chest
saying they all
tattoo.
look good. I ain't like to. Yeah.
Okay, now you have to pop 2 balloons.
Yeah, Kelvin, it is one of those things, man.
Yeah.
I actually like her.
Yeah, cause she's so hot.
This-
It's like she's
you know
like
what?
seductive or
Here's the
something.
deal. Yeah, she could be more personable, but she is precise. She's no nonsense. I appreciate that. And no, she'll never be Arlette, but in her own little way.
This show is very low energy.
Yeah,
and
it is. Probably because of her.
Yeah, I think it is because
But
of the host.
I have a feeling that you don't want high energy out of these women.
Well, that
it would be like it would be just a show.
Yeah, and maybe it's better to be a little
You know, as
chill.
you
I don't
pop
know.
this lady's balloon.
You're gorgeous.
I know.
Beautiful face. I promise you are. Yeah.
It could be that, she knows this is a shit show in her lineup.
Look good.
Thank you.
Just a little slap. That's all. But you look good.
Okay.
I promise.
I heard you don't like thick girls anyway, so.
No, I do.
Oh my God. Thick? Is that
It's
what
all
you
love.
want?
It's all
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, you big lady. You a big girl. You a big girl.
And why did you pop her balloon?
You know, it's gonna sound weird. My BM name is Ashley. Look what I like it. She put me through a lot.
I'm so sorry.
A lot.
I hate-
Not even trying to be funny. For real.
It's
Yeah,
like,
so-
your
so
name
sorry
is
to hear that.
Ashley,
Good,
so I
good,
think
good.
of my old
Because
girlfriend,
I'm
or old
nervous.
baby
I know
mother.
it. I know it. I know it. I know it.
Yeah.
I know it.
Weird.
I know it.
Yeah, that
As a
is
matter of
weird.
fact, I would pick her because her name is Ashley.
Right.
Man, I've
Okay,
dated
you have
like 10
two
girls
unpop
named
balloons,
Jennifer. I don't
and
give a
you can ask them a
damn.
question.
Walk up to him.
Ashley must have
Come
put
on.
him through hell.
All right. So, what are like some key characteristics you look for in a man?
For me,
Stop chewing that
let me
fucking
get my
gum.
name, my age. For me,
I
I'm
bet she's
goofy,
popping it.
so I need you to have some type of humor. Honestly, kids don't bother me long as you're being respectful to your baby mom and also making sure that you're putting your kids first, even over me, because they're the ones that needs to be considered at all times.
But polygamy.
Also, just being a morally compass person, having a good mindset, and not being out here dragging people in these streets.
For sure, yeah.
Harness him up, lady.
Some of the similar things. So definitely and have a relationship with God. Transparency and being a man of your word. If you tell me something, stand on business.
Stand on and do it, yeah, for sure.
Oh, wow.
Okay. You're gonna have to pop one balloon unless you have another question.
I'm at the pop a balloon.
Yeah.
Morning, Kimmy.
Y'all's love languages. Y'all, I know y'all said it.
Quality time, physical touch, and words of affirmation.
Mine is acts of service. So how you show up for me, do you support me? Quality time and physical touch. I think it all comes hand in hand. When you're around, you'll touch.
For sure.
Okay. You have to pop one balloon.
All right. Sorry.
Okay, now why'd you pop her balloon?
Me and her had the same love languages. Yeah. And just
What?
stuff that, I'm sorry. Everything about you cool. I swear, you look good. I like your hair, your dreads. You're beautiful. But yeah, we kind of just matched up a little bit.
You're
better.
vibing more with her?
Yeah.
Okay, come here.
He's got some balloons to pop.
Okay. Do you have any questions for him?
Oh my God.
This is a goofy ass question. I need to know: are you a titty man or an ass man? I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay, how you feel about Scorpios?
I don't really care about this sign stuff. I feel like everybody.
She
same at a
is
certain point in
weird.
time.
She's gonna be.
Do you have any questions?
Do you have kids? You said you didn't. Okay.
But I was a teacher, so.
You didn't deal with them. You know how to deal with them. Okay.
And she said as long as you put your kids first.
First, yeah, for sure. Yeah. We can talk about it.
Okay, so do we have a match?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we have a match. Yeah, your balloon. That was bad, yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Good. It's good.
Wow.
Okay, let's bring out our next single gentleman.
This will be the last one, I do believe.
Hello.
How you doing? Man.
He's been on before.
How you doing?
He was in a lineup.
Good. Okay, let's
God damn, look at those
let's
Charles
start by you
Manson
telling
eyes,
them
man.
your name, your age, and your occupation.
Name Joran, 34, country creator.
Okay.
What?
And you do have some pop balloons. Let's go find out why they
Let's go
pop.
on here, get down.
I don't know what the hell he said.
Okay, can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
I'm Venetia. I'm 35.
I bet he
and
likes
I'm in real
country
estate. How are
music.
you? I just popped just for the hype.
Man.
Here we go. That was the only reason. But you are very cute. You're very handsome.
For the height. So what you need to be? You be like, how tall I gotta be?
No, you don't gotta be. You just you eye level.
It's good.
Sorry.
Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Liam. I do travel CNA, and the reason why I feel
He
real
does
happy
tell me.
because you're too short, and I'm short too. But you handsome by the way.
Oh Lord.
There you go, Bobby.
What'd you say?
His eyes are beautiful.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Bobby,
You got those
too
Terry
short.
Crews eyes.
Your name, your age, and your
No,
occupation.
that's it. He
Talia
cleared the
Jackson,
board.
and I'm 36, and I do compliance. It's not the height, because I could do the height. It's just I feel like this. That's not my.
energy is
Yeah,
not-
I don't feel
it's
it
not
with
you.
you.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. These three ladies your type?
Yeah, all of them. I ain't gonna lie with pictures.
Oh
my
Thank you.
God.
I
I'm
really,
beautiful.
you're so handsome.
I'm beautiful. Oh, okay.
But no, you are handsome.
So what you want me to do? Get on my toes or something? Come on, man.
Ugh.
It's the only way we going on today. Come on.
Just take your lumps
And you
and
got
go.
on heels.
Come on.
And all y'all got on heels, man. Come on now.
You're right. The height
Come
is not an
on,
issue.
man.
Come on. We go home, you ain't gonna have the heels on.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Come on now. Right?
You know good and damn well.
Your eyes are beautiful.
Thank you. I make the kids with these eyes. I'm telling you. Oh, God. You got kids?
You fertile?
My hell no, I don't got no kids right now. But,
Okay, must say if you fertile, myrtle now. Come on.
No, not like that, not like that. So tall men is the thing, y'all. Y'all gotta be about this tall, babe. You feel it? This tall. To ride these rides.
Oh, stop whining.
Okay. They did. Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Hi, my name is Courtney. I'm 32. I'm a mental health professional, licensed professional counselor, and
Don't
a
say it.
doctoral student. And the reason I pop my balloon is because you're rolling your eyes, you're twirling your neck, you're smacking your teeth each time somebody says something or pops their balloon. And I just feel like you're not humble enough to accept that type of criticism if somebody's not feeling you. And it's okay that
No, it's
somebody
good.
doesn't want you.
No, it's good. I mean, I'm a rebuttal though, because I feel like everybody has the same height requirement. But it's
That's
all
the other
good.
thing I hate.
Understood.
I'm gonna rebuttal.
Is she your type?
No, not really, but she's pretty though.
Thank you.
And why'd you pop your balloon? Your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Ashley, 35, and I'm in tech.
Tech?
Because I'm 5'8" without heels and
Without, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Damn, I don't want to be down here. I'm already
Yeah.
too sure. Okay.
Now, is she your type?
I mean, she's pretty, but not really.
I want my balloon back.
It's the dressed
Okay.
up biker
Hold
short.
on. Hold on. Give us your name, your age, and occupation.
I'm Ashley. I'm 31. I'm an esthetician. It was just like, because I feel like I'm tall too. But he's so handsome. He smells good. I
smell good again. Yeah,
smells so
yeah.
He's been on another episode of ours. That's why I
He
said
smells
again.
really good. It's just that I feel like I'm just taller than him.
Oh, you're not gonna be tall at home though.
You feel like it?
I'm sorry, you're not even. Come on, dog. I get it.
I think
might be the
I
same
might
height.
want my
Outside,
balloon
sport
back
that man
too.
be like LeBron James or some shit.
Okay.
Okay, your name, your age, and occupation.
I'm Tracy. I'm 25, and I'm in safety and compliance. I popped it because it's just
Who
not
is
my
that?
type. I do like you a little swole. I like that, but I'm swole too, so I can, you know.
Oh man, we're
but
trying to
you
wrestle.
just not. Yeah, it's tall. The height thing too. That's
He's
what
a
I'm saying.
little
I just,
swole
you know,
too.
I don't want to be able to just throw him around like that.
Oh, not throw me around. That's the other way around. The other way around. You not throwing me, but it's good though.
But yeah, you're very handsome. I like the build, but
No
just
I would
not
say
my type.
Galveston or Galveston.
Okay,
but
now
not
she got her
Galveston.
balloon back.
Man, why you get your balloon back now?
Because you got a good sense of humor. You funny.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
you actually pretty cool. You actually pretty cool.
So you real, so you know what's going on. Look, everybody else, look, we gonna see them next.
I see you, my friend.
I do like her personality quite a bit.
Yeah.
She's very direct, very articulate.
Okay, do you
And
have
they're
any
about the
questions for us?
same height in heels.
Yeah, so I know you said you didn't have any children. Do you want children?
I mean, if it happens, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Okay. What's your biggest accomplishment that you would say that you're the most proud of?
He got
My
a date and
accomplishment?
popped the
Meaning
balloon.
what type of accomplishment?
Anything. Like, what are you proud of about who you've become today?
I'm a family man. I try to make sure all my family is okay by me being a leader. So however I can do that, that's my accomplishment, make sure everybody's okay.
Okay. And do you have a relationship with God?
I love God. Yes,
I love
very,
that.
very good. Yeah.
All right. Do you believe in marriage?
I believe in marriage. I'm not trying to go to hell. I feel like people be like, yeah, for real, for real.
All right. You have a passport?
Passport, yes.
Where the last country you've been
I
to?
haven't been nowhere though. I've been. Look, it's a lot of. I got to do some talking. We got to do some talking, but it's good.
Okay.
I'm saying.
Do you have any questions for her?
No, I don't want. That already popped, so I gotta get at least one balloon.
Oh my God, pop it.
I ain't gonna pop your balloon.
Okay, so do we have a match? All right.
Yeah, you know, she's all right.
Being short. Look.
And she was good humored enough to sort of put up with his hijinks.
And look, they both got on black.
Some of these people need to kind of get the idea that I'm just going on a date.
Right.
This isn't, we're not matched for life. Go out and give it a try and have a good time.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing I have noticed, and I think maybe the hosts kind of encourage that sort of thing. It's a dating show, not a marriage show.
Yeah.
So I just dug up these 3 quick news stories just to piss some MAGA folks off. Let's see here. GOP must cut Medicaid or Medicare to achieve budget goals. Congressional Budget Office finds. The nonpartisan bookkeeper said there's no other way to cut $1.5 trillion from the budget over the next decade. Any thoughts on that?
That's what everybody's been saying the whole time. If they cut every single government job, they would still be like so far away from their goal. And
well, the thing is cutting Medicaid and Medicare is actually in this budget, which I haven't looked at, the budget that passed the House. It's yet to go through the Senate. But if you go in and you start cutting, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, people are going to notice.
Well, there's a higher cost, and that's the next couple of elections. We keep talking about how the top end of the age scale is going to be more and more and more a larger part of the voting population. And
yeah, because Gen X is gonna, we're aging.
Well, and we are a big chunk now, but that's going to continue for the next.
No, I'm at the. You and I are at the top edge.
Yeah, we're either we're the youngest boomers or the oldest Gen Xers, and that's going to continue for the next 40 years.
Right.
To that older group. That's why you see so many commercials on over-the-air broadcast television and even streaming TV for Flomax and the hover around scooters and stuff like that. It's and life insurance. And that's why. And so if you cut those two things or Social Security, look out. You're going to pay in the next election. You're going to pay and pay hard.
That's why I'm saying Democrats should just sit back and, this is going to be a game of chicken. But to Webster's point, it's probably just cutting the illegals off, but Democrats love to fearmonger. They're talking budget, nothing to do with cutting illegals off. How about take that bullshit somewhere else, Webster? They're talking budget, not immigration.
Yeah.
So let's and Webster and I know each other. So let's go ahead and listen to this. It's a quick story.
This news story was written by Jacob Bogage. GOP must cut Medicaid or Medicare to achieve budget goals, CBO finds. The nonpartisan bookkeeper said there's no other way to cut $1.5 trillion from the budget over the next decade. Republicans in Congress cannot reach their goal of cutting at least $1.5 trillion in spending over the next 10 years for President Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill on taxes and immigration unless they cut Medicaid or Medicare benefits, lawmakers' nonpartisan bookkeeper reported Wednesday. Trump and the GOP are seeking to extend provisions of the president's 2017 tax cut law, which would cost nearly $5 trillion, while also pushing hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending on border security, mass deportation campaigns, and national defense investments. To do all that without sending the national debt soaring, Republicans are looking for spending cuts to pay for the new spending and lower tax rates. But Trump has said the GOP shouldn't cut benefits for Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. Those are the 3 largest social safety net programs, which together accounted for roughly $3.2 trillion of the country's $6.75 trillion of total spending in the 2024 fiscal year. More than 60 million Americans rely on each program for medical coverage, retirement security, survivor benefits, and unemployment caused by disability. Cutting benefits in any of them could be politically toxic. But the House GOP's budget, which passed last week in a hairline vote, asks the committee responsible for federal healthcare spending to find at least $880 billion in savings over 10 years. And the Congressional Budget Office said Wednesday that reducing costs that much won't be possible without cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, or the Children's Health Insurance Program. Without those programs, funding within the Energy and Commerce Committee's jurisdiction totals $381 billion, and of that amount, more than half is already paid for by collection programs or user fees. That means that even if the committee eliminated every program besides those safety net benefits, it would be able to save a maximum of $135 billion, far less than the $880 billion the budget calls for. This analysis from the nonpartisan CBO confirms what we've been saying all along. Republicans are lying about their budget, said Representative Brendan Boyle, Pennsylvania, the top Democrat on the Budget Committee. His office requested the CBO report. Their plan would force the largest Medicaid cuts in American history, all to pay for more tax giveaways to billionaires. This is a complete betrayal of the middle class, and Democrats will keep fighting to stop them. The budgets that the House and Senate each passed last month are the first steps in a budget reconciliation package, a bill that Republicans can route through arcane procedures to get around a Democratic filibuster in the Senate and pass the legislation with a simple majority. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, has insisted that the measure will not cut safety net benefits and that Congress can find savings simply by rooting out waste and fraud in the programs and adding new eligibility provisions, such as work requirements. In an interview with CNN late last month, Johnson said work requirements for Medicaid were what everybody supports, arguing that the low-income health insurance program is not intended for 29-year-old males sitting on their couches playing video games. We're going to find those guys, and we're going to send them back to work, he added. Johnson also told NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday that Republicans have broad support for addressing fraud and inefficiencies in the social safety net programs. That's what we're talking about, ensuring efficiencies, ensuring that the programs are strengthened so that they can remain solvent and help the people they're intended to help, he said. But eliminating fraud and adding new work requirements will probably fall well short of the GOP's budget goals, according to the program's financial reports and nonpartisan projections. That has provoked anxiety among some lawmakers who represent large numbers of people who rely on Medicaid that cuts to the program that are on the horizon. Members of the House GOP's Congressional Hispanic Conference wrote to Johnson last month with concerns about potential cuts to Medicaid. As we consider reconciliation cuts, we must be strategic, the group wrote. We need to uphold fiscal responsibility while ensuring that essential programs that have empowered Americans to succeed, are not caught in the crossfire. Megan Vasquez contributed to this report.
I have a comment. Webster is always good for being provocative. Who is better able to work? Dudes sitting playing video games, collecting benefits that they don't qualify for. I'm assuming somehow they game the system, or single mothers. I would be much more willing to support a single mother than I would a dude playing video games. The tax burden, that's another thing I want to talk about. And I've said this once before, and it may be a framing issue. You know, I may frame it differently than a lot of other people. Taxes are an obligation. Okay, once you pay the taxes, that money is no longer yours. Okay, so you are not paying for anything. You paid your taxes. After that, your vote controls how money is spent indirectly. So you are not paying for that dude sitting on playing video games. You are not paying for the person, the single mother. You pay your taxes. Your responsibility ends once you lick the stamp to put on your tax check, if you get a tax check, or if you owe money. That ends when you lick the stamp and put it in the mail slot. So it annoys me when people say, well, my money's going to support this, that, or the other. No, it's not. Not unless, your son is the 29-year-old sitting there playing video games. We need to, I don't know where this framing comes from, but it is amazing that how people, I don't know whether it's a political thing or what, but you're not paying for that single mother or the guy or the immigrant for that matter. But it's a framing. Let's see. What does Webster say here? Stanley, if you overtax the men, what's the incentive to work? I'm sorry, what? So I didn't know that taxes were an incentive to work. First I heard of that. They got to cut taxes to incentivize those dudes to work. How was cutting taxes going to incentivize a 29-year-old playing video games? Webster, you got to come up here and explain some of this. You have a unique perspective that I would love to explore one of these days.
He's saying that they need more take-home pay to get off the couch.
Well, then work harder. Get a second job.
But my thing is a full-time salary with more taxes is better than nothing. Or just whatever benefits they're able to glean. I mean, I guess there is a breaking point between, doing nothing and getting some money than working and getting more money. But
okay, you're never going to convince me that some guy who is basically only qualified to do general labor in Georgia, it might be more because it's been years, but like a $10 an hour guy who picks up limbs working for a tree cutting company, the incentive, if you cut his taxes, that's more incentive to work. I mean, that tax argument only works for the wealthy. Okay, those of us who, don't live off of passive income, that tax argument just doesn't work for me. Now, maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Again, you're not paying for, this stuff. You're paying your taxes, and everybody wants their taxes cut, but everybody also wants to make sure that, as a rich nation, you don't want to see kids starving. So that's all I have to say on the matter. And yes, Deacon Dave, it's semantics. That's what I meant by framing. And speaking of billionaires, this made me laugh when I read it. The ghost of Howard Hughes stalks his billionaire successors. A 20th century business icon's achievements outpaced his darker side until they didn't. And then they have this picture of Howard Hughes.
Yeah.
It made me laugh. Let me shrink this a bit.
Howard Musk.
It made me laugh. So this is a quick 4 minutes, but we got to read it. Let's see if I can get it to work. Let me reload it here. Oh, I'm going to be disappointed if it doesn't play. Oh, no. What is going on here? Well, I'll just read it by hand.
Read it by hand.
Well, my throat gets dry.
I'll read it. If you don't want to read it, I'll read it.
Yeah, okay. You've got a newsreader's voice.
A routine headline in the Wall Street Journal on Monday felt like the universe was sending a message. Howard Hughes committee dismisses latest Pershing Square offer. It wasn't the story itself that mattered. Hedge fund mogul Bill Ackman hit a little snag in his effort to get a bigger share of a Texas-based company that deals mostly in real estate. Ho-hum. The grabber was the first two words. Howard Hughes, like pet rocks and platform shoes, the name is a relic from the deeply weird decade of the 70s when being the richest man in the world appeared to be about the worst thing that could happen to someone. What a time to see that name back in the news, right when a similarly successful space mogul is flying a bit too close to the sun. You don't have to squint too hard to see a little of Hughes in Elon Musk. Hughes was an awkward, obsessive, engineer-minded man who found himself super rich at a very young age and used his money to indulge one wild passion after another. Born in 1905, the son of a Texas investor, Howard Robard Hughes Jr. gained control of his family's tool-making company after his parents passed away. His father had patented a bit for oil drillers that let them bore through granite like soft pine. But Hughes was no mere hardware manufacturer. He was a daredevil, a thrill-seeker, a playboy, and a serial entrepreneur. He went to Hollywood to produce movies, and when he couldn't find the right director for his biggest effort, a budget-busting epic about World War I fighter pilots, he directed Hell's Angels himself. He took up flying and became the fastest aviator on Earth. He had flings with the most glamorous women on Earth. He designed and built the biggest airplane on Earth. He also invented the bra for Jane Russell, by the way. As the age of flight became the space age, Hughes became a rocket man. His engineers built the first two geosynchronous communications satellite, the first geosynchronous weather satellite, and the first American exploratory lunar probe. His contracts and his money brought him into intimate contact with government at the highest levels. He allegedly offered a top aide to offer $1 million gifts, bribes to presidents Lyndon B. Johnson and Richard M. Nixon in exchange for putting an end to underground nuclear testing in Nevada. But while his wealth, celebrity, and power were ascending, Hughes was descending into mental illness and addiction. Injuries suffered in a catastrophic plane crash left him dependent on painkillers and sedatives. He had an obsessive-compulsive disorder. For a long period of his life, Hughes ate peas at every dinner, but only after sorting them by size on his plate. His lifelong fear of germs made him a recluse, hiding in dark hotel suites, watching the same movies over and over, stark, naked, and alone. When he died at 70, Hughes was a picture of misery, his lanky frame emaciated by malnutrition, his hair long and stringy, his untrimmed nails like yellow claws. X-rays revealed numerous broken hypodermic needles lodged in his track-marked flesh. Though his case was the most extreme in those strange years, Hughes was hardly alone in teaching the lesson that money and power do not guarantee happiness or even sanity. Oilman J. Paul Getty, married and divorced 5 times, refused for months to try to rescue his grandson from brutal kidnappers. Publishing heiress Patty Hearst fell under the sway of her own kidnappers and started robbing banks to support domestic terrorists. When the Journal reported last year that Musk used ketamine and other drugs to an extent that worried some of his senior colleagues, the billionaire lashed out, posting that he had been randomly drug tested in the past with clean results. He later acknowledged in an interview that he had occasionally used ketamine with a doctor's prescription to treat depression. Through it all, he argued he should be judged first and foremost on his money-making and rocket-building results. Fair enough, but Hughes kept making money and building rockets long after his self-medication tipped over the edge into abuse. Ketamine can kill. Just ask Matthew Perry's friends and survivors. In any event, the point is bigger than Musk and speaks more broadly to our culture of reverence for great wealth. Money doesn't itself destroy people's mental health. Just look at Warren Buffett, whose latest letter to Berkshire Hathaway shareholders shows that he is still a model of plain sense and modesty at 94. But it doesn't save them from themselves either. Howard Hughes used his vast fortune to amplify his passions and make himself grand, until that same fortune turned on him to magnify his very human imperfections. His name still speaks an always useful moral. Character is not a function of cash.
Yeah, I think we can stop there. I hadn't actually thought of Howard Hughes, but I do think that we could do better than having Musk running Doge. To be honest with you, I wouldn't have a problem with Vivek Ramaswamy running it. In my opinion, he's just a little bit more grounded. Um, I don't agree with his politics, but there's some things he said very recently, before he got ousted at Doge. Um, there's some things he said that at least let me know that he's aware of reality. And
Yeah.
I'm not so sure that Elon really is. Baby boomers and all that shit.
There's two things. Number one is, wow, that was fun. It reminds me when I was a news anchor. I got taken back there a little bit. But the biggest thing is not so much from a business standpoint when all we get are kind of news, results of his actions, like the cuts at Twitter and things like that. But I've seen a lot of his demonstration and explanation of some of his rockets and other things that he manufactures that actually, from Neil deGrasse Tyson to other people that watch these explanations go, that is completely scientifically not only untrue but impossible. I mean, these aren't just differences of opinion. These are things that betray his lack of knowledge about those things, yet he speaks upon them as if he's extremely knowledgeable. I don't have any problem with somebody having smarter people working for them to build these things if they work. But the fact that, like you said, it doesn't seem always connected to reality, that's a little concerning.
It's probably not.
Let me address Kim. Not going to lie, though, I'm tired of people hating on other people's wealth. What they built, it is okay. It can be you too if you're determined enough. That's really not the argument with Howard Hughes or someone like Elon Musk, who I have literally never heard anybody complain about
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett. I've never heard. Have you ever? And you probably are more in touch with this sort of thing, Tom. I've literally never heard anything negative about the man.
I haven't heard anything of a personal, sort of obsession. I mean, Howard Hughes used to watch, was it Ice Station Zero or Ice Station Zebra? He used to watch that movie over and over and over and over and over and over again. And just weird stuff. I mean, he had some real sort of mental picadillos.
I'm not a real fan of the Semites either.
The what?
The Semites. It was very anti-Semitic in his final year.
And Webster says George Soros gets no pushback from Democrats either. Well, other than George Soros's donations, I know nothing about his private life. Does anybody here? I mean, I guess if I went looking for it, Elon has a problem in that his parts of his private life are very public. I can't say the same thing of a Vivek Ramaswamy. I can't say the same thing.
Hey, look,
I can't say the same thing of a Warren Buffett. I'm sure if you dig, you can find out stuff, but it's not splashed on the news. He's not bringing his 4-year-old to the Oval Office to be babysat by Donald Trump, Grandpa Trump.
People have problems with Mark Cuban's politics, but as far as his personal life, I know and worked with his wife, met him. He's a family man. He's very, very stable along those lines. And his businesses run well, and he doesn't seem to have those kind of excesses.
So Kim, the bottom line is there are people who tend to be progressives. I've rarely heard this in the center, and definitely rarely on the right. that there should be no such thing as billionaires, et cetera, et cetera. Um, Again, I don't criticize wealth. I criticize what wealth when wealth goes to your head. I'm not going to criticize Warren Buffett because I don't know what Warren Buffett does in his private life. We know too much about Elon Musk, and that's his problem. He can't fucking keep his private life private.
Well, I know Warren Buffett's created a lot of wealth for people because if you bought Berkshire Hathaway in your
Okay, whoa,
retirement,
whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not talking about wealth creation. Maybe
well,
you missed the last article where Elon Musk gets compared to Howard Hughes.
yeah, no,
The
I didn't
problem
miss it. I heard.
isn't the wealth creation. The problem is what you do with it and how you conduct your life.
Well,
You
Elon's
leave
crazy. He's
yourself,
just
if
crazy,
you're an
Elon.
Elon Musk or Howard Hughes, you leave yourself open to the argument that, hey, money has gone to his head and made him crazy. Okay. I don't think you should criticize someone because of their wealth. I don't think you should criticize somebody because they're poor. It's what you do and how you conduct yourself that, to me anyway, is the root of these criticisms of the wealthy. Being extravagant while people are homeless is a bad look. Being extravagant with your wealth while you're coming into the people's government and trying to make it efficient and walking around being awarded chainsaws, it is a bad look.
I think that's why a lot of Democrats. I think that's why a lot of super wealthy are Democrats because it just looks
Okay,
callous to be Republican.
how is my argument political?
I'm saying it's a bad look also to be a Republican if you're a billionaire. Kind of
Okay,
a bad
it's
look.
a bad look for any billionaire, regardless of political stripe or any other protected class, to flaunt your wealth and advertise your personal, your private eccentricities,
Okay.
and
Well,
then
look, I don't disagree.
be selected to work for the people and in some way represent the people.
I
It's a
don't
bad
necessarily disagree with that either. I think there's too much politics between billionaires and just. I mean, there's too much money in politics, really. So whoever stood Stidham,
that's part of
and I
it.
think I was pissed at him
Uh,
too. I hate
taking
both
the
of them.
too much money in politics, and now we appoint it to make the government efficient.
I was going to come up. I just wanted to come up and explain the whole tax cut thing to you
Okay, you don't
because
need to do that. My
well, I
argument
said I'd come up and explain it to you.
my argument is a semantic argument. You're not going to be able to out semanticize me.
I'm trying to help you to grasp what they're saying. That's all, from an economic standpoint. It's more of an
Okay,
education
I don't
thing.
need your help to do that.
Listen, I don't agree with cutting taxes
Personal,
on the wealthy.
I made a personal semantic argument.
Okay, but
But you know what? You have at it. Explain
all right,
how, once
yeah.
you sign the paper and mail your taxes in, how it's not your money anymore.
No, I
Can
meant
you defeat that argument?
what I meant was cutting taxes, how it stimulates the economy. I was trying to
Okay,
explain that. But
cutting
you seem
taxes,
challenged.
stimulating the economy wasn't even a part of
I thought it
anybody.
was. I thought you were saying
Cutting
that
taxes does not influence people like a guy sitting there playing a video game.
what increases tax
His
revenues for
taxes
the
is
government.
not going to incentivize him to work. He's got other problems.
No, I agree, but what
No,
I'm saying is
Webster, I'm not going to let him talk. Stick to the topic. This be polite and let people wander around. I'll leave that to other
I
hosts.
mean, honestly, I figured you'd actually be interested from an intellectual standpoint because it is illogical. It doesn't make a lot of sense until you get
Okay,
into the dollars
you
and cents of it.
explain to me how a 19-year-old collecting Medicaid or whatever safety net benefits he's collecting, sitting there, he's perfectly healthy, but somehow or another he's gained the system. He's sitting there collecting benefits, playing video games.
Well,
How
part
is
of the issue,
taxes going to motivate him to go back to work?
if you read the bill,
Not
right?
going to read the bill. Explain it to me.
Okay. So there's a work requirement with the Medicaid quote unquote cuts that they say, okay, you got to be looking for a
You're going
job or
to
have a job.
force him to work. That's his motivation.
What's that? Yes. Yes.
Okay, so that's not motivating. That's that's requiring.
And then another one of the cuts, because I read
Okay,
into it.
stop
Hold on.
there.
Okay.
My question was, how is cutting taxes going to motivate? Because Webster literally said cutting taxes will motivate young people to go to work. How does cutting
Well, that
taxes?
would,
How
there's not
does
a direct link,
taxes?
but
Let me get the question out
okay.
again. How does cutting taxes motivate that guy collecting welfare, whatever unemployment, whatever benefits he's collecting? He's
It's
sitting there.
not going to get them to go to work, but
How
to
is
pay
cutting
for the,
taxes going to motivate him to go to work?
it will not motivate them to go to work. So
Thank
that's
you.
not,
That's
yeah.
that's
So no, you were correct. But okay. What I was trying to say was,
so now
I'm
we've
in,
moved on from my question, and now we can talk about what you want to talk about. I just needed my question answered.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. There's no direct link there. The only way Republicans pay for the tax cut, which I don't agree with the tax cut, I'll just put that out there. The only piece I want to cut in taxes is the corporate taxes.
We're
Personal
not
income
even
taxes should be raised.
in
Raise them.
that way.
So I don't even agree with the cut, but what I'm saying is to pay for some of the new budget stuff and to pay for the tax cuts, they want to try to find ways to cut down programs to include Medicaid, to include.
Have they even talked about the tax cuts yet? I haven't heard that.
Yeah, they've talked about it. Yeah, of course. That's another agenda item. And I don't agree with the tax cuts. I think taxes are fine the way they are. Just, I mean,
Only
why cut
thing
them?
that I've heard, hold on one sec. The only thing that I've heard is that they're extending the tax cut that Trump put in place during his first term.
It's my understanding they want to cut 1 point off of corporate, and they want to go from 21 to 20, and then they want to cut one of the personal income taxes, which is also dumb. Why do it? They should raise the top earners, and I say top earners like you cap it about 600 grand for personal. So Elon pays 37%, and a guy making 700 grand does. Elon should be paying more than 37%. He should be paying 50% over a million, 70% over 20 million, So I want to make it a higher. So I don't agree with cutting taxes. However, on the Medicare, Medicaid side, I've reviewed some of this shit, and a lot of it's logical. It's, like for example, they expanded this home health care and credits and money for quote unquote caretakers. Biden expanded the shit out of it. Some of it's still COVID era stuff. So it's like, okay, you know, but unfortunately, the word rollback, some of the COVID stuff should have been stated, not quote unquote cuts. But the problem is when you take a dollar out of anything, they say it's a cut. I mean, they'll say, you know what I mean, Stanley? I think you agree with that, right? Probably.
I guess.
Yeah, if they say we're going to roll this back,
Let me
you know, they,
address something that Kimmy brings up. Stanley, they will bring home more money versus saying I can collect benefits and make the same or have a better quality of life. I don't agree with that, Kim. If a 29-year-old who can work but is collecting benefits is sitting down playing video games all day, he does not want to work. Okay. His problem is not, I want to make more money. His problem is, I don't want to work. So offering him a couple more bucks isn't going to make him motivated. I, I mean, I don't see how it could. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but I'm going to assume, the guy who feels comfortable sitting there, collecting benefits at 29 and can work but isn't, He's just not a motivated individual, and it wasn't working that great a job in the first place. Cutting a $10 an hour associate's taxes is not going to motivate him to work. A couple bucks more working than you would make sitting home playing video games. I don't see that as motivation. Now, maybe that's
Yeah,
just me.
cutting taxes isn't going to do it. I mean, it's you got to pay people more money than they're making, and there's only two ways to do it. Way A is to increase the minimum wage, which then flows through, and then everybody wants more money, and then that guy's at the bottom again. Or you got to limit the workers available to do the job, and they'll make more. There's only two ways to do it in economics. So I
Okay.
don't know how else you do it.
Okay, and let me reiterate, because Kimmy's not going to quit. At that level, and I'm making a whole lot of assumptions here, Kim. So forgive me, and you can come up and correct my assumptions. That dude wasn't making six figures in the first place. In my scenario, in my hypothetical, that unmotivated 29-year-old who can work but would rather stay home playing video games collecting benefits wasn't making a hell of a lot of money in the first place. I argue it's not so much the salary, but the job is what he doesn't want to do.
Or any job.
He's not motivated by the money. He's unmotivated by his prospects. Now, maybe that's deeper than I should be going, but I'm putting myself in that situation. Maybe find him a job that he's interested in doing would be a better way of doing it or thinking about it. And that kind of dovetails onto another question that I thought but really didn't express is if you're going to require people to work, are you going to find them a job? Are you going to, give them a what color is my balloon sort of test and see, hey, what job would motivate you to work it? Or are you just going to yank the check and say, find a job?
No, so I was going to tell you what it is. So they want to go back to prior to COVID, it was you want benefits, you have to show that you went and applied for jobs. You have to, you know what I mean? You have to show that you went out and applied for 2 jobs a week or something. There was work requirements under Clinton, and that worked pretty well. And then with COVID, they got rid of all those provisions. So it was just no requirements for that at all. So they're trying to reinstitute that, which I don't have a problem with that. I think that makes sense. People should be looking for jobs if they don't have one.
And I know there's another number. There's the jobless rate, and then there's also another number. It's like people who have just kind of dropped out of they don't even look for jobs.
Right.
I don't know whether that number is down. I don't ever keep up with it. Do either of you know?
Yeah, there's people that have applied for unemployment, which show up in the unemployment numbers.
Right.
And then there's another number for actively working adults, right? Which, I think that's about 61 million. And so they look at both of those numbers because some people.
The number I'm talking about, there's a number that just basically measures people who gave up. Like, what? I'm not going to even bother. Like, I'm going to sit on my couch and play video games and collect.
It's called the true rate of unemployment.
Okay. You know what? I need
Not
to
just
look.
Application for employment, right?
It's a measure of the percentage of the labor force that is functionally unemployed. It includes people looking for work that don't have a full-time job, people who work part-time but want full-time, and people who earn below the poverty line. And then those people, as Stanley mentions, who've just said, hey, forget it. I'm not even going to look.
But
I've got to go out and find that number and then just kind of
in 2024, it was 24.2% nationwide.
Do you don't happen to know if the number has stayed the same? Is it up, down?
No.
Because I would imagine those are the people that would be the 29-year-old we're talking about.
Yeah, so one of them is compiled. There are two different agencies. You got the people that do the unemployment insurance. They publish those numbers, and then you got the labor force participation rate. That's the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So that is they weigh in on that number, the population size. So how many active adults are 18 to 62 or whatever. And then, but that number's been going down because the population's been going down. Like we're shrinking that because baby boomers are moving into retirement age. So they weigh that in, and that way they can see how many, they basically compare the two and see how many people have given up on looking for a job.
Right.
You follow me? So one's labor force participation, which that's been falling. That's at like 60% now. But back in like 2000, it was like almost 70%. So,
but here's my argument. Okay,
the baby boomers are harder workers. That's why.
That's all well and good, but I'm saying that 29-year-old, and I'm more talking to Kim. That person has a I want to work problem, not a I want more money problem. He's not even looking at money. As long as he has enough to pay his electricity bill, buy potato chips, and maybe some air conditioning to play video games comfortably, he doesn't care about work, period. He's happy doing it. Cutting taxes is not going to motivate that man to get up off that couch and stop doing something that he's enjoying. But there might be a job out there at a salary that might get him up off that couch. Maybe testing video games. Who knows?
Well, you said something, Stanley. A lot of people.
Hold on. That's my point. Cutting taxes so he earns $12 versus $10 an hour. I don't see that as getting him off the couch.
They don't make enough money. They don't really take
and
that.
they're also not the people that are going to be taxed very much to begin with.
Nah, they don't pay shit.
Right. That is true as well.
So, but
no, Brooklyn, that does not cover all and is not meant to cover all. It is meant to be an argument. And how do you meet that argument? I don't think you can motivate that person via taxes. So there may be many people who's go, well, gosh darn it, they've cut my taxes and I'm going to make $10.45 versus $10. I'm going to get up off this couch and go work that job.
Just to give you those numbers, Stanley, if you make $10 an hour and you work 40 hours a week, that's about $20,000 a year.
Right.
Your first $14,000 is exempt from all federal taxes. That means you're only taxed on $6,000. The tax rate on that is 10%, which is $600. So it's not the taxes.
Right, but let me. Isn't there? What's the low income? What is it? There's an exemption for people who make. It's EIT.
Yeah. So if you make less than a certain amount, you get money back from the government. They will pay you.
Okay, I thought it was just they didn't tax you at all.
Oh no, they send you free money. They actually will mail a person, like a single person making 20 grand a year, that does 40 hours a week. He exempts 14,000, and then they send you a check. And if you have more kids, it's called the unearned income tax credit.
Kid dependent, or what would a single guy?
A single guy will get the money, but if you have kids, you get even more money.
Right, but my point is that I don't see, if you're making even if you're only making half that, living with your parents, you're not paying rent. There's some scenarios where that would not motivate me to get up off the couch.
Hey, Ryan,
it's not to do with taxes.
Ryan, do you know if in that instance where someone's making $20,000, you're exempt for the first 14, so now you're at 6? Do they then get to take their standard deduction out of that 6?
Well, that's what it would be. They would just take the standard, and that one.
And then so now they're at $4,720 or something they're going to be taxed on?
Well, no, the standard deduction is 14 grand.
Oh, okay.
So
All right. Got it.
and now so what that does is it says the first 14 you pay no Fed taxes on.
Gotcha.
So then if you make 20 grand, you're taxed on 6,000
Yeah.
at 10%. So you pay $600 in taxes. But because you make so little, they send you back money. So you wouldn't pay the 600. They'd actually probably give you $2,000.
So essentially, that's a welfare check.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
But anyway, I don't want to belabor this because Webster seems satisfied with my answer. He was the one who talked about taxes and motivation, the 29-year-old. So we can move on unless anybody else or Kim has more to add. It was just one example. My example does not cover every situation. It was just a hypothetical, and I don't want to move away from that one specific hypothetical.
I want to make a statement to people about it because the tax code is actually it's boring, but if you read a little bit, it's actually very fair. We have one of the most progressive tax systems in the world. So, like, if you're making a lot of money, they hit you really hard at the federal level and even the state level, like in certain states. So, if you look around the world, the rich pay a shit ton. And they should. They're benefiting from our system. The issue, in my opinion, is I think the rich the super wealthy should pay even more. Elon, his top marginal rate, the top rate he's going to pay on his billionth dollar that he earned is 37% federal taxes. It should be 60%. And again, I'm not a tax the rich kind of guy, but it's just ridiculous that everything over 600 grand, he pays 37% on. So if it's his billionth dollar, he's paying 37%. That's ridiculous. So, but I will say that, it is a very fair system, and the wealthy do pay. If you look at what the feds take in, they pay the predominance of the taxes. I think the top 10% of earners pay like 93% of all federal taxes collected. So, this whole tax argument is when they say they're going to cut taxes, that means they're going to cut taxes of the people that pay the taxes, well, which is quote unquote the rich. But if you're making 50 grand with 4 kids, you pay very little federal income tax, very little. You may even get money back. So, it's a pretty fair system. As much flack as people give it, it's pretty fair. Other than we don't tax the top earners as much as we should. I want Elon to pay 60%, right? He can afford it. He can afford on $1 billion. He can pay fucking 60% of the money.
Well, in the early 60s, that rate for those top earners was like 90%.
That was insane.
Yeah.
Well, if you listen to Kennedy's first speech, he said, we are not going to continue to hurt the economy by taxing the the wealthy, the rich. And rich was, more than 500 grand or something. They were paying 90%. He said, and it was actually hurting the economy because there was no money in the economy to keep it going, like the government was taking it off. But and a lot of that was paid back for that. So.
When you guys are done, I'm going to go ahead and move on.
Yeah, it's cool. I was just commenting. It's I don't mean to belabor.
Oh, no problem.
Jihad, listen, can I comment to Jihad because he made it?
Oh yeah, please do, because I agree with him.
Jihad, listen, I understand your argument to I don't know what you're saying about the taxes and stuff here.
I think the key is to tax the corporations.
Well, Jihad, I can quickly. The reason I say pay more personal tax, corporations pass the costs on to the consumer. Every study shows that hurts. Everyone has to buy soap. So if you tax soap, in other words, you tax the corporation that makes soap, these corporations continue to make profits and they pass that money along for you and me. So it ends up being a poor tax. You're hurting the poor more than the rich.
Let me ask you a question though. What if we just taxed them on the front end? Like if you have a government contract for $1 million, we're just going to take 10% off the top. Would would they still pass that on?
Yeah.
They're gonna, yeah. If you, like, let's say you just said, hey, we're gonna charge every corporation an extra 500 grand a year. Those corporations are not going to eat that.
So what if we just said, okay, you don't get tax breaks?
Um, I mean, it's going to come into a cost. If you take away tax breaks, like, hey, if you buy land, we give you a cut. I mean, a lot of tax breaks now are actually like the pro environment stuff. Like if you build a building and it's environmentally friendly, you get breaks. I mean, they built in a lot of incentives to it. But if right now, if you just said every retailer in the country, whatever taxes you're paying, it's doubled. Retail, they're not going to lose money. Amazon's not going to lose money. Walmart, and we all got to buy the shit. So that's why it's almost like a hidden tax. That's why I want to see personal income taxes go up, charge the rich more, because a lot of these corporate taxes, I mean, poor people got to buy soap, they got to buy all the shit they're buying at Walmart, they got to buy, and they eat it because Walmart is not going to lose money. You know,
Well, there's some corporations that don't pay any tax, and then they also receive government subsidy. That's the only issue that I have.
Well, that happens. Like when I had my business, I was considered a corporation. I'll give you an example real quick. At the end of the year, like I show 500 grand in profit, right, for the business. Out of that, I pay myself whatever, 200 grand, whatever number, right? So I leave me with 300 grand in quote unquote net profit. The government says, well, we're going to take, 15% of that money. I can also take that 300 grand in profit and then buy a building with it. I can use it to buy new trucks. And it's so sometimes at the end of the year, my accountant would say, listen, man, you need to roll this shit back into the business. And well, I got nothing to, I wouldn't have anything I needed to buy. Like, hey, I might buy equipment, I might buy a building, and then that's considered a business expense. And so, but then that would allow me to expand the operations and, do more business. So ultimately, though, at some point, you're going to pay those taxes, even if you're rolling them back into the business.
Yeah, there's just every year. I mean, in 2020, FedEx had pre-tax income of $1.2 billion and got a rebate of $230 million and paid no taxes. And Nike
Did they pay zero?
Yeah, Nike didn't pay a dime on $2.9 billion pre-tax, and then
the only way they're doing that is they're going, okay, we're going to buy a bunch of assets. That's the only way they're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like GE is legendary for having this situation many times, and they employ accountants that are really good at it. They're playing by the rules. They're not doing anything illegal. It's just maybe the rules should, Salesforce in 2020 avoided all federal income tax of 2.6
had a good idea. Biden's guy said, let's do it on book income. So at the end of the year, if I got that 300 grand, they're going to tax me on it. And I say, well, I'll buy a building instead for the business, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What he said is, no, we're going to hit you on the 300. And but then you wouldn't buy the building, which then your business might not grow. So there's trade-offs with this shit. But,
there's got to be a happy medium.
Yeah, I mean, so theoretically, if I buy the building, then I'm operating out of a building. I can expand. The following year, I'm going to have a tax bill at the end of the year, unless eventually you run out of shit to buy, though. Like you can only buy so many.
A bunch of hood credits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. A lot of credits now are lying. Like Amazon saved a shitload of money because they bought all electric trucks for deliveries. So they've tied a lot of the incentives to environmental stuff and different. But they want more environmental friendliness, so they're going to do that. So, but the only things I don't like, I do not like poor taxes. I mean, because my upbringing is, like I feel the poor, even if you got to go to the damn store and buy soap, the rich pay nothing for soap as a percentage of their income. The poor pay 2% of their money a year in soap, right? So I don't like taxes that are spread across everybody. That's why I have a problem with the damn corporate taxes. But and
Let me
another
let,
thing, Stanley, these fucking toll lanes on the highway infuriate me because I can just send my company a bill, whereas if you're working in a warehouse making $10 an hour, you're going to sit in that traffic and lose 2 hours a day, whereas a guy like me just gets my company to pay it, and I cruise right by. I save 2 hours a day. The poor people working in warehouses got to sit through that fucking traffic. That's the biggest poor tax I see out here right now.
gotcha.
All
Webster,
right.
the working class don't pay a lot of taxes.
They don't.
And your other question, yup, man, I think the dude isn't motivated by money directly. Tax cut. Good look for the economy. Okay, the economy. There's looks and there's perceptions, and maybe what you mean is perception. You can correct me if you actually mean perception. The economy might look good to Ryan, but it might not look good to a dude who's 25 making $10 an hour, putting wood in a chipper working for a splund. So different people view the economy different ways. I mean, if you're really like a wealthy investor, you're going to make money whether the market's up or down. You don't want a sideways market, but it depends on how high you are on the income scale, as to how the economy looks. So that's my comment.
Hey, Stanley, just so
Well,
we're all aware,
man.
just so we're all aware, Trump, I got about 75% of my jobs are on hold in Washington D.C. because of the because your buddy Trump. So
Is it going
I'm
to
getting
affect
hit.
your income?
Oh, fuck it. I mean, I got jobs at NIH shut down.
Right.
I
My
mean,
my
I'm
question
talking
my question is, does it affect your income?
absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking I mean, but it is what it is. Like I can't change it. I mean,
Well,
sometimes.
you get what you voted for.
Oh, okay. I didn't envision him shutting down every major construction
Hey,
project in DC.
hey, the government's going to be more efficient.
Jesus. Well, I hope it doesn't continue. I
What's
mean,
up, Tubbs, man?
whatever, man. It is what it is. So, I mean, I got to, frankly, they were pretty. And by the way, I'm talking cuts that are going to affect hospital, all kinds of shit. So, but there's a lot of pork there in DC. So I think they should have done something. They've just done it radically.
Well, the one thing I do have to say is that I'm sure after Elon's review, a few of these jobs will come back. The other thing that might be of interest is they're looking to sell some buildings.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if that's going to affect your work,
It will.
remodeling or whatever. But yeah. Now, see, the selling the buildings part, if they had framed, we need y'all to come back to work so we can figure out where we can double up and sell off some of these buildings,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have had a problem with that.
Yeah. Well, there's.
And at least there's a reason, a cogent, argument for coming back to work so we can be more efficient, we can cut some costs, and this is
Yeah.
how we're going to do it. And then we can decide whether you go home afterwards, and the answer will be no, but we won't tell you that just yet. These guys don't know
Yeah.
how to do politics.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these bills we're seeing, and I urge everybody, if they ever get a chance, to go to Congress.gov and read some of the stuff that they propose, because most people will see that largely our news is bullshit. Like the Republicans are the Republicans, and they do cut stuff, and AOC is not as radical as you think she is. Like a lot of the stuff that comes through is pretty reasonable. Most of it, like a lot of it, is means tested. You know, I mean, the
Well,
Republicans
maybe what
aren't as
we ought
vicious
to
as you
do,
think.
C-SPAN. Maybe we should do just like some mass media thing that just talks about the
That'd be
website.
something. Well, that's what it's funny because, like, they it's kind of amazing because I'll actually read some of the stuff and I'm like, this isn't unreasonable on either side. Both sides are being very reasonable on a lot of stuff. But then you hear it on the news and it's like it's insane.
Well, these press conferences and these speeches and joint sessions of Congress drive the news. So,
Yeah.
the bullshit that Donald Trump pumps out on any given day, hey, you got to report it.
Well, the grandstanding is really
And
what
half of what he says is provably, at least half truths, if not just outright wacky. So,
yeah, it's been
politicians drive the news. You can't just blame the news.
well. I guess what I'm saying is if you
Of that politicians driving, we're going to segue. Um, this actually made me laugh when I read it. Democrats sent a scary message with those pink outfits, and you see Representative Green with his cane, and it's a stylish cane. I have to give him that. He's a stylish man. But I'm going to skip through most of the article.
Hey, Stanley, I wonder if that's one of those canes, with the hidden sword inside.
I don't know.
If he's got a hidden
I hope so.
sword in that cane.
all decorum is gone from Congress, and
spot that I wanted to fucking start at.
it's going to look like what you see.
Oh,
in
here
the,
it is. I skipped through half the article, and we're going to start with one presumes that the paddles which members held up, Democratic members, held up discreetly at sporadic intervals through the address, were intended to be pointed out, were intended to be pointed, but also somber. But the overall effect of the whole scene was, on our way to Barbenheimer, we were kidnapped by Sotheby's and forced to bid on our dignity. The props, along with the T-shirts reading "Resist," worn by some members, were simultaneously too perfunctory and too earnest. Earnest doesn't register with this White House, where Elon Musk showed up to a cabinet meeting in a tech support T-shirt and a dark MAGA ball cap, as if he'd pawned
It's
U.S.
pwned.
aid.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
It just means owned with a P in front of it for like prank.
Oh, okay, so
It's
that's some tech speak.
Yeah, well, it's that's what
For
the
the
kids
lulz?
used. It's a word that just means sort of dominated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all of this illustrates a bigger conundrum that exists in the House chamber. What is the best way to be an effective voice of protest in this era? In recent years, liberals have tried Minnesota Nice, coconut trees, going high, going low, going weird, being heartfelt, being snarky, marching, pleading, mocking, understanding, using facts, using pathos, and here we are again, like it's 2016, and some hardworking activists are wondering if we can turn this thing around via pussy hats. By now, we're not really talking about fashion. We're talking about the real issue, which, of course, is that the spectacle of the address actually did deliver a coherent message. The Democratic message, whether accurate or not, was we do not know what to do. That is exactly how I feel. The Democrats are looking powerless, and I know you got to try things and all that jazz, but what they're trying is just making them look weak. And Carville, of all people, wrote an op-ed basically saying that we should just let Republicans govern, and he is realizing this too late because he wasn't talking that last summer during the campaign. He was frothing at the mouth like he usually does. So I agree at this point that we at a minimum, we need to we need to test crowd reaction. What is it? What is it when you test an ad before you actually run it?
It's a focus group.
A focus group. They need to focus group these pussy hats and pink shirts and all that stuff. And maybe they do.
Well, there's
But,
two
maybe-
issues about the thing with the placards that they were holding up. The first one is they received a lot of criticism from Republicans, and it was very easy for the Democrats to just publish the Republicans doing the exact same thing, during the last administration. Same size of placard, same sitting down and holding it up. And that's fine. The bigger issue is that the Democrats couldn't come up with a new shtick.
Right.
They used the old shtick that they had, and that's the problem. It's not, nana criticism. It's you guys didn't have a compelling either message or even a delivery device to protest or to disagree. And you didn't even have the let's tread water to politely, disinterestedly clap, and just not stand up for everything or whatever. It made them look unorganized, unfocused, and weak.
Yeah, and when John can bring up little kids with cancer and sound cogent, the Democrats have a problem. They didn't even stand for a kid with cancer.
I was shocked by that. I mean, not by much.
Hey, they don't know what to do. She said it. And I'm going to start reading this woman more often. She cracked a couple good jokes there.
One white lady Democrat stood up and clapped.
Yeah, John pointed out that John pointed out that she was white too. Interesting.
One woman did out of all. I mean, it's a bad look for sure. So I want to say, Stanley, like one thing I noticed, I'd always critique Trump and say Trump. Like I say it to myself, especially during 2020. I'm like, listen, the press is going to utilize everything they can. So why do you just freely give them sound bites?
Okay.
And now I feel like the Democrats are doing that.
Into a critique of the press.
Well, hold on. I'm just going to say
we're talking Democrats.
That was a critique of Trump. I'm just going to say that it seems like the Democrats are doing that now. It's like they're almost giving them free
Tom
material.
Pointed that out. They're mimicking. They're not being original.
Yeah, it's just like here's some free material to badmouth me. It's weird.
And you know what? By the way, Representative Green, the man with the cane who got walked out, they interviewed him afterwards, and he made his argument after he got thrown out was just the dude was articulate. He was basically talking about his constituents, Medicaid and Medicare. He made more of a point in that interview than he did with his standing up and waving his cane. And Democrats need to figure out what's effective and what's not. That's really my argument.
Well, the press has a little bit of a problem. If you consider the Sanctuary City hearing that we watched yesterday, you've got two choices if you're the press. Report what went on, which was just all political theater and ridiculousness, or start veering into the world of opinion, which only a guy like Cronkite could have done and sound, reasonable, and say nothing was done here to actually solve the problem, which is, it's factual, but it's also an opinion. So, and then you've got the problem of how are we going to get people to watch us?
Well, I don't think you're gonna be able to.
I don't think so either.
Just having all these executive orders back, which is I was gonna reemphasize, but maybe I'll get around to it. Having all these executive orders going through the courts is headlines for days. So they're not going to get headlines. is my point, and they need to figure out a strategy. I don't have an answer other than um, you'll know the target, you'll know the time when you see the time. This joint thing, had they just sat there and been polite, and not had the placards, even if they wanted to do the pink, nobody's going to criticize you for what you wear necessarily. Um, I think they just should have gone or not gone. But while they were there, the how they protested was just it. Those placards should have had weak.
Yeah, yeah.
It should have just said, some placards say weak, the others say powerless, and go from there.
And I've heard a lot of people say it was State of the Union. It was not. It was State of the Union
Yeah,
address.
I called it that a few times too.
Yeah, it was. It was just a presidential address.
I thought it was a State of the Union. It wasn't.
Nope. State of the Union is exactly what it says, and it's actually a requirement.
And Webster Papadopoulos, if you think America has a meritocracy, then you are drinking the Trump aid. Okay, we literally have we've got the richest man in the world whipping our government into shape. The government's not like a business, and we know the profitability he had whipping Twitter into shape. And I forget what the number is. This cabinet is chock full of billionaires. Okay,
There's 13 billionaires in the presidential administration, not necessarily cabinet heads, because the Doge is in a cabinet
the
position.
bottom line is that someone like a Tulsi Gabbard at DHS, where's the meritocracy?
Stanley.
Okay,
I'll go further than that. His cuts, the Doge cuts, those weren't based on merit.
Exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard is not a billionaire.
Okay, I'm not up here to debate Tulsi Gabbard with you.
Well, you brought it up.
Okay, I
That's
brought
one
up
of my
Tulsi
favorites.
Gabbard. I don't think she's qualified for her job. The argument is meritocracy. 12th man, I have zero. 12th man, I don't have the patience. So bear that in mind, please. The point I'm trying to make is that meritocracy and auditing, they're not they're not using meritocracy and auditing to begin with. They're using slash and burn, and then they recover, and try and fix whatever it is they break by hiring the people they need back. And it's bullshit about meritocracy is masculine and paying illegals is feminine. That's for Hood Conservatives channel. Okay, we don't put we don't judge things by masculine or feminine over here. And I don't know, maybe you're thinking of your Latin in high school, masculine, feminine, neuter, but I don't judge things by their masculinity.
Don't judge me, bro.
Then what?
12th man.
Well, a State of the Union is an actual requirement.
Right.
It's a requirement. That address was just that. Now, I know one president recently who was openly and consistently heckled throughout an actual requirement, State of the Union. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, "Oh, that's not decorum," and then, when your side does it, it's cool. It's wrong for both. It's wrong for both.
Actually, to be honest, I think what it is, and this might be more to Webster's point. I think that the argument, and I don't usually buy these masculine, feminine arguments. Let's just say passive. People aren't used to the Democrats being, spirited. or mean for that matter. So I read somewhere, and I've used the comment that I read somewhere. We need a left leaning Trump, and I think we do. Spice it up.
I don't, Stanley. I tell you what, man. I got to be honest with you. I think the Democrats would crush the Republicans for 30 years if they would cut the progressives off. Just tell them we're not. We're done with you. Grab all the independents up, because I think a lot of independents would come over, and it would actually be a pretty balanced government. Because
Well, a funny point is that a lot of
progressives are killing them.
The progressives in the Democratic Party are the ones going, we got to do placards and we got to show them that we disagree. And, the more centrist liberals are like, you know what? We might have to just take our medicines and wait for the Republicans to screw up. So, and speaking to that, I keep saying almost daily, there are actual four parties. I wish it were possible just to cleave the two parties into their broad four sections and run campaigns that way.
The Republicans are far better than the Democrats at playing the long game.
Oh yeah.
If you during that speech yesterday sit there, you don't stand like the Republicans did during the entire thing and cheer, but you sit and you politely clap when appropriate, and you have a certain amount of decorum. You clap when appropriate. Maybe you stand up when the kid gets made a member of the Secret Service. You do things of that nature, okay? You look a lot better to the electorate than you do otherwise. And then when the opportunity arises to make a significant, effective, appropriate protest, do it then. Not necessarily during a speech, but whenever. That's what you should do. Play the long game. Keep your powder dry. Don't bust your hand.
Now, it could
be the pussy hats.
It could be that the progressives are all younger and they're all pretend Spitfires. But the elders need, AOC's the perfect example. She came in all wild and shit, and Nancy Pelosi tamed her ass.
Yeah, she told her we ain't fucking with you.
I agree with Ryan that AOC is not as crazy wild liberal as people make her out to be. She just isn't.
Well, if you
she
look
may
at
have
her,
been.
I think she was, and
I think she was
Nancy
too.
Pelosi took her under her wing and just kind of schooled her.
Well, and who's leading that party? Who's the head of that party right now?
Jeffries and Schumer.
Yeah,
but are they?
No,
Jeffries is very weak.
As a matter of fact, Schumer needs to go.
I agree.
We need fresh blood there. Now Pelosi's still in Congress. I don't think she's running again, if I recall. Jeffries is Jeffries a little tame.
He's overly smart, Stanley. You could tell he's got some autism and shit going. You could tell. Like he's not. Okay. He sounds like me in half the shit he says. He's very analytical.
Even if they have a leader right now, it's a Beltway leader. They need an electorate leader.
Right.
That's what Trump was. That's why the party runs the way that it does. Who is the population going to get behind and say,
word on the street is that they
the
want
guy.
the Crockett lady. That's
Oh my
spectacle
God.
woman.
I do get her just to see John's dome pop.
I don't think she's the person that the population's going to get behind.
I agree with you, Tom.
We'll see who screams the loudest, John or
It's going to take a centrist Democrat with a lot of personal charisma. That's what it's going to take, and some political smarts. That's
Clinton Obama. Somebody like that.
Obama.
They're done. No one believes in them anymore.
He was off.
Another Obama.
No, I mean a person like Obama, like a Bill Clinton that has the
Democrats right now are rallying behind that Crockett lady.
Oh Jesus! That's a dead
Good
loser.
Yeah,
luck with
well,
that.
quite frankly, I get her. I don't see that much wrong with her because I think when she's in committee, she is pretty verbally agile. So I don't know that she, I don't know that she has the gravitas.
That's the issue.
She does not. She
She's
does
a
not.
whip. She is a house whip. She'd be
Listen,
great at that.
Right.
listen, Bill, where
Tom is
did
correct.
Obama go to school? Where did Obama go to school? He went to
You-
Oxford at one point, right?
Yeah.
President
No,
Crockett is not going to Oxford.
he went from was it Occidental to Columbia and then Harvard.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it was
President Crockett
somewhere in
probably went to
California.
Mississippi State and shit. Okay, we're talking about two different people here.
Wait, who?
What in
President
the
Crockett,
fuck
where did
is
she go to school?
Occidental?
I don't think she
What
went to
is
Mississippi State.
Occidental?
I think she. I don't recall. I actually
She went
looked
to
at it once.
Texas. I'll
She's
find
not
out.
overly smart, is what I'm
Texas Tech
saying.
or something. But
She
you
doesn't
know,
appear
Oh
to be
my
overly
God!
smart.
She went to the university. She got her bachelor's at Rhodes College, and she got her.
whoa.
her,
Rhodes College is where Amy Coney Barrett got her undergraduate.
and then she went to University of Houston for her JD.
Houston isn't a bad school.
It can't be that good. One of Ball State's basketball players coached the basketball team there after he graduated.
Well, I'm thinking of Gerald Horn. He's a history professor there.
I just don't think that she's gonna win.
No, I think we all agree with that.
She's not gonna win.
She's good whipping people, but she's not a party leader. We need someone at the top.
And the Democrats have too much of a party machine that won't allow anyone who is not already a Democrat within that party serving the master to do it. They would never allow Mark Cuban to be their nominee.
Well, yeah, and this thing they have about it's your turn or her turn,
Yeah.
they need to get rid of that shit.
Yeah. That's it. Well,
What
then
did you think of-
Biden's that.
Right.
To a certain extent.
What did you think about the lady who gave the rebuttal?
I thought she gave a good rebuttal.
Yeah,
Who
she
was
was
it?
just she was
You mean the
short.
Bernie Sanders rebuttal?
No. The lady who actually the
He gave
rebuttal
his own, didn't he?
new Michigan senator.
He did do his own.
He did his own. I think that
she did like 2 tours as a CIA analyst or something in Afghanistan. And
what's
she
her
was
name?
in the House, and now she's
Her
a
name
senator.
is Senator Elisa Slotkin.
Yeah, I liked her. Now the problem is this country tends to lean misogynist. So I don't know that she'd be able to go up against a Trump.
Listen,
But
the fact that Bernie Sanders gave his own says a lot. Bernie Sanders gave his own separate rebuttal.
Bernie Sanders is old.
I know, but a lot of people, he pulled a lot of people. Like, it shows the division. I mean,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, hey, like the Democrats
Yeah,
have
but
that
we're
going. Like, they got to get
talking-
organized around somebody.
We're talking who can lead the party, not Bernie Sanders.
No, he's got no chance. But the point is, they got multiple
Well, he's too
responses.
old.
Fucking crazy.
I think if Bernie Sanders were still relatively young, he would stand a chance.
If he was 65, he could have won. I think he could have won in 2016. Honestly.
A lot of the polling had him 10 points up on Trump because a lot of the people
No
that
one's electing that little communist. Get over it, Bernie.
Listen, man. Half the shit he said in 2016, Trump said the same thing.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, close the border, immigration.
There were Bernie voters who went to Trump.
Yeah,
a lot of them.
Yeah, I think he would have won if Hillary didn't kill him. Actually, Wasserman Schultz killed him. Wasserman Schultz got rid of him.
The whole party and the super delegates killed him. I mean, superdelegates weren't even attached to votes. They were party insiders that counted in the primaries. And it's like, in fact, the Democratic Party got sued by major contributors over that exact issue. They said, we didn't get what we paid for. Oh, yes.
Holy shit.
Yes.
Well, I was thinking Stanley would make a good delegate for the state of Florida, you know?
Well, I don't live in Florida. And have no intentions.
Georgia.
The only way you could get me to Florida is give me a free house on the beach.
I'm in Georgia, Stanley.
Stanley, I'd vote for you if you made me your economic guy.
Republican enough.
I might
I'd
even
vote
vote for Stanley if he was ran for Congress or something.
I'll tell you who the only Republican who stands a chance of getting my vote is our governor.
Kemp.
Yep.
Kemp.
He's a good guy.
Hey, how about a Kemp Larry Hogan ticket?
I don't
Kemp
agree
Hogan.
with a lot of his bullshit, but I do believe there's some things that one of these days I'll get into, specifically the Ahmaud Arbery case. I think he's a good man.
If you look at Clinton, Obama, and Trump, one of the things that they all had in common was no major national record to be attacked. They came out of nowhere to an extent. Now, that's a little degrading perhaps to Clinton and Obama, but Clinton, governor of a smaller state,
no political record.
Obama, a relative newcomer to politics in terms of being a president. And when they came there, their negatives were not super big, super naturally known, and nationally known. Same was true of Carter to an extent. And that's
one of the things that helped Clinton is he came from a southern state.
Yeah, that as well. Same with Carter.
Oh yeah,
I think Clinton could talk the pants off of any woman, and if he's the kind of guy you want to play golf with, man.
And elect his president.
I just think he had such a plain folks appeal, right? I mean, it was pretty remarkable.
He came from plain folks.
It's that gravitas, it's that charisma. That's what it's going to take. Trump has that. Like it or not.
I think somebody said that about Bill Clinton. They said that, didn't they say that when Bill Clinton walked into a room, you felt like he was talking right to you personally?
They say that about all the very best politicians.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah.
I just read that yesterday's congressional speech was the most watched in history. Like, more people are paying attention. I
To
like
who?
that.
To Trump?
Well, to politics, period, Stanley.
Well, that's good. Then Trump will be undone. If more people are paying attention to the nuts and bolts of politics, that will work it'll work against Trump.
I was going to say, did y'all ever hear the story about Obama? You ever heard that story about Obama and McCain when there was the national security issue in 2008? I heard it on television. It was intriguing.
What did he call McCain?
No. What happened was that was the election. It was McCain and Obama in 2008, right? It was McCain.
Yes.
Right. 08? Yeah, that's right. 2008. Yeah. So, but apparently there was a big national security situation on Friday. McCain calls this meeting for Monday. Everybody goes home. Apparently Monday, everyone comes back to debrief on it. And McCain calls the meeting. They all sit down and say, what are we going to do about Libya or whatever it was? It might have been Libya. And Obama spent all day Sunday, at DC, he was fully versed, studied, knew everything. This is when he was first running, right? But he knew everything about the topic, top to bottom, and had a game plan. And they said, the show I watched, they said that's when Obama won the presidency, because every single person in the room, national security, the senators, all the people surrounding them were like, this guy's on point. So, and that's what I mean. Like, highly intelligent with the charisma, you're going to win.
Right.
And I don't know who has that now.
Well,
So I don't know who is capable of that.
speaking of charisma, this is a new show from that Pan African Dating Network or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Matchmaker picks a blind date for a stranger. And I figured it would be at least a little bit of a break. There is a new Arlette version of Pop the Balloon. We may get to it. But this is 30 minutes, so I figured we'd at least check it out. If it's a dud, we can move on.
Specifically, are you looking for? I'm looking for a girl who takes care of herself. What type of man are you looking
And
for?
why this is in black and white, I don't know.
Are you the kind of woman who
This
likes
is
to
the
make
preview.
moves behind her man's back? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
In today's episode, we are on a quest to find love. And we've got Gabs, also known as Agaba, who is going to be matchmaking for our boy John. Let's see what the criteria is.
John,
my guy.
this is going to be a good one.
I hope so.
Are you ready to find love?
I'm hoping I do.
Tell me very quickly, what specifically are you looking for? How can I help you out with this, man?
I'm looking for a girl who takes care of herself. She thinks positively of herself. Great hair, great nails, great skin. That's the physical, yeah, because that means that she thinks positively toward herself. And then someone who likes to talk, someone who is happy soul, vibey. Yeah, I guess pretty much that's it. Then the conversations will get into that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Any attitude issues? Bad girl, good girl, nice girl? Tell me about that.
Good girl, really good girl. Yeah, because I'm a traditional guy, I would like to think. So I prefer someone who is a good conversationalist, very noble, nice, chatty, and if you have good conversation, I'm actually down. That's it. Yeah.
You know, a lot of young women like men who lead with money these days. So is that something that you're worried about?
I have money, but I'm worried about the conversation of money. If it's not a deep relationship and then money is taken away from the relationship, I'm wary of such things. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about religion, man? What role is that going to play in the relationship that you choose to have?
I'm a Christian, so most of my conversations are led through my faith. I believe in Jesus, so I'm going to throw around the name Jesus sometime, once or twice on a date. So it would be nice to have a Christian on a date. Also, that means that they think like me. They already know what I'm thinking. So it's not coming from far that I don't do some things. Yes.
All right. Do you trust my judgment?
You're my big bro, so I trust you.
All right, man. Let's get into it.
Cool.
Let's get into it.
Cool.
So today, Gabs, I have given you the task of finding a lovely, perfect match for John, who is sitting outside right now. How do you feel about it?
Well, I can see this is already going to be a difficult task because all four of these ladies are quite lovely.
See, I already
But,
don't like
I'm up
this.
for it, so let's get into it.
All right. So earlier he gave you his criteria on the type of lady that he's looking forward to you picking for him. So right about now, I'm going to let you get to know each of these lovely ladies, and you're going to have to eliminate one of them before she even gets to go on a date.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Let's start with lady number one.
Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Pamela.
Pamela. Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
Mind if I ask how old you are?
23.
23. Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm still a student.
Still a student.
Yeah.
Okay. What type of man are you looking for in your life?
Someone caring, someone who will be there for me, and someone who is willing to have a future.
So you're looking for a long-term relationship. Are you the type of girlfriend who is party animal and your boyfriend needs to be worried about that type of a lifestyle? Or are you more calm, humble?
Occasionally, I would love to go out for. Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about money in a relationship?
Money is not a big ish, but when it's there, well and good.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to lady number two.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
What's your name?
I'm Sharifa.
Sharifa.
Yeah.
Pleasure. How old are you, Sharifa?
I'm 23, making 24 soon.
Okay. Are you looking for a serious relationship or are you just trying to date and figure things out right now?
I'm looking into a serious relationship. Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about men who are older than you? What's the oldest age of a man that you would consider
Someone has to
dating?
be 3 to 5 years older than me.
Okay. Are you looking for a God-fearing man? Do you prefer any religion in particular?
A good-fearing man.
Okay. How does your family feel about the fact that you're doing this dating show? Are they excited about it? Do they know about it?
They do know
That's a
about it
good
because they
question.
know I'm single. Yeah.
Are they excited and looking forward to you coming home with a good man?
Yeah. They can't keep up with this beauty home anymore.
Yes, Roz.
That's a good one. Oh my goodness. All right.
All right, shall we move on to lady number 3?
Yes.
All right.
Hello.
Hi,
What's your name?
I'm called Sarah.
Sarah. You look dangerous, Sarah.
Thank you. I take it as a compliment.
Ooh, that wig is fitting.
Hey, come on.
Okay. I meant it as a compliment. So tell me about, what are you looking for right now in your life in terms of a relationship?
I want someone loving and someone who will take me first. Yeah.
Are you looking for a rich man to take care of you, or are you the kind of a woman who wants to be a partner and build a life with your man?
I want a partner, but still money has to be there because look at me.
Oh, look at you indeed.
Look at her.
Okay.
Look at her,
See,
guys.
confidence is not an issue. Sometimes an overly confident woman might be a problem for a humble man.
Then I have nothing to say about that because I want someone who will take me first over things they want because I'm the prize.
Ah, okay. Very good. Thank you.
All right, shall we move on to the final lady?
Yes.
All right, lady number 4.
Hello.
Hi,
What's your name?
Jessica.
Hi, Jessica.
Hi,
How old are you?
23.
23. Are you working, studying?
Both.
Both. You're working and studying.
Yeah, okay, I'm just starting to study.
Just starting to study.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any long-term career ambitions that you want to share?
Like cry here?
Sure.
Mm-mm.
No?
Yeah.
Still figuring it out.
I have many.
But you don't
But
want
no
to
share.
share. Oh, so you like keeping secrets, huh? Keeping things close to your vest, huh? You don't like
I will not show it to everyone.
not everyone. Okay.
She moves in silence, yeah? She's
Really?
one of them ones.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. Like a ninja, so to speak, huh? Okay. What does that say about your dating life? Are you the kind of woman who likes making moves behind her man's back, too? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you had a guy who was humble, quiet, reserved, is that the kind of energy that you want from your man, or do you want a guy who's like a lion, like an alpha male?
I can change him to what I want.
Oh. Interesting. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so Master Gabs, you have gotten to meet all 4 of my lovely ladies, and now I'm about to ask you to eliminate one. But have you made your decision yet?
Yes.
You have, yeah?
Yes.
So tell me about why you're deciding to eliminate this lady before you reveal which lady you want to eliminate.
I think the first thing that I want to make sure that my brother John has is the opportunity to be himself and have somebody who's going to accept him as himself and not feel like he needs to change for somebody else.
Yeah.
So in that regard, I think I'm going to eliminate lady number 4.
Lady number 4. Oh, I'm so sorry. Jessica, right?
She looks
Jessica.
like
I'm
she's,
so sorry, Jessica, but thank you so much for being on the Pan-African
auditioning
Dating Show.
for,
Ladies, I'm about to send you on
NCIS.
dates to meet
She looks
John,
like
who Gabs is matchmaking for
Pippi
today.
Ghana
Gabs, are we
stocking.
ready to send this man on the dates?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So let's get into it, guys. Let's get into the dating. Do not touch your dial. We're going to be right back.
Hi Pam, how are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
I'm good. Now, I already know your name, Pam, but what's your surname?
Can we skip that? Because I don't normally share it unless it's a weekend or a family occasion.
Family, I'm hoping to be your family. You wouldn't want to share with your family?
You will when the time comes.
Nice to meet you. Oh, now, you don't want to share your surname. Do you also share age on first date? All those are things
Age is
that you...
okay. I don't mind.
How old are you?
23.
Nice to meet you. Do you want to know my age or we leave
Of
it out?
course, why not?
I'm 28. Nice to meet you, Pam. What do you do?
Apparently, I'm a student.
Where?
Chambago University, second year.
What are you doing for
Business
course?
administration.
Nice. What's your weekend like?
I'm normally home. Sometimes hang out with friends. Depends on how I feel about the day.
Yeah. How do you choose your friends?
I think that's not a big issue.
What are your friends like? Are they loud? Are they very humble people?
Depends on the mood we're in. Sometimes we're silent, sometimes we're loud, and sometimes we're crazy.
Nice. Do you want to ask me a question?
Of course I will.
Ask me.
First, go on with yours.
Okay. So I'm just going to give you a hypothetical question, yeah? If I was driving with my mom and we are coming to pick you up, where would you prefer to sit? The co-driver's seat or behind?
Anywhere, as long as you open the car door for me, because I'm not doing that.
Okay. I need to park the car, get out. My mom is, and then open the door for you. Then, okay. Cool. It's so beautiful, by the way.
Appreciate.
Nice. Do you want to ask a question? I'm really here for you.
I'm going to ask, but I just wanted to give you time first so that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If my questions are done.
Okay, what do you do? Like the work?
What do I do? I am a communication strategist. So I think and talk for a living. Yeah.
Think and talk for a living. How does that work?
So basically PR, communications is PR. So things like billboards, I do, my normal day involves photo shoots, PR strategies, event management, concept notes. Yeah, things like that.
Is that an African Tom Gully?
No.
Tom. Who's your best friend?
I don't do any event management because I'm not a secretary.
What are they like? Because you know the saying that tell me your friend and I will tell you who you are.
My best friend is a Muslim. She's called Sharifa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is she like?
Very humble.
Uh-huh.
Crazy sometimes.
Okay. Are you crazy?
Mostly.
Okay.
Yeah, when I'm home alone. It's kind of crazy.
You're crazy at home?
Yep.
Alone? Interesting. What does that
think these
feel
women
like?
are train wrecks.
Like when you're home.
Loud
playing,
music, dancing.
Cooking
Interesting.
my favorite dishes.
What's your favorite dish?
Spaghetti and
That sounds like you like easy food. Nice to meet you, Pam.
Nice meeting you.
All right, so the date with Pamela didn't exactly go as I thought it would. Maybe she was just nervous, but first of all, I think she kind of felt like it was all about her. My man was asking her all types of good questions, but she was being evasive with answers, not really forthcoming. Some of the simple details. What's your name? Okay, you don't want to give your government name, that's fine, but say I only give it out on weekends and family occasions. What's that about? My man was paying her compliments. And the dude is sharply dressed, so I don't know why she wasn't, ready to give him a compliment right back. You look nice. Oh, you look handsome too. And then when it came to her not asking him a single question about himself, those are some simple red flags for me. So I'm keeping my eye out on that one. But she looks good. Clearly, they're very attractive in terms of the way that they match up with each other. I don't know if she deserves a second chance, though. So we'll see.
The Wolf has very, very high standards.
Hello, how are you? Wonderful. Had some breakfast?
Yes.
Feeling good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Nice. What's your name?
I'm Sharifa. And you?
John.
John, I'm a Muslim.
Well, I just have to make a comment here. All these women are like in their 20s. There are very few 20-year-old women that I've met, even when I was in my 20s, that aren't train wrecks of a sort. So, and it's even worse now from what I can tell. But maybe that's a function of my age. So I'm not expecting a 25-year-old or a 23-year-old to be, all together. Those are rare.
Muslim.
I'm a Christian.
And they're certainly not on dating shows. You gotta meet these dating show people where they're at.
If I ever like a girl too much, I tell the Wolf about her, and then it's dispelled.
Oh, really?
It's dispelled within about 10 seconds.
And then he just pops that balloon, right?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
He gently brings you back down to earth, but Tom,
no, there's no gentleness at all involved. None whatsoever.
That's funny.
Model.
Nice.
And I'm a businesswoman. What about you?
I do communications for a living, so I talk and think for a living.
Or would you talk and think for your woman?
Everywhere, anywhere, yes.
So I'm not allowed to speak in public. You're only supposed to talk for me.
No, there's some spaces where you need to talk for your woman. If someone was messing up with you, I would definitely come out for you and on your behalf.
No, okay, that is nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that wherever I go, it is only you that is supposed to speak.
No, but what I prefer is talking with my woman. Also, I would like to see how powerful my woman is in tough situations. Like if the traffic policeman stops me, I would like my woman to be there for me and either apologize or to level the traffic policeman.
I know, we call Nagambano and we see how things go.
Nice. What's modeling like?
It's about passion, number one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In my head, modeling is like you have like so many clothes. You have
So
like
slim, like this body.
you're looking nice, by the way.
Thank you. You look good also in a coat.
Thank you. Are you intimidated with jackets or you'd rather
As long
a
as
t-shirt?
you're smart.
Would you prefer a guy to
As
come
long
for a
as
dress
you're
in a t-shirt?
smart.
Okay.
'Cause
Do you think a t-shirt is smart?
as long as you're smart, I can't be with someone who is not smart.
Okay.
I'm a professional model, so I know.
They had better be
I'm
smart.
into the fashion world, so I know the do's and don'ts of fashion.
Okay.
So we can't go out together when you're not smart.
Labels over just as long as I'm
As long
smart.
as you're smart.
I don't need to have a Louis Vuitton.
As long as you're smart,
I
we
like
are
it.
going together, we are moving out together. They have to know he's my man, I'm your woman.
Oh, so you like public relationships, huh? Instagram, pictures, selfies,
Are you okay
what?
with it or you're not okay with it?
Before I put a ring on it, not okay with it.
Not okay with
But
it.
if I know for sure you're my woman, why not? Let's Instagram away.
So
people might steal you away from me. So I want to be sure
they
that.
can steal this beauty away from you.
Yeah, so I want to first of all mark my
As long as
territory.
if you're not treating me well, of course somebody else is going to see
I'm a
me.
lover boy. You're gonna be treated well. If you're my woman, you're gonna be treated.
How are you going to treat me? How do you think? Okay, what do you think that I expect from you?
So I'm a giver. I like to give.
Okay.
And all sorts of giving. Love, time, gifts, whatever you need. Money.
Oh, no,
Also,
you're
I have
out.
a bit of money, so I'm generous
You're
with that
out.
too. So
You're a giver.
after the date,
You're a giver.
after the
Prove
date,
it.
after the
Prove
date,
it.
I got you. After
Prove
the
it.
date.
Prove it.
You see, we have to first confirm whether we are
Confirm
into
what?
this thing.
Confirm what? I'm into you and I know. You're a giver. You're a giver. You're a
We
giver.
started from love, time.
I dated a
gifts.
woman like her.
Yeah. So the next, if we have an opportunity for next time, a gift is coming through. Trust me for it.
Nah.
Oh, we got it.
Prove me wrong.
I got you.
Just prove me
Second
wrong.
date.
That's all.
Second date.
The man
Is it second date?
drives a
What do you
Jaguar.
think?
I think yes. I like the
Okay,
vibe.
I would like to ask you
See,
something.
I'm gonna get this one.
Okay, since I'm a Muslim.
Well, I know he's doing a lot of nice things for you, but what has he done for you lately?
I think parents have no option in who I date or not.
Okay, so
Yeah.
are they okay with a woman that is are they okay with that a woman like she's a public figure? Are they okay with that person?
I'm a public figure. I do TV and radio, so it's they are already okay with me being a public figure.
Are they okay with your
But-
woman being in front of cameras?
Again, my parents have no idea who I'm dating, who I am dating. I'm not dating for my parents. That's my opinion.
Okay.
If I'm dating my woman, the woman is mine and not for anybody else to share. They could have an opinion, but that doesn't face me. I choose my woman for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Would
your
you
parents
prefer?
are not included into the relationship regardless of us having fights, what and what. Your parents are not into this.
The only thing I need them for is to help me come with my uncles to your home to pick you. I wouldn't need them to come to my bedroom to.
So if we're having fights, it's only between me and you. And if we're having our wedding, and it's a Muslim.
If you beat me, we're going to the counselor.
I'm not violent.
If the fight is actual fighting, eh?
And I'm not violent.
We're going to include other people, police perhaps.
Now, Sharifa, that was spicy. I really enjoyed that date. I think, first of all, it took her a little bit of time to get warmed up and show her personality, but when she did, she came through with all the energy. You could tell it's her world, and every man is just living in it. I think my man John came through with the right energy. Every time she challenged him, he was coming back with some confident answers. He was really asserting himself, letting her know that there's nothing you can throw at me that I can't handle. But also at the same time, I didn't see them agreeing on too much. I didn't see them harmonizing and kind of finding that common ground. Everything was a struggle of will, so to speak. She was trying to assert her dominance. He was letting her know that I'm not that soft, but at the same time, I can give you what you need. I think there could be some chemistry there. Religious backgrounds and the difference in there notwithstanding, I think there could be some chemistry in there. So I'll be interested to see if they go on another date, what happens.
Boy, I read that too.
We've reached the middle part of this video, so if you like what you're seeing, please like and subscribe and follow for more.
He looks like a chef.
Yeah, he does.
Hi, how are you doing?
And how are you?
I'm good. You're looking beautiful.
Thank you.
A friend of mine would say
What's that on your head,
pulchritudinous.
ma'am?
That simply means extremely beautiful, or epitome of beauty, like number one of beauty. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
I'm called Sarah.
Sarah. My name is John.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Tell me, what do you enjoy to do?
In my free time, I love reading and sleeping.
What kind of books?
I just read books, just
any book.
Yeah.
About anything.
Yeah, as long as I'm reading.
Are you currently reading any book?
Yeah.
Which one?
Why men marry?
Is there an answer yet? Why?
Not really, because I'm still reading the book.
Interesting. Who is your kind of man?
I would love a man who is caring, loving, and God-fearing.
Isn't that cliche? Isn't that what every woman looks for in a man?
No, to me, I'm not every woman. For me, that's what I want.
Caring, loving, and God-fearing. Do I have to be Christian or Muslim?
As long as you're God-fearing.
Okay, good. I already asked how you spend your weekends. Where do you stay?
I stay in Makerechkon.
Nice. Are you a student?
No.
Because that's a street for students.
No.
Stay with family?
No, alone.
What do you do?
A lot. Right now I'm a hostess, but yeah.
A hostess where? In planes? Over?
Not really, but
yeah.
I host on some parties, so yeah. As long as I'm getting paid, you'll find me anywhere.
Interesting. So you're loud, happy, funny, I guess. You have some jokes. Do you want to ask me any question?
Yeah. How do you define love?
Tough questions. It's just a first date, Sarah. Love. Love is kind. Love is patient. Love is giving. And love is sacrifice. That's how I describe love.
Desiderata, man.
How do you describe love?
Me, I describe love by if you love someone, you have to take the things they want first. So are you willing to do that?
I'm a giver, so yes, definitely.
Something off about
Where
her.
do you work?
I have two jobs. I work at a law firm called AB and David Africa and Grindstone Limited. It's a communications firm.
That's nice, but let me hope if we're dating, you're not going to start being a lawyer in a relationship.
I can't be a lawyer. I'm a lover in a relationship.
No, lawyers, you're always dramatic. You bring your books everywhere, so let me hope it's not that.
Nah, I'm a lover. When you meet me, you will know love. So be confident of it.
Oh, that's nice. Oh,
yeah.
You
have a beautiful smile. You have a beautiful smile. Keep smiling.
Nice. I will.
Yeah. And your eyes. Actually, I think I can't let go of just looking at your eyes. But let's move on. Yeah. Do you want to ask?
So, do you love traveling?
Sometimes I travel for work, but I heavily travel for leisure, yes. So I like traveling.
That's nice.
Do you like traveling?
Yeah.
Where have you traveled?
It depends according to what I was going to do, but I traveled to Dubai, Zanzibar.
Mama. Please continue.
Diane. Yeah, in Ethiopia.
Interesting. I've traveled all of Uganda, first of all. Do you know that Uganda is the most beautiful country in the world? I've traveled all of Uganda and a bit of countries here and there, mostly work though. Because of the nature of work, you get to support some brands here and there. So, yeah.
So, do you take birthdays as a serious thing? Because to me, it's a big thing.
So we have to close down a bar for a birthday party, yeah?
Not a bar, but you have to celebrate me if you're my man.
Okay. So I'm going to ask very random questions, and I'm hoping that I will get correct answers. How old are you?
I'm 23.
What did you do for school?
Social science.
Interesting. And Makerere? Nice. If you were given an opportunity to either travel or to go out or stay in, what would that be in? Stay in or out?
It depends how much I'm earning, because at the end of the day, I'm chasing the bag.
No, you're not earning. This is a date. So I'm giving you an opportunity to either come and dine in or call you over at my place or calling you out on a date outside in a restaurant. What would you prefer?
I can't come.
Out or in?
Out. Because first and foremost, right now, I don't know you. We have to come to your place.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. I can't do that.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have to meet in an open place. Yeah.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Sarah.
Nice to meet you too.
And I'm positive for another date.
If God wishes.
Amina.
Now, Sarah's date was not what I expected. She likes to read, and judging by the title of that book, I clearly couldn't judge her by her own cover, right? I think what I liked most about this was that she had a lot of exchange back and forth with John. She was asking him some very good questions about himself. challenging him a bit. And I think some of those answers that he gave kind of reflected a little bit of nervousness in himself. And I like the fact that she was making him nervous. And
Yeah, I
making
agree
him
with
feel
that,
like he
Brian.
needed to step his game up
I
a
do
little bit.
too.
I mean, all these women are very beautiful, so that goes without saying.
I don't know.
I guess
that
it's just
third
about a
one
mix of
go.
personalities and how they match and fit together. I like Sarah, though.
I did
so-
like that girl seemed reserved, but she did have a little personality, but not quite enough.
I don't know. Do you think she was putting on an act? Like she was trying to be too cool for school?
No.
You think that was actually her? Huh?
I think sometimes some younger people have kind of a, I'll be reserved because that way I won't look silly.
And yeah, I forget you work with young people.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I sure do.
Ladies and gentlemen tuned in right now, this is about the time where we find out the lovely lady who is going to get to go on another date with this fine gentleman. But before we get into that, gentlemen, how are we feeling? Let me start with Gabs. You were watching all the dates. Was it awkward? How'd it go?
I was entertained. Based off of my first impressions, the dates gave me something totally different.
None of them really have personality.
Yeah, this next part of this experience is going to be very
That middle girl needs to go now.
Look at how small this guy is.
Never actually.
Holy cow.
This is my first time. I've intentionally avoided it at all costs. So yeah, this is my first time giving it a try.
All right, okay. So now let's come to John. John, I sent you on 3 dates with these lovely ladies. How did these dates go?
Went well. I felt like I enjoyed each separately, like I was in different worlds with the 3. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and how did you feel knowing that someone was watching you go on these dates? Did you feel like, oh, if I don't have game, this...
So I had like a dead space of conversation because I knew they are watching me. My big brother is watching me, but I enjoyed it. I loved it. I enjoyed each of the conversations.
Yeah.
And yeah, looking forward to him choosing. Yes.
All right, now I'm gonna come over to the ladies. Ladies, I sent you on dates. How did it go? How did it go?
That guy's a real stick of dynamite.
Okay, Sharifa.
He's good. Yeah, we can bond.
Okay. What about you, Sarah? Sarah has something to say. Her facial expression, yeah?
It was just interesting.
So right about now, I'm gonna ask Gabs. Gabs, you watch these things and you know you have a difficult decision to make.
Do me well, bro.
Very tough.
Do me well.
Are you sure you want to say that?
Pause.
Go for it.
All right, okay. So Gabs, right about now is the time I'm gonna have you tell me why you are deciding to eliminate one of these lovely ladies.
So, I mean, the pressure's really on, right? Again, 3 stunningly beautiful ladies, each with their own unique personality and appeal. But this decision, I'm going to base it upon first impression. You know, first impression matters.
Yes.
How you present yourself and the image that you want the other person who's sitting across from you to see.
Oh, yeah.
And I think quite simply, one of these ladies didn't care that the fact that she was giving a bad first impression.
Ooh.
She brought 0 energy to this date. She didn't even care to learn anything about her counterpart who was sitting across from her.
Number 2 is gone.
That's a big X.
A big X.
Yes.
All right, so Gabs, who is the lady that we are sending home at this point in the show?
Unfortunately, Pamela, you gotta go.
Oh, Pamela, thank you so much for being on the Pan-African Dating Show. We loved having you here. Thank you so much. I'm gonna ask you to step down. Thank you very much. All right, so at this point, we're left with just 2 ladies. Now, John,
Yes, ma'am.
how are we feeling about the
the
options right now?
I'm feeling good, optimistic. Always happy, so we're in a good place.
Okay, so while you might be thinking that Gabs is going to pick one of these lovely ladies for you, I have to put that pressure onto you now.
He's not?
He's not. He's not.
Okay.
You got to go on 2 dates with these lovely ladies. Now, before you tell me who you are selecting to go on another date with, tell me why you would like to ask this girl on another date?
I thought that for Sharifa, she was a bit firm, very strong, very articulate with her heart and where she's headed.
Very
And that came off very dominant,
Kelvin.
not friendly.
Yeah, they're not smiling.
And yet friendly feels warm. I think that that's where Sarah took on. Very warm. She is sharing her heart, how she likes to make money, but she's not asserting that the man has to make money. So I feel like, and yet money is a good conversation for a relationship, but it didn't come through as if it's the other's responsibility.
Come on now, Roz.
And then Sarah came off independent with growth, with knowledge of herself and where she's headed.
And a book.
He's wiry, but he's got cords of muscle.
A book I want to read also. So yes, that's where my head is at.
All right. So based on your, your comments, I'm pretty sure I kind of have an angle as to where this is going.
That girl on the left doesn't even want to be in the same city as
Who
this
is
dude.
the lovely lady that you would like to ask on another date today?
Another date?
Yeah, they considered those dates.
Sarah,
Sarah, come on. But right now, let me just say thank you so much, Sharifa, for being on the Pan-African Dating Show. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to ask you to leave now. So, sir, Gabs, did you see this coming?
Kinda.
Kinda.
Yeah,
You really
kinda.
put him in the fix,
Yeah.
yes?
Yes.
Come stand over here. Let me switch sides with you.
Do you want to do the hand thing or?
Sarah, do you want him to do the hand thing? No.
He definitely has. He has quick feet.
So, Sarah, how do you feel about the fact that you have been chosen to go on another date with?
I feel good. Yeah. Yeah, because I think he has seen something good in me. Yeah.
And how did the date go for you specifically?
It was nice. It was interesting. He's an open-minded person, so yeah, it was good.
You know,
It's good. So now the question is, would you want to go on another date with John?
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
You will? Well, congratulations, John and Sarah. You guys are giving shy vibes. The conversation was different. But you guys are giving shy vibes. Nonetheless, we're very happy for you. Gabs, are you happy with this match?
They look good together. And I think she gives the type of energy that she shows she's open-minded. And I think once my man gets to be with her in a space outside of all of these prying eyes, they'll get to know each other in the right way. So I'm optimistic.
All right. And John, are you happy with the criteria that you gave him? Do you feel like he has hit that criteria?
Yeah, I think so. And I'm happy that she said yes, first of all. So thank you so much, Sarah. So I'm looking forward to getting to know each other, getting to eat money. Yeah, why not?
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. This is a lovely match made by Gabs. For those of you out there who are still looking for love, this is the Pan-African Dating Show. Please make sure to subscribe to our channel. If you like our content, leave a thumbs up. And of course, drop a comment as to who you guys would have matched our boy John with, or who you guys were shipping and pitching for in this episode. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, we remain the Pan-African Dating Show. This is Daddy Sims, and I'm signing out.
Peace. That girl literally sounds like Eliza Doolittle.
Yeah.
You remember after, like, she goes out for a test runner.
Yeah.
And she has that stilted speech. It's slow and precise, but stilted.
Yeah.
That's what she reminded me of.
A little bit. I thought she was playing a little bit hard to get, but she did have a nice smile, and she seemed a little happy. Maybe she was because she was on TV.
She was a little happy.
I think
it was a smidgen of joy.
I should mention that the Wolf and I have these phrase code words that were used in sports, since we were both sports guys mostly, and among them are tremendously athletic. A real stick of dynamite, speed merchant, quick feet. So that's what he was. Oh yeah, wiry but cords of muscle. Anyway.
Okay.
That's why he was laughing so hard, because he was putting in those in the chat about that little Barney Fife build guy there.
John talked about Muriel Bowser and getting rid of the Black Lives Matter thing and all that. And I figured I would actually look at an actual news article about it. Not that this would be any more accurate, but one thing he didn't emphasize is that Muriel Bowser isn't getting rid of it, because she changed her mind. So I just wanted to run that run that past the crowd. So here we go.
DC's planned removal of Black Lives Matter mural reflects mayor's delicate position. This article is by Campbell Robertson and Tim Arango and read by an automated voice. On Wednesday morning in downtown Washington, D.C., Keona Jones stood on her artwork and remembered the time when she and 6 other artists were summoned by the mayor's office to paint a mural in the middle of the night. Black Lives Matter, the mural read in bright yellow letters on a street running 2 city blocks, blaring the message at the White House sitting just across Lafayette Square. In June 2020, when Ms. Jones helped paint the mural, demonstrations were breaking out in cities nationwide in protest of George Floyd's murder. The creation of Black Lives Matter Plaza was a statement of defiance from DC's mayor, Muriel E. Bowser, who had clashed with President Trump, then in his first term, over the presence of federal troops in the streets of her city. But on Tuesday evening, the mayor announced the mural was going away. Ms. Jones said the news upset her, but she added of the mayor in an interview, "I get where she is coming from." The city of Washington is in an extraordinarily vulnerable place these days. Republicans in Congress have introduced legislation that would end DC's already limited power to govern itself, stripping residents of the ability to elect a mayor and city council. Mr. Trump himself has said that he supports a federal takeover of Washington, insisting to reporters that the federal government would run it strong, run it with law and order, make it absolutely flawlessly beautiful. In recent days, the administration has been considering executive orders in pursuit of his vision for the city. Potential laws and orders aside, the administration has already fired thousands of federal workers, leaving residents throughout the city without livelihoods and, according to the city's official estimate, potentially costing Washington around $1 billion in lost revenue over the next 3 years. Given all this, Ms. Bowser, a Democrat, described her decision about Black Lives Matter Plaza as a pragmatic calculation. "We have bigger fish to fry than a fight over the plaza," she said at a town hall on Wednesday, which was set up to provide guidance to laid-off federal workers. Ms. Bowser said that the mural was a significant part of the city's history, particularly in the summer of 2020. "But now our focus is on making sure our residents and our economy survive," she said. If Mr. Trump was satisfied, he gave little sign of it. In a post on Truth Social on Wednesday night, the president said his administration had ordered the mayor to clean up all of the unsightly homeless encampments in the district. "If she is not capable of doing so, we will be forced to do it for her," he wrote. He then thanked her for her efforts. To be sure, Ms. Bowser did not say whether the decision about Black Lives Matter Plaza was in direct response to any specific actions or threats by Congress or the White House, though she acknowledged that people in the administration did not like the mural. On Monday, U.S. Representative Andrew Clyde, a Georgia Republican who has often taken legislative aim at Washington, introduced a bill threatening to withhold millions in federal funds if the city did not repaint and rename the plaza. But the mayor said the decision had been made for some time, and that she had planned to announce it later this month at a meeting on the celebrations around the country's 250th birthday. In a social media post on Tuesday evening, the mayor said the plaza would be redesigned as part of a citywide mural project in connection with the anniversary. But she said on Wednesday, news media inquiries about the fate of the plaza forced her hand. The mayor's office gave few details as to whether or when Black Lives Matter Plaza might be renamed, or how the mural itself would be removed, a process that is more complicated than a simple paint job given its inlaid bricks and other features. At the town hall, Ms. Bowser said that she believed one executive order, possibly aimed at cracking down on crime and homelessness in the District of Columbia, had apparently been withdrawn, as the Washington Post had reported. But Trump administration officials said they remained committed to addressing the president's complaints about the district, and said an executive order from the White House focused on the city could still come as soon as next week. Officials declined to elaborate on the specifics of the president's order, saying it was still under review and that the timeline remained fluid. President Trump has been crystal clear that he intends to restore law and order to the nation's capital and reinvigorate the majesty of this storied city, Harrison Fields, a White House spokesman, said in a statement. Ms. Bowser suggested that the risks to Washington of additional federal intervention and even a takeover were always present, given the city's complicated status within the U.S. government. She expressed no second thoughts about her decision concerning Black Lives Matter Plaza. "This is the threat to our city right now," the mayor said. "We go into a budget season where our revenue was estimated to be down by $1 billion, and we still have the threat of Medicaid cuts looming. That's what DC residents want me to be focused on. They want us to be smart and strategic and get to the other side," the mayor added. "And that's my job. I'm going to navigate us to the other side." Ms. Bowser has mostly taken a diplomatic approach toward Mr. Trump, visiting him at Mar-a-Lago before the inauguration and pledging to work closely with him on shared priorities, like bringing federal employees back to the office. When she characterizes her discussions with the White House about D.C., which she describes as frequent and ongoing, Ms. Bowser often emphasizes a quintessentially Trumpian goal of making D.C. the most beautiful capital city in the world. She has tried to make the case that some things the administration has apparently mulled, like putting a multitude of large federal buildings on the local real estate market all at once, would be counterproductive to that aesthetic vision. The decision about Black Lives Matter Plaza was perhaps the most high-profile sign yet of the mayor's attempted balancing act. Not everyone was sympathetic. "I would never understand why she's doing it," said Angela Harrelson, an aunt of George Floyd who lives in Minnesota. "They can make up all the excuses that they want to about this. The message they are sending is still the same. You are trying to destroy history. You are trying to erase a memory." At the plaza on Wednesday afternoon, as a steady rain fell, Kevin Thornton, 63, a black man who works at a nearby hotel, asked what the mayor hoped to achieve by ceding anything to Mr. Trump. "You can kiss the ring all day and get nothing," he said. He believed Ms. Bowser showed strength back in 2020 when she ordered the mural painted in the first place. "I thought you got a backbone," he said. Still, Ms. Jones, the artist who helped paint the mural 5 years ago, said she understood the mayor's difficult position. With so much at stake for the city, Ms. Jones said she was grateful to have played a part in the creation of Black Lives Matter Plaza, even if it would likely be gone soon. "Being a black woman, I'm kind of used to the feeling of things being taken away and being erased from our history," Ms. Jones said. "It's a moment in time. You cannot take it away. I think the whole world felt that moment. Recognize that moment. I think they are going to feel this moment too when it's taken away." Clyde McGrady, Tyler Pager, and Darren Sands contributed reporting.
DC, they're right. DC's always been strange. Last I checked, though, Congress runs DC, not the president. Of course, now the president runs Congress. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting for them to. I'm waiting for the executive order to change the Constitution.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's coming.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
It's interesting to go back and look at .gov, the history. I mean, not an article on the history, but the actual executive orders that have been given by all the presidents. It's kind of a time capsule into itself, but it's also a really clear indication of how, increasingly far-reaching executive orders have become.
Yeah, and I think they're going to become much more far-reaching. Between the Supreme Court, you know, the immunity thing, and them being, at least the conservatives, being relatively into, the unitary executive sort of legal theory.
Yeah.
Frankly, the only thing that's going to change it is basically the people just kind of revolting. And that's not going to happen anytime soon, the way the country's divided. So, in essence, I think basically the only thing that's gonna break Trump is Trump, and he's perfectly capable of doing it. And Democrats need to understand that. Between him and Elon, there are changes, there are breaks that they are trying to do that basically are going to be irreparable, especially with the administrative state.
Yeah.
And I'm actually looking forward to a 2026 just to see if Democrats come back in power. And I'm not predicting it because I don't. If I had to go on yesterday's performance or Tuesday's performance, I would say it's going to be dry long. So they're not going to win in 2026 unless something between now and then happens, and that's almost 2 years, so things can happen.
Yeah, there's 2 years worth of pits and valleys for any administration. There's nothing to sort of rebel against tangibly now on the part of it. It's still a little bit of a honeymoon period right now.
Really? I thought Trump used that up before he even got to office. But you are seeing the rumblings from, oh, hey, I didn't vote for this.
Yes, but none of it has actually really taken effect, and B, affected the populace, actually tangibly affected the populace.
Right. So we'll switch gears a little bit. As Trump goes after universities, students are now on the chopping block. And of course, this strikes home to me. Let's see if my student is on the chopping block.
As Trump goes after universities, students are now on the chopping block. This article is by Stephanie Saul and read by an automated voice. In the early weeks of the Trump administration's push to slash funding that colleges and universities rely on, grants and contracts had been cut, and in a few cases, researchers had been laid off. In recent days, the fiscal pain has come to students. At the University of Pennsylvania, administrators have asked departments in the School of Arts and AMP Sciences, the university's largest school, to cut incoming PhD students. In some cases, that meant reneging on informal offers, according to Wendy Roth, a professor of sociology. Her department had to decide which of the students would be unaccepted. Dr. Roth, chair of graduate education, was chosen to explain those decisions to them. Two of them, I would say, were extremely upset. One person was in tears, she said. It's just the most terrible thing to get that kind of news when your plans are made. Since taking office, the Trump administration has issued orders that threaten to broadly undercut the financial foundation of university-based research, including deep reductions in overhead cost reimbursements through the National Institutes of Health. Court challenges have paused some of the cuts, but universities are bracing for uncertainty. The University of Pennsylvania could face a $250 million hit in NIH funding alone. Members of the administration have cast the cuts as a way to reduce wasteful government spending, sometimes in political terms. Last month, Katie Miller, who is working with Elon Musk's team to trim federal spending, said the cuts would end liberal DEI Dean slush fund. In some cases, schools are preemptively cutting their expenses as a precautionary measure. North Carolina State University announced on February 14th that it was freezing most hiring. Stanford University announced on February 26 that it was freezing staff hiring, citing very significant risks to the community. At the University of Louisville in Kentucky, President Kim Schatzel announced an immediate pause on faculty and staff hiring until July. She cited the potential loss of $20 to $23 million in NIH research funding. Dozens of other schools have announced hiring freezes or chills. Many of the cuts are now hitting graduate education too, which is highly dependent on research grants, leaving students who had dreams of pursuing PhDs with nowhere to go. A graduate program in biological sciences at the University of California, San Diego, usually enrolls 25 new graduate students a year. This year, the number will be 17. The reduction may seem small, but Kimberly Cooper, a biology professor, said the Trump cuts would ricochet through the university. I hate to sound fatalistic, said Dr. Cooper, who specializes in the study of limb development, but at this point, I think they're trying to break the academic enterprise, and cutting academic science has impacts on the educational mission of the entire university. At Penn, cuts to graduate programs were made across the board in the school's 32 programs, professors said. The history department, for example, was asked to offer PhD slots to only 7 students, not the usual 17. In English, the normal cohort of 9 to 12 incoming students will be reduced to a maximum of 6. A letter signed by professors in 22 departments at Penn warned that the school's decision would cause reputational damage. Asked to comment, the university pointed to a statement signed by J. Larry Jameson, Penn's interim president, posted on the school's website, which noted that the cuts represent an existential threat across our university and American higher education. Dr. Jameson said the school was pursuing cost containment measures and new sources of revenue. He added, "We will remain judicious, measured, deliberate, and focused on sustaining our mission when determining any action." As the Trump administration vows to target schools over anti-Semitism and diversity initiatives, other programs that directly touch undergraduates, such as scholarships, could be affected too, if the administration clears legal hurdles. David Kazanjian, graduate chair of comparative literature at Penn, said the cuts to graduate students would reduce opportunities for undergraduates. With fewer graduate student teachers, class sizes may increase, for example. The cost-cutting measures are taking effect across a variety of schools, from the Ivy League and large public research universities to smaller public schools. The administration's decision to cap overhead reimbursements on National Institutes of Health grants to 15% could cut millions that schools have come to rely on to cover facilities and staff. The overhead rates normally vary depending on the grant recipients, but in some cases provide up to 60% of the grant in additional reimbursements. Columbia University, which receives about $1.3 billion a year in NIH funding, could lose up to $200 million a year from the formula change.
I think we all get the point of this. I think ultimately what's going to happen is they want to cut down the number of students that go to college. And I'm not particularly mad at that, though I don't want government involved in that, because the government. There are a lot of times they're diamonds in the rough, and I don't trust. I worry that people who should be there don't wind up there, much like what happens now. I don't see how you fix that problem, and I don't think doing, these massive cuts are gonna, they're not creating opportunities. I'll put it that way. Some people shouldn't be in college. We should encourage them to pursue other avenues to success. However, I'm not convinced that creating opportunities is anywhere in the focus of a Trump presidency or Trump education plans. And for that matter, not just Trump, any president. We're not creating opportunities, in my opinion. and neither side is doing well at that.
Well, I think when we went, and you went after the military, correct?
No.
Oh, before? Well, boy, they liked you. I
They
bet
did.
you. Oh boy, did they like you. So I think that, at least I'm speaking for myself, college was the upper end of choices after graduating from high school. You know, if you could go to college and college was for you, you did, but not everybody did it. And it wasn't sort of this rubber stamp, you have to have a college degree. When I graduated from high school, there were plenty of other things. You could go directly into the workforce, you could go into the military. And the attitude now is, without a college degree, you are, functionally just basically going to be working a trade. That wasn't true back then. You could go into lots of kinds of businesses without a college degree.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are we doing? David Brooks yesterday read off, several different statistics talking about meritocracy. Should we rethink how we track things like, college graduates live longer, they make more money, et cetera, just all the benefits. They tend to have two-parent households, et cetera. How do you square those statistics with not everybody should go to college?
I think the statistics are somewhat.
Those statistics show the benefits of getting a college degree.
Well, they do, but that's because not having a college degree now is, I think, the paradigm's changed. Now, if you don't have a college degree, it's exclusionary, where before, if you did have a college degree, it was inclusionary.
Okay, well, that's not going to change.
But the totality of those numbers have changed as the percentage of people that went to college changed.
Okay, I don't think the exclusionary part of, hey, I want someone with a degree, it's not going to change.
I don't think it will either.
So the problem is you can't square the logic.
No, I don't think.
Well, not you personally. I meant in general.
No, I agree.
You're not going to be able to square the not everybody should go to college. If they're not even saying needs to go to college, not everybody should. Okay. The problem is there are obvious, tangible, statistical proof that going to college is a thing. That's why everybody wants to go to college, whether they should be there or not.
Correct.
There's a whole lot more they need to do than defund colleges.
Yeah. I think that, like, for instance, I had a friend and he applied for a job. And by the way, this was a guy that was accomplished in business. Mm-hmm. He applied for the management training program for enterprise car rental. Mm-hmm. A good job, one that you could make pretty good money at if you're at a busy, area for car rental, like at an airport or something of that nature. And he'd entered the workforce right after high school, and he was a go-getter. He'd worked in insurance and done pretty well at that, but he wanted to make a career change and get into a more stable, I don't have to go out and sell every day kind of job. They wouldn't take him because he did not have a college degree. Mm-hmm. And I think that's just, to me, was sort of an example of, wow, that is exclusionary and it shouldn't be. In other words, that's a job that
job ads over the years where they go, will take work experience in lieu of a degree, but you got to have work experience in the area you want to switch careers into.
Yeah, then they're not doing that as much anymore.
Right. Well,
they do it for some things.
Even if you decide to go to do a course correction, and by the way, I did that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, um, uh, but I knew that, being good at computers is one thing, but actually having, some certificate of something would improve that. Luckily, I was in a position to do that. Um, I think this education should go to college. I think. Um,
Your mic is muffled right now, by the way.
Hmm?
Okay, now you're better. Never mind. Your mic was
Yeah,
muffled there.
I'm gonna have to get a new microphone. What I was saying is that I think one of the more troublesome parts of MAGA thought is that they like to break things down into. They like to state things simply and go A equals B, but they don't like to break things down into component parts. So, the statement that not everyone needs to go to college or should go to college sounds good on the surface, but then when you look under the hood, there are a lot of moving parts there that I'm afraid they're not looking at. Let's just slash the funding and see how it plays out. There are people involved, there are young people involved, and like Roz says, students at her university are getting a little antsy.
I don't blame them. And to me, one of the biggest moving parts is the thing we were talking about, which is as more people went to college, having a degree became the standard. And now there are a lot of positions that you shouldn't necessarily have to go to college for. If it's a training program in a particular vocation, you shouldn't have to go to a 4-year college to take the training program.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Because, even if you have a degree, a company's going to train you to do it their way.
Sure. And we need to kind of take a look at aptitude more than pedigree. And I think in a lot of
you
stuff.
should say that. You know what? What I would love for MAGA or any, political entity to do is put your money where your mouth is. European. I have a friend who lives in Czechoslovakia, and he's uh, a civil engineer, basically a construction engineer these days. So you got to test to get into college. I would love to see that in America. Let you want meritocracy. Let's institute a meritocracy, and everybody tests into college, or you go do something else. If they were serious about this, they would just test everybody. Now, yeah, there are SATs and all that, but no, there's like, there's no SAT where a college can, play around with race or, geography or anything and build a scoring system. No, you got to hit this score to get into the university.
Well, I think that there's a lot of benefits to go to college. We both know that. And I would say that arguably the 4 happiest years of my life were in college. But and I learned a lot of things that weren't necessarily scholastic. I always tell people the most important thing you learn there is how to be a person. That's your first formative, I'm not at home anymore, and you're in a somewhat protected environment, more so than, say, the real world. But the point being, if I knew for a fact I wanted my lifelong career to be 100% undeniably devoted, and by the way, people at that age don't know 100% undeniably anything what they're going to be doing in 10 years. But if I knew it was going to be, let's say, radio, and radio is the perfect example. It's probably not true of television or advertising. I was already working at a radio station. I would have gone whole hog into that industry and been 4 years down the road, rather than going to college.
Right.
There's a lot of vocations like that, where if you really want to sell insurance, there's a path to that. You get a job being an administrator, at an early age at an insurance agency, someone who fills out the papers for the agents and satisfies the claims, et cetera, and you move up, and then at one point you become an agent.
Well,
That
let me
doesn't
ask
necessarily
you a question.
require a college
Are
degree.
there age cutoffs for this?
For what?
Well, are there like, what if you want to do a mid shift or a mid career change? Hey, I want to sell insurance. Are there age cutoffs?
To switch careers?
Well, no. Training to be
well, there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be. The average length of an employee's stay at a company right now in the United States, across the board, is 4.4 years. So until you reach, 60, retirement age is 60, I think 7 now. Why does it matter? If it's only a 4-year stay, you're just as good as an entry-level person, only you have a life of experience and everything else.
Well, the thing is that, the older you get, having a young person who worked for nothing, is different than having somebody mid-career who probably has a family or has a higher likelihood.
Well, if you switch careers, you're going to have to take a step back and pay.
Correct. And you're going to have, okay, I get your point.
You're going to have to be competitive with the other people. Yes.
Right. Okay. All right. John, Stanley, I don't think you want that. What, testing into college? Oh, hell yeah, I do.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Absolutely, I do. Why would I not want it, John? That means people actually have to succeed in the meritocracy, and they might study every now and again. It would spur competition to get into college. Now, in Czechoslovakia, there were tiers of colleges, like the engineers. If you're going to be an engineer, you're going to have to test this to get into the engineering university. So, it wasn't as simple as, a college like a state university that has an engineering school and their English majors. No, it was an engineering school. So, I should have added that in there. So, you wouldn't have to test as high as an engineer if you want to be an English major, or in his case, a Czech major, I guess. Of course, English, you probably have to, probably would work there. But, I'm dead serious. If we're going to be serious about education, let's change it. Let's do the meritocracy thing.
And we've got to
get in. That meant you didn't prepare them, or they need to go do something else.
We already have a structure that would help bridge that gap between college degree and not, and that's the associate's degree, which is already very common in a lot of industries, but not so much across the board. I was talking about Ivy Tech the other day. I think it was here.
Yeah.
And the Indianapolis location has 70 different programs there that you can get an associate's in. And they run the gamut from technical things, trade things, to, criminal science and things of that nature. So if you want to be a person that's, helping in the lab or doing certain kinds of forensics, that's your ticket in.
Right.
You might have to start a level below someone who has a bachelor's degree, but it is a viable path and it is a decent income. It's a good income.
Right. The thing is again, I don't mind the slashing and burning, but give me a plan. What is the ultimate goal besides I want to destroy colleges?
Mm-hmm.
Or if you think everybody shouldn't go to college, so you cut, where is the plan? And that is a weakness that Trump-Elon, that's, there's Trump-Elon is Trump and Elon. Every famous couple has to have like a benefit. Every couple has to have a
Bradgelina.
Yeah, exactly. So Trump-Elon, we need a plan.
Well, part of that plan I think is very essential is, okay, the kids you're keeping out of college, What are they going to do? How are you going to maximize them? Is it community college? Is it trade schools? Is it, what is it? Tell us what that looks like.
And I mean, you can make the argument that SATs, do that now, but I think we just need to go rigid. If you because individual college, they'll give you the average, like the average student who gets accepted has, an 1100 SAT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we know all that, but you know what? That also means that there are people who don't have that 1100 who get in. What I'm saying is if you don't have an 1100, you don't get in.
That, and we all know, I mean, most people go to college so they can get a job. And if
a higher paying job.
That too. But like I was saying, some jobs you're not even eligible for that may not even necessarily be that high paying. And you got to have a college degree for it. Management training at Enterprise Car Rental is an okay paying job, but it's not, what you're going to get if you go entry level, say even as a paralegal somewhere or something of that nature.
Right.
I mean, so if that's the goal, then we need to realize what employers want. Well, employers want trained individuals if they can possibly get them. Certainly, super entry level, they'll train them themselves, but they want as much training for that individual as they can get. And if halfway between college and nothing is community college or vocational school, technical school, whatever it happens to be, then we need a path for that. We don't just go, well, do whatever you want, the Lincoln Tech, Ivy Tech, whatever it is, DeVry, find it yourself. No, there needs to be a path for that.
Well, the other thing that I noticed, and I have very mixed feelings about it. When I went to college, I just happened to know what I wanted to do, or I thought I did. So I declared a major right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
My son applying, you had to declare a major on the application.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether that's particular to, and I guess, well, you know what? All that's like all the state schools in Georgia, there's like an application that all the schools take. So I think you do have to declare a major no matter where you go to school now.
At Ball State, you didn't. I think you put down a major, and then you met. Our advisors were specific to our majors, our faculty advisors. And so if you wanted to change your major, you would tell that advisor, you'd be getting given to an advisor in the new major, and they would start charting you through the coursework for that particular major. Now, when I got to Ball State, I wanted to do computer science and took my first year's coursework was that. Now, I was also taking broadcasting classes as electives and or minor because I loved it. And that's but very quickly I realized, you know what, this is what you really want to do. Right. And I think I switched after my first, I want to say maybe it was 2 quarters. We had quarters at Ball State when I first started. And so, that I can tell you that my experience was that lots of people changed their major. Lots of them in the first year.
Yeah.
And also, a lot of people.
Had my way, I would have changed my major.
A lot of people also got jobs well outside the major that they had.
I know so many people, especially who wind up in the military, who I've never worked in my major. I know mechanical engineers who were nuclear in the Navy, who when they get out of the Navy, they go to business school. They just, the Navy people don't often do what they were trained to do in school. And for some reason, the military kind of changes that for some reason.
Almost nobody that I graduated from in radio, television, motion pictures ended up going into that field. All my classmates, I'd say maybe 10, 15% did that. The rest are bank managers, you know, as I mentioned, insurance salesmen. They didn't do it. They couldn't get a job doing it.
John, you can change your major. You declare a major, I guess, for some quota system or something like that. It's probably more for entrance, but you can change your major to engineering if you want, or the business school. So I'm not sure I follow your logic there.
The main reason we declared ours was so we could get siloed into that faculty advisor.
Exactly. Yeah. As a matter of fact, that reminds me. Yeah, you get an advisor in the school, but I know, as a matter of fact, it's weird. As weird as it sounded to me, and I don't think it's going to happen, but engineering, as a matter of fact, in the computer school, there's an engineering track and there's a software track. So, I mean, right within the school my son's in, you can still be an engineer. So, but anyway, we'll move on and do this quick story. Or actually, it's not so quick. Why some schools are rethinking college for all. And this is mostly what we've been talking about. And I think this is actually an important article. Let's see what it has to say.
Why some schools are rethinking college for all. This article is by Dana Goldstein and read by an automated voice. For 3 decades, college for all was an American rallying cry. The goal inspired a generation of educators, offered a North Star to students, and united political figures from George W. Bush to Bernie Sanders. Thousands of new K-12 schools were founded to achieve this ambitious vision, often focused on guiding low-income students toward bachelor's degrees. Even after decades of bipartisan effort and billions of dollars spent, about 40% of students who start college never finish, often leaving with life-altering debt. Across the political spectrum, higher education institutions are less respected and trusted by the public, whether because of sticker shock, perceived left-wing bias, or doubts about their ability to prepare students for the job market. In response, some high schools that once pushed nearly all students toward 4-year colleges are now guiding teenagers toward a wider range of choices, including trade schools, apprenticeships, 2-year degrees, or the military. Among them are schools that are part of KIPP, the nation's largest charter school network. For many years after KIPP's founding in 1994, the network was known for its single-minded focus on getting low-income Black and Hispanic teenagers to and through 4-year colleges. College starts in kindergarten was a KIPP mantra. Classrooms were named after the colleges their teachers attended. On senior signing days, students proudly marched across auditorium stages waving the banners of their future alma maters. But over the past 5 years, KIPP has been part of a national rethinking of college for all. KIPP is broadening the celebration of what students can do and achieve after high school, said Shavar Jeffries, chief executive of the KIPP Foundation, which supports 278 KIPP public schools across the country. And KIPP is not the only college-focused education player newly experimenting with career-centered learning. 10 years ago, the Geneva-based International Baccalaureate Organization started a career program as an alternative to its traditional diploma program, which is well known as a pathway to elite college admissions. The IB career option, while still small, has grown exponentially over the past 5 years and now serves more than 8,000 American students. The shifts can bring more than a little bit of discomfort for many highly educated educators who are unlikely to forget the doors that their own college and graduate degrees opened. Mr. Jeffries of KIPP, for example, is a graduate of Duke and Columbia Law School. And young Americans with a bachelor's degree earned a median salary of $60,000 last year, compared with $40,000 for those with just a high school diploma. Mr. Jeffries acknowledged that some of KIPP's moves have been influenced by trends in philanthropy and politics. Business leaders have shown a strong enthusiasm in recent years for alternatives to traditional college. Many politicians and wealthy donors to education causes like KIPP are concerned about student dropout rates and ballooning debt. They have also been influenced by famous tech executive dropouts, by their own personal distaste for campus left-wing activism, and by the anti-college populism of the Trump movement. Mr. Jeffries said schools like KIPPs are trying to walk a line between encouraging students to strive and being realistic. We have to be very, very careful, particularly for younger people of color, Mr. Jeffries said, noting that many apprenticeship and job training programs are expensive and may not have a proven track record of placing students in well-paid jobs. While Kip is enthusiastic about directing students toward what Mr. Jeffries called credible job training programs, the data is clear, he said. A college degree opens up more opportunities. At Kip Academy Lynn, in a working-class corner of coastal Massachusetts, almost all students still consider four-year colleges, and about three-quarters enroll. But now the conversation does not end there. In the fall of her senior year, Mariah Berry, 18, realized that her biggest fear, she said, was being broke. To avoid that fate, Mariah has been working with her teachers and counselors to create plans and backup plans for life after she graduates from high school. Her big goal is an undergraduate degree in biochemistry or physics, but Mariah is also considering an accelerated 3-year bachelor's degree from a private trade school, which would qualify her to work as a radiology technician. And because the $56,000 annual tuition there could turn out to be prohibitive, even with aid, she is also looking at 2-year programs that offer certification in the same field. I don't want to have an outrageous amount of loans, said Mariah, who lives with her mother, a nurse. I want to be really realistic. This school year, for the first time, all KIPP juniors and seniors across the country are enrolled in a 2-year seminar called College Knowledge and Career Success. At KIPP Academy Lynn, juniors research career paths, orthodontist, CIA agent, software engineer. Teachers also work to demystify the college application and financial aid process, explaining basics like the difference between a grant and a loan. Students look critically at specific college and training programs, examining their graduation and job placement rates. During their senior year, students fill out applications and then do financial planning for the years ahead. The work is pragmatic. KIPP students are overwhelmingly from low-income households, and often the first in their families who might go to college. They earn bachelor's degrees at about double the rate of other low-income students nationally, according to a 2023 Mathematica study, while more than 3/4 of students who attended KIPP for middle and high school enrolled in college, only 40% graduated within 5 years. KIPP Massachusetts has tried to adjust to that reality, renaming its college counseling team as Match Counseling. It also removed the requirement for a college degree from job listings for persistence advisors, counselors who work with recent graduates to troubleshoot college, career, mental health, and financial challenges. Similarly, the Bronx Early College Academy, which offers International Baccalaureate's diploma program, is also shifting away from pushing all of its students, who are largely from low-income families, into 4-year colleges. The IB program is well known for its focus on liberal arts rigor and philosophical thinking. Its most famous course, called Theory of Knowledge, focuses on epistemological questions in politics, culture, and the arts. But 18 months after graduation, about a fifth of BECA alumni were not enrolled in any sort of college, according to data from 2021 to 2024. We didn't have the construct to talk to kids about anything other than college, said Yvette Rivera, the school's principal. But we don't want to waste kids' time. We don't have a lot of time, especially in communities like ours. 5 years ago, Ms. Rivera embraced IB's newer career track as an additional option. The signature course is called Personal and Professional Skills. Students take on big ethical questions, a hallmark of the IB approach, but also focus on professional writing, public speaking, and disagreeing respectfully. Learning about careers is a central part of the program. This fall, Danessa Ayala, a 17-year-old senior, was considering 3 disparate paths with vastly different educational requirements: automotive mechanics, real estate, or becoming a detective. Her parents, a security guard and office administrator, said they would support whatever their daughter chose, but otherwise had not offered much detailed guidance. After Danessa was assigned at school to research her career interests, she realized that it could take many years for a police officer.
This is almost done. And what the reader just last talked about, kind of dovetails into the part that I highlighted. Now, a student with that sort of disparate interest, I would worry about. Basically, I don't know how you test or interview or whatever, but that person needs to choose a career. The next example is a kid who's considering going to somewhere to get a BS in electrical engineering versus becoming going to trade school to become an electrician. That's at least kind of in the same ballpark. At least I would imagine it's fairly hard to go to night school to become an electrical engineer if it's possible at all. But that situation, I would simply go, how good are you in math? Because that's going to be the one thing you need to be good at to be an engineer of any sort. That would be the separator, whether you go to trade school or you go get a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. And I do know of one person, and I can't remember, it might be DiCapriono, who's working towards an electrical engineering degree. I think it was him. Next time I run into him, if I remember, I'll ask him how he's how he's going about it. I know he's got a lot of experience in electronic repair, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
I think it depends on how your college structures your coursework for the degree. A lot of freshmen don't know necessarily where they want to go, and if you have electives as part of your, which I would assume most, if not all, at least state universities have as part of your degree, you haven't garnered the prerequisites to take a wide variety of secondary courses in any particular discipline. So if I'm interested in 3 different things, probably the first semester of my college experience, or in my case, the first 2 quarters, I can dip my toe into some disciplines. As you get further into it, you are painting yourself into a corner. You're going down this path and there's no going back unless you want to start over. I remember I had to pass, there was an English course I had to pass, and then I also needed to pass, it was Broadcasting 101 and 100 before I could take any other courses in broadcasting. For computer science, I had to have either tested out of, in other words, I had to have high school accreditation, or taken the coursework for everything up to college level trigonometry, I think, to start getting into some of the computer science courses. So anyway, with that in mind, I didn't have a very wide range of courses to choose from, and I had to fill up those hours. So it was like, well, if I like these 3 things, and I just happen to like history, and I just happen to like film, getting a call. Oh, that's a call from Utah. That can't be any. Anyway, with that in mind, I was able to actually take courses in all 3 areas, and then that's what made it clear to me real quick. This thing over here is what I really like to do.
Did they have prerequisites? Like in Georgia, you have to take 3. Well, it's changed now. I was on the quarter system. You have to take X number of hours in English, X number of hours in history. In Georgia, you actually have to take a swimming PE.
You're talking about in high school?
Regardless of major.
In high school or in college?
No, in college.
Yes, in college, at least at Ball State.
Now, in high school, you back in my day, you could CLEP out of it, or you could AP course your way out of it.
Well, there was certain things you had to have in high school to get into college. You know,
right? Exactly.
But once you got to college, like for instance, for me, yes, I had to have
well, let me
definitively my major, and then then they also had you had to have a certain amount of math and science.
Right.
You had to have a certain amount of, I believe, what they called humanities, which involved history or English or some other things. But yeah, definitely, there were things outside your major that you were required to have, and then there were just sort of electives. There were things that like don't fall
so many hours of electives.
Yeah, anywhere. And I ended up with, at a certain point, I never left the telecommunications area because I had a degree in radio, television, motion pictures, which they later changed to telecommunications. I think that's what's on my degree. And then I have a minor in film. So I was in the same building. And then I think I may have also qualified for a minor in history. But that's not the one I put on any of my stuff.
Well, in Georgia, and I'm sure it's everywhere, you have to have a certain number of credits in different areas to even graduate.
Yeah.
And I think it just kind of jibes with whatever prerequisites there are for the state college system.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like a seamless thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I'm trying to think back, it's been a while, but I never had to worry about whether I was going to get into the University of Georgia. I just applied.
Well,
assuming that whatever I graduated with was good enough to get in.
I think I've talked about it before. When I got my acceptance to Ball State, it was almost like, why are you even sending this to me? Doesn't everybody get in? Please. But the Wolf is correct when he says there were prerequisites at Ball State, and we called them weed out courses. The prerequisite courses, particularly that English course, and which I had no problem with, but that got rid of a lot of students at Ball State. And I know that the business program, I didn't have to take it. The Wolf will know which one. There was an early business class. They basically set up courses early in everybody's discipline to, if you can't hack this, you're gone.
Right.
Or at least severely on academic probation. And some departments, there were two of them, so that you were definitely going to be gone if you weren't really, devoted
Seriously.
to your coursework. Yeah.
All right. Well, the last thing that I have, at least until I either think of something else or don't, this opinion piece here, and it's 4 different writers, so I don't know that excuse me, let me get some water. I don't know that I even want to have the AI thing read it.
Water.
There's a big market for fighters now. 4 opinion writers on the Democratic Party and Andrew Cuomo. Now, part of the problem is Andrew Cuomo should not even be in the picture. Why
are we talking about him? Yeah.
He's either thinking or actually said he is going to run for mayor of New York City. Why that's allowed, I don't know. Didn't he? He had to resign from governor, right? So
I believe so. It's almost like why aren't we talking about Al Franken making a comeback?
Exactly. And Al Franken basically didn't do anything wrong. He was just
I know. He was just being a jerk.
Right. But I'll just not bother reading it. I think we all know where this would go. And we pretty much touched on it, by the way. There's a big market for fighters now. Tom and I and probably everybody everywhere agrees that we don't have one. And you can't just be an Andrew Cuomo. You actually have to, I would prefer having character, good character,
mm-hmm.
In addition to being a fighter and, personable and all that. But one point I want to make, I don't think Democrats are fighters by nature.
Well,
I mean, if
trying to think.
it is true that we cater to the professional managerial class, that class is not a class of fighters.
I would tend to agree with that. I would say if you sat down one day and you looked at all the governors, which I kind of miss the days when governors were your major presidential candidates.
I do too.
Because they've got that, administrative experience and stuff. But if you looked at all your governors, all your senators, all your, usual suspects for the Democratic Party, write them down, because there's nobody at the forefront right now. There just isn't. And
I don't think anybody wants to be.
It's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, well, they've mentioned Whitmer of Michigan. They've mentioned Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Beshear of Kentucky. And I actually think Beshear of Kentucky would have been my choice, mainly because he's a Southern governor. And not only am I just, partial to the South because I like the people, but I think it suggests a modicum, at least, of conservatism, because to be a governor, even a Democratic governor in the South, you've got to be able to get along. You've got to be more a centrist than a progressive.
Do you consider Kentucky the South?
In my heart of hearts, no. In my opinion, if you've got North in your name, or you're maybe, let's just say, north of the Tennessee line, you're not the South. But Mason-Dixon is what we've all agreed to. So
yeah,
yes, they were a border state. But I think they considered they were University of Kentucky was in the SEC, so I'll give them that.
Well,
but in my heart of hearts, they're the North. Virginia. Oh, I used to piss my wife off and her family off all the time. In my opinion, if you ask for iced tea and they ask you sweetened or unsweetened, it's North.
That's North?
If they don't assume you want sweet tea, it's the North.
Oh, I got you. No, that makes sense. And personally, being from Indiana, which borders, and Indiana is just like known as a northern state, and it's bordering Kentucky. Having grown up in Indiana, anything that separates us from Kentucky is fine with me. If you want to call them the South, I'm super happy with that. It's like, because there's a thing between Indiana and Kentucky, not a very friendly thing.
Basketball?
Oh, with everything, dating your cousin, all sorts of stuff.
Speaking of the South, and I actually truly believe that, the deep South is the South. Everything else is just, you can call yourself the South. However, and I really never thought about it till I've worked in upstate South Carolina. It's more mountainous. It's right near or in the Appalachians. And I know I don't pronounce them the Appalachians. I hate that pronunciation. And if you ever read history books of a certain type, there is the mountain South and the coastal South, and then I think there's a plateau South. They're really like in a state like Georgia. Up there in Dahlonega, Georgia, is nothing like Savannah. And Savannah is nothing like, West Georgia. So, but Georgia's a fairly large state. I think it's the largest state east of the Mississippi. You can have different Souths within the Deep South. So I had a guy, when I worked in upstate South Carolina, was in the Spartanburg, Greenville area. He asked me where I was from. And I told him Savannah, and he said, "Oh, y'all are English down there." I looked at him like, I looked at my hand and I looked at him and I went, "Excuse me?" Uh, there's those mountain people like look at the coastal people, Charleston and Savannah, and think, if I'd said Charleston, I would kind of understand, but Savannah. So anyway,
well, I would say that Kentucky is very much in temperament is Southern. No, seriously, with no insults whatsoever, they are Southern in temperament. They, the horse racing and it's always interesting to me when I would work in Florida or Georgia, certainly here in Texas, and people find out that I'm from Indiana, and they, oh, you're a Yankee, you're one of them big, and I'm like, you might want to go to Indiana. We're not really that northern industrial. A lot of corn, a lot of farms.
You'd be comfy there.
Yeah. The twang is there, out in the hills, and the wolf says, "Hey, I have cousins in Kentucky. You heathen northern trash."
Well, I laugh at Zhang's comment. I plant the Confederate cross at Stone Mountain. What the bas relief, carving of Lee and Stonewall, and I forget who the third general is. That wasn't enough for you. You gotta do the Confederate cross too.
Yeah. It's interesting when I worked in St. Louis. People from St. Louis would refer to backward people as Hoosiers. It's like, oh, they were just a bunch of dumb Hoosiers outside the club. And I'm like, what? Excuse me? Oh, that's just what we call people that are kind of backward hillbilly. And I'm like, you live in Missouri.
Well, look,
the Ozarks are here, man. I've seen people with made their own shoes out of tractor tires and have ropes for belts. Let's not turn, you're not exactly Paris, France over here.
Well, I see Wolf proudly declaring that Indiana was the second of the Klan states.
I don't think he's proudly declaring that.
I'm just kidding. But I know there are a couple of guys in the chat who are applauding that. He's already got a salute.
Oh wow! The Be Brave contingent. The Be Brave contingent here with us.
Yeah, probably. So that's pretty much all I got, folks. I saw that John has a show starting soon, if it hasn't already started. So I am ready to sign off. I'm showing signs of fatigue. One thing that I've been meaning to do and kept forgetting to do. Do you know who Amy Wax is?
No.
Well, do you know who Glenn Lowry is, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, believe this or not, Glenn Lowry and Amy Wax are fast friends. He's probably done 10 interviews with her.
Wow.
And she had a big kerfuffle. She's a law professor. Believe it or not, she started out as a neurologist. She got a MD from Harvard and a JD from Columbia.
Oh, I've seen this lady before.
Yeah, she's the one who's, she calls herself a race realist. She has definite ideas about who should be immigrating to the United States, apart from the illegal immigration argument. And she brought Jared Taylor, somebody, to UPenn's law school, and she literally teaches conservative legal theory or something. And anyway, there was a recent interview that she and Glenn did, and I'd forgotten about it and had been meaning to show it. So I will show it at some point tomorrow. This is just a little preview for tomorrow's show. Now, You know what? I wish she got in trouble, and they suspended her at UPenn
Yeah.
after like 1,000 warnings. I mean, they've been going back and forth, she and the administration, for quite some time, for years. And finally, there were just enough faculty and student complaints. They're just like, hey, you need to stop this or we're going to suspend you. Now, the trick is she has tenure, but the other trick is she's up in age and she's recovering from cancer. So I'm like, well, why don't you just retire? You know, um, that would definitely be an option at her age and condition. But she's feisty, so she's gonna fight for her right to free speech. So this
Well,
is I'm
yeah.
looking forward to this interview tomorrow.
Looks
Well, what
like
did you think of her, Wolf? Wolf says he watched a YouTube deal on her. Yeah, she's all over YouTube. And you know what? She talks a lot about bourgeois values. She thinks she has a problem with Asian immigrants to America, successful as they might be. She has a problem with them because they vote Democrat. And no one's ever asked her, well, if they voted Republican, would you approve of them? So maybe Glenn will ask her in this interview. So Wolf, we'll talk more about her. Show up tomorrow, Wolf, and come up on the panel. We can watch Amy and Glenn chop it up. I'll be on it if I can make it on time. 3 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Eastern.
And I may appear on a show or two today.
Hey now, what shows, Stanley?
Oh, depending on the topic. No, one of either John's or
Okay.
whoever.
Something in the Urban Landlord family.
Oh
of,
yeah.
Entertainment.
I
yes.
haven't. I do have a channel. I've never done a live. I do have a video I'm supposed to be completing and uploading, but haven't gotten around to it. But no, I tend to limit myself. Now, there's a buddy of mine who lives in Nigeria who does a politics show. When he asks me to, and it's always subject dependent. I go on his show, occasionally, but no, I'm not into panel hopping or anything like that. Maybe I should be.
What's the wolf saying here? I
Let's
don't
see. He
know
said,
enough about
I'm
her.
not sure. I'm not sure she should be making comments about qualified immigrants, regardless of how they vote. She thinks, and I'm not gonna, other than the sheer racism of it. She thinks Northern Europeans should be the ones that are largely allowed to immigrate, and we should limit immigration from other parts of the world based on culture. Essentially, she wants to preserve Western culture and the influence it has on the United States. She's naked about it. Well, not naked. She's direct about it. And I admire her for that. At least she has a reason. She sees Asians and other types of immigrants as threats to American/Western culture. And she's probably right. But,
She's
American culture is kind of a hybrid cult. What?
Yeah.
It's a hybrid culture anyway.
Yeah, it totally is. And so she's be brave, but with a philosophy and some some explanation. I'm kidding, but when you guys the other day, and I didn't say anything. There's a lot of things that if I don't know about something, I don't comment on it.
Right.
And then so there's a variety of topics. I can either don't have that experience or can never have that experience, so I can't say anything. But it was interesting to me, because I think I was the only white dude on the panel, hearing everyone talk about white culture. And it actually,
well, no, it was me talking about it.
No, there was other people. Everybody was sort of chiming
Well,
in.
let me tell you my qualifications just right quick. I literally went 1st through 12th to Catholic schools, and from 7 through 12, I went to predominantly white schools. My high school, generally, I was the only black in all my classes. And I went to the University of Georgia, which at that time was pretty damn white. And I wound up eventually, years after there, marrying into a white family. So I have some insights.
Yes.
And I tend to be like a liberal with a capital L myself. I'm a big fan of, liberal culture. So I haven't lived it, but I've lived around it and with it, married it, had a child with it. So I have a somewhat of an insight.
Yeah, I don't. I grew up in a pretty conservative area and in a very conservative household. So I don't, and now I'm relatively apolitical, but I don't really apply politics to it. But it was interesting to me that while listening to other people talk, and I don't care what people's opinions are, they're more than glad to hear what they have to say. But I have never been asked to consider that or forced to.
Right.
And so when people ask that question, the best answer I can give was one that was given a couple of places. Now, the podcast you were playing, I think, was way off on a lot of things. Mm-hmm. In terms of the actual culture, the effects of it, and the historical nature of it. That might be 100% valid. In fact, I agreed with a few of those things. But the biggest thing about white culture is there isn't any. There's not a behavior, there's shared experiences, but that's American culture, aspects of it. And so that was just, it was like,
yeah. I get your point.
It's nebulous. It's nebulous. And you, I believe, or someone said it's more regional than it is anything else.
Well, it is definitely regional. I'm convinced of that. And you're right. White culture, that's kind of a term. European culture is more appropriate.
But the fact is, you are not forced to face your race if you are white, with the exceptions of, the instances when, I've been the only white guy doing things before, and maybe you think about it a little bit then. But it's not something that you are required to process really at any point in time. And so a definition for it is, other than mayonnaise, I can't really think of anything.
Well, we're so into it now. Now, if somebody talks about white culture to me, I kind of automatically filter it into Western culture. Or European culture. And even within European culture, you can make the argument that Italy's nothing like England. So, but I maybe haven't grown up in the South. When people say white culture to me, I just automatically filter it into whatever context they're using the term. But then, I think in 2025, if you talk to me back in like the 1930s or something, and you said black culture, I could probably go with that. But even if you read like E. Franklin Frazier, where he talks about the black bourgeoisie, there were divisions even way back then. There have been divisions in, quote, black culture since house slaves and field slaves existed.
Yeah.
So, but I usually just go with the flow on the context.
And people.
One more point. In 2025, saying that black culture is this or that, just to me, it just doesn't reflect reality.
Well, in say England, it's much more resonant. The point I'm about to make, I see a lot more class difference in the United States,
Right,
than I do any sort of ethnic differences in the United States. I see a lot more those who have and those who have not than I do anything else. And I also see a lot of old money, new money, no money. You know, it's class based. It's not really now there might be demographics that are larger in certain of those classifications, but that's what I see, and nobody really talks about it here.
Well, nobody talks about it here. Because if you start talking about class, that's communism.
Yeah, well, Kelvin is right. That was the point I was making. In England, it's resonant there, and has been for a long time.
No one likes to talk class because it's kind of un-American, at least traditionally. And when you start talking class in America, certain people will go, "Well, what are you, a socialist?" You would hear Bernie Sanders talk about class a lot. I don't know that I've ever heard Trump talk about class a lot, other than working class, working class versus whatever he calls, the people who, don't dirty their hands for a living.
And I'm not even talking politics or economics. I'm talking about culture. There are definitive cultures in those classes, and that's what I see. The divisions there, I think, are much more binding than.
Well, the thing is, you and I have read books, so
daggone it. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it at that. Sometimes the value, and there are definitely negatives to book learning, but there are things, and not only that, but experience. This audience tends to be fairly young, so you and I are on the upper end of the age range.
Yeah.
So there may be some life experiences, that influence our outlooks and points of view that don't get, might not, a young person might not get.
The distinctions are the only discriminations I've ever felt in my life have been class based. They have not been racially based. Now it might be because I'm a white guy, but those are the things I've experienced, and from both ends of the spectrum. That's where the lines are drawn. Are you a member of the upper echelon? Are you not? Are you thinking you're putting on airs?
Do you think I have not gotten that and still get it?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, it's.
And believe it or not this space. There's a space that every now and again I still dip my toe into. Oh my Lord.
Well, and I don't care.
The only thing they didn't say is you talk white.
Yeah. Well, and I don't care about a person's class. Predominantly, it's like, you got money, you don't got money, you grew up this way, you grew up that way. People are people, because I've been around all of them. I've got relatives, friends, you name it, from all of them. And if you're going to be successful and happy in this world, you need to learn to walk with beggars and kings. And so, you can't be cowed by, affluence or,
right.
arrogance or whatever else it is. And you also can't have the conceit that someone who didn't have the advantages that you do may not have thoughts just as sublime as yours.
Right.
So, but that's the thing I see more than anything. And it's also the most divisive thing in a society.
Well, part of that class argument, though, is know your lane.
Yeah.
And which was the point you started out originally.
Yeah, yeah. But there was an interesting podcast to listen to, just to get other people's perspective, because the historical stuff they were talking about, I pretty much can sign off on. But there were other parts of it that I just wanted to go, hey, no, you've built a Frankenstein where no monster exists. I wish sometimes there was a culture. There's not. There's just not. Other than we're not good at dancing or karaoke once we get over 50 or something. I mean, it's just there aren't really the cultural markers that there are for a lot of other I guess racial distinctions.
Well, I guess I better get while the getting's good. I'm being called a snob now.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go.
Kelvin, you're my buddy, man. I don't think I'm better than you. I know you play video games better than I do.
I don't think I'm better than anybody except for Be Brave.
I have games that I bought 5 years ago and haven't played them in 5 years. So, my son left his Xbox because it's a dinosaur, I guess. And I haven't turned that thing on once.
The only video game I own is the Mahjong app that's on the phone that came with it when I bought it. That's it. I don't have any other video games.
Now, I do play Words with Friends, but that's about, and I don't even do that as much since I'm online or planning for being online so much.
Well, before Mac went to a different operating system, and I should probably try to find this, it's technically a video game. I had this awesome video game where they would give you, I think it was 7 or 8 letters randomly, and you had to make as many words out of those letters as you possibly could. I loved that game. Loved it. Play it all day.
There's got to be an app for your phone.
Well, I don't do anything with my phone but receive calls, make calls, and occasionally when I'm required to text. I don't do anything. Well, I maybe have there's a few apps that I have to use for work that are security related.
Right.
To log into things and stuff, but that's it. I try not to do anything on my phone, and it's because I don't trust the phone. I don't, my bank one time said, well, I was there depositing a paper check. You can just take a picture on both sides and send it, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I know I can do that. Well, wow, don't you trust us? And I went, I trust you. I don't trust the phone.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it's like I work with computers and stuff. I don't trust that phone. So
we need to get. Does BlackBerry still exist? You remember?
I think they do.
Back in the day?
Yes, I think BlackBerry does still exist. But I also really love my big boy computer. I don't like to use. It's like I know I don't like to use iPads. I don't even like laptops that much.
Oh, really? I love laptops.
No, I like my workstation. I like to be at a spot and have all the power there. But anyway, you got to go.
Yeah. 2 quick things, Kelvin. GTA 6 is coming, but it's been coming for years. I won't be playing it. My son, I bought it for my son when he was in middle school, believe it or not. And my sister was horrified, but I'm like, hey, he's mature enough to handle it. I oddly enough I never or rarely censored what my son read or whatever. I just trusted his home training. And Kim Wolf answered Daniel. Scrabble, that's basically Words with Friends is basically kind of a version of Scrabble. So, and with that, Tom, as always, you actually, man, it's always great having you up here. So
right back at you.
And chat, Kelvin, Zhang, please ask him to call off the fatwa. I did not do anything that I know of. So everyone in the chat, I will see you all tonight. I hope I'll make it on time at 3. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. If you're new, subscribe to the channel, to this channel and the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. And what else? Share the wealth. Let your friends know that we're going to be watching Glenn Lowry and Amy Wax tomorrow. I'm sure that'll bring them in hordes. And I will see you all in the morning. Take it easy, Tom.
You too.
Take it easy, John, if you're listening.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.